Inside Jiangsu Number 2 High School, the atmosphere is heavy. On the blackboard, bold letters remind everyone. Only one day left before the unified exam. At the front of the room, Teacher Chun Fan delivers his final instructions. He tells the liberal arts candidates to ready their stationery, then turns sternly toward the martial arts candidates, reminding them to prepare their combat gear and weapons. He warns that the martial arts exam isn't just difficult, it's deadly. Anyone whose awakened ability is below D rank, he urges, should think twice before signing up. From his seat, Su Jingming lets out a faint smirk. He knows the warning is meant for him. Inwardly, he reflects on his situation. Somehow, he has crossed into this new world called Blue Star. Technology here is almost the same as his old world, but it's plagued by vicious, man-eating beasts. To fight back, humanity relies on awakened powers, gifts that surface at age 16 and are ranked from F all the way to S. Most people never awake beyond F to D grade. Su Jingming's own power flickers in his hand, a spark of faint lightning. His ability is E rank, weak electricity. Disappointingly, it's no stronger than a cheap stun baton. As he broods, his desk is tapped. Huang Tan, a blonde-haired classmate, leans in with a sneer. He asks if Su Jingming still dares to take the martial arts exam. Mocking him as E-rank garbage will only drag down the school's reputation. With a smirk, he tells Su Jingming to just stick with liberal arts. If he does, maybe one day, he could be a clerk working under Huang Tian's company. Before Su Jingming can respond, Lin Xingwan rises from her seat. She cuts Huang Tian off, telling him to mind his own business. Huang Tian scoffs at her defense and vows to prove himself during the exam. As he walks away, he throws one last vicious remark over his shoulder, predicting Su Jingming will die in the exam field. Once he's gone, Lin Xingwan turns back to Su Jingming, her voice softer now. She tells him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart, suggesting that choosing liberal arts might not be such a bad path after all. Su Jingming stays quiet, deep in his own thoughts. His eyes drop to his exam registration form. On it, his ability is clearly listed, E-rank elemental. In the Great Daxia Kingdom, the education system is split into two paths. Those with weaker powers can take the safer route of liberal arts, living an ordinary life. But the martial path, it's a gamble with danger at every step. For the martial exam, students are sent into restricted zones where savage beasts await. Only by surviving can they earn entry into an ability user university. Inside those institutions, years of harsh training can turn even someone ordinary into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming understands why both Teacher Chun Fan and Lin Qingwan worry for him. They fear the outcome if he dares to step onto that battlefield. But he also knows the truth. Running won't save him. The beast won't stop coming. That thought pulls him back to a memory burned deep in his heart. A beast tied from years ago. A small boy kneeling on the ground, crying over the lifeless forms of his parents. Powerless. Broken. That pain fuels him even now. He refuses to be that helpless child ever again. Gripping his registration form, his eyes harden with resolve. No matter what, he will face the martial arts exam. As the sun dips below the horizon, Su Jingming is inside a training hall. His hands tighten around a long spear as arcs of faint blue electricity crawl across its shaft. With a loud shout, he swings hard, lightning bursting along the weapon's edge. Again and again he repeats, pouring everything into his strikes until his body gives out. Exhaustion hits. He yawns wide, then slumps onto the floor, the spear clattering beside him. Staring at the ceiling, he mutters about his fatigue. For 2.5 years, he has trained with this spear, yet his mastery is still stuck at the beginner stage. He remembers the technique he bought, Lightning Gale Break. The price was steep, 300,000. But at least with it, he believes himself a little stronger than the average E-rank awakened. Still, the grim truth lingers. Year after year, the death toll for students below D rank grows higher. That knowledge only hardens his resolve. If he wants to survive, if he wants to step into an awakened university, he must fight with everything he has. Pulling himself off the ground, he walks toward a machine. His fist clenches as he reaches for its panel. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flickers into existence before him. System activating. His eyes widen. Shock floods him as the display shifts again. Newbie gift package available. Claim. Lying there in disbelief, realization hits. Could this be it? The legendary cheat system that all transmigrators dream of? His shock quickly gives way to excitement. A grin stretches across his face as he thinks about what rewards might await. The system doesn't make him wait. The contents flash before his eyes: an S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. For a moment, he is completely speechless. An S-rank ability, the rarest of the rare, in a nation as powerful as Dacia. Possessing an S-rank ability means immediate recruitment by the top universities and cultivation into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming is left stunned by the revelation. His heart pounds with disbelief, but also with hope. All his life, he carried the label of E-rank trash. Yet now, this system had handed him a chance to rewrite his fate. His lips curl into a determined smile as faint sparks of his old weak electricity flicker across his palm. Claim. He accepts the gift without hesitation. In the next instant, 3 system windows unfold before him. Newbie package claimed. 200 ability points credited. S-rank ability. Purple Cloud, Thunder, God Lightning. Now distributing. The surge begins at his core. Energy floods directly into his heart. The sensation is unbearable, like being ripped apart from the inside. Violent purple lightning bursts through his body, shredding his shirt as if paper. A progress bar flickers in his vision, crawling upward as the storm within him grows wilder. The room cannot withstand the eruption. Windows shatter outward, walls crack, and debris scatters. Outside on the street, passers-by freeze at the sight of the explosion of light. A woman points upward in shock while her child tugs at her sleeve, asking what's happening. A young man fumbles with his phone, frantically urging someone to call the fire department for the Shu family's son. Inside, Su Jingming thrashes as the process climbs past 50%. His cries are drowned out by the roar of thunder. On the streets below, people watch as the sky itself darkens. Clouds twist and churn, and from them emerges a colossal dragon woven entirely from lightning, its body stretching across the heavens. The sight draws the attention of powerful figures. In a high rise, one man wonders aloud if a terrifying beast has breached the city. Elsewhere, a military commander barks orders, mobilizing Jiangcheng's 3rd Legion in a high alert. The dragon above lets out a silent roar, then dives downward, its massive form collapsing into a torrent of energy that pours straight into Su Jingming's body. He screams one final time, then the progress bar blazes to full. Ability transformation complete. The violent storm ends in an instant. The oppressive pressure vanishes, leaving the training hall in ruins. Su Jingming remains standing amid the wreckage, chest heaving, sweat dripping. Slowly, he lifts his hand. Blue and purple lightning coils tightly around his fist, sparking with destructive intent. A confident grin forms. This was no longer the feeble current of a stunned baton. This was raw power, enough to obliterate with a single strike. But as his gaze shifts around the room, his excitement dims. The windows are gone, the walls fractured, the floor scorched. The commotion had been far greater than he intended. Relief flickers in him at the thought that he managed to suppress part of it. Then his eyes return to the floating system screen. The reminder of the second reward remains. 200 ability points. What are these used for? He mutters, reaching out to touch the interface once more. The system's voice explains, ability points are earned by slaying fierce beasts. They can be spent to strengthen his body, his spirit, and his skills. A sly grin spreads across Su Jingming's face. A cheat system this straightforward was everything he could have hoped for. Open system panel. At once, a detailed status screen unfolds before him. Name, Su Jingming. Level, unranked awakened. Ability, S-rank, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Ability points, 200. With the unified exam just one day away, his gaze sharpens. He knows these points must be used wisely if he's to maximize his strength. Blue sparks crackle across his fingertips as he commands. Allocate points. He thinks carefully. All abilities stem from the body and the spirit. Only by strengthening both can he unleash his full potential. He directs the system to divide the points between them. The upgrade begins instantly. His stats for physique and spirit skyrocket. A swirl of dark purple energy erupts around him, filling the room with violent pressure. His mind spins as he marvels at the change. The surge of vitality coursing through his veins, his thoughts clearer, sharper than ever before. Clenching his fist, he feels power gathering. He swings once. The air itself cracks apart as a vortex of blue and purple lightning blasts from his strike, far beyond anything he could have produced before. Looking down at his sparking hand, he understands. By elevating his raw attributes, his control over every technique, every spark of lightning, has reached a higher level. The panel updates again. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. The system notes that each ability point translates into 0.2 units of vital or spirit energy. Su Jingming grins wide. With this strength, stepping into an Awakened university no longer feels like a dream. It feels inevitable. But his thoughts drift. Across the province, more than 700,000 candidates will enter the same exam, many of them geniuses groomed from childhood. Where does he now stand among them? He doesn't intend to wait for an answer. With a flick of his foot, he kicks his spear from the rubble, catches it, and slings it onto his shoulder. His decision is clear. He will head to the martial arts hall and measure his new power. But before he can take a step, his apartment door slams open. 3 firefighters rush inside, hoses and gear at the ready. Su Jingming freezes in surprise. The lead firefighter pauses, scanning the devastated room, and frowns. We got a call about a fire here. Standing amid the wreckage, lightning still faintly sparking around him, Su Jingming straightens and replies calmly. It was just ability training. Everything's fine now. The lead firefighter accepts Su Jingming's explanation. Incidents involving awakened individuals aren't unusual, and he knows better than to press further. With a nod, he radios his team to withdraw. As they head out, he glances back one last time, a trace of admiration in his eyes. To think the younger generation could create such a disturbance simply by training, it was impressive. Soon, the fire truck pulls away, leaving the street quiet again. Now dressed in his school uniform with his spear slung over his back, Su Jingming walks down the road. His neighbor, Uncle Yang, waves him over with concern, asking if he's all right after the supposed fire. Su Jingming reassures him that everything is fine. Uncle Yang notices the spear and chuckles, praising him for his diligence, even training with the exam just a day away. The narration shifts, explaining the role of martial arts halls in this world. For awakened individuals, growth comes from developing both the body and the spirit. Martial halls are vital for this progress, offering facilities most families could never afford on their own. Among them, 2 chains dominate: Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Brutal Bear Martial Arts Hall. Brutal Bear is luxurious, but its prices ensure it's a playground only for the wealthy. Thunder, on the other hand, opens its doors to all high school students for free, making it the most popular choice across the nation. It's at Thunder Hall that Su Jingming soon arrives. Inside, the place is bustling with students training, chatting, and preparing for the coming exam. Among them, he spots a familiar figure, a girl with long black hair and striking red eyes. His cousin, Tang Chi. Approaching, Su Jingming asks casually why she's here. Tang Chi blinks in surprise at the sight of him before replying that she's just accompanying a friend. Su Jingming doesn't linger. With a polite nod, he tells her to enjoy her visit with her friends and then makes his way toward the training rooms. As his figure retreats, Tang Chi watches thoughtfully. Something about him feels different. Her cheerful friend, Xiaoya, has her eyes locked on Su Jingming as well. She lets out a sigh, whispering how handsome he looks, and quickly asks Tang Chi who he is. Tang Chi replies that he's her cousin, a third year like them, also taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya practically glows with excitement, swooning that he'd make the perfect boyfriend. A male friend immediately teases her for falling in love at first sight, and she admits without hesitation that she is. But Tang Chi quickly grounds her. She reminds Xiaoya that Su Jingming's awakened ability is only E rank. The words hit hard. Xiaoya's fantasy shatters instantly, and she groans in disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity." The male friend smirks, saying it's admirable that someone with such a low rank even dares to attempt the martial arts exam. Tang Chi, however, doesn't share his humor. Her expression darkens as she mutters, "Courage means nothing when the risk is so high." Deciding not to dwell on it further, she steers the group back to their purpose. They're here to tour the hall. Xiaoya nods, brushing aside her earlier heartbreak, and mentions that she spent her entire high school years training at the costly Brutal Bear Hall. With the exam tomorrow, she thinks it'll be nice to unwind here for a change. Meanwhile, Su Jingming steps into an empty training room. In front of him stands a large round testing target. He grips his spear tightly, immediately noticing how much lighter it feels in his hands. The weapon itself hasn't changed, his body has. His strength has grown to the point where this old spear almost feels like a toy. Still, with the exam looming tomorrow, there's no time to replace it. For now, it will have to do. He decides to start simple. No lightning, no abilities, just pure physical strength. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his stance, muscles coiled with power. Then, with a sudden thrust, he drives the spear straight into the target center. The impact shakes the room, cracks spider across the advanced alloy surface, and the digital display above it blazes. 321. The target slowly knits itself back together, memory metal restoring its form. Su Jingming stares in disbelief. His raw strength had more than doubled. For ordinary, unranked awakeners, 100 calories was considered peak output. He had tripled that baseline without even using his ability. Excitement surges through him. Now, it's time to see the true extent of his new power. His eyes gleam with a faint blue glow. Sparks of purple and azure lightning crawl across his body, dancing wildly along the length of his spear. With a powerful leap, he raises it overhead and brings it crashing down. The room erupts in thunder. Arcs of lightning explode outward as the target absorbs the strike. The display above flickers before settling on an astonishing number, 3,021. Su Jingming's heart pounds. Just one strike, and he's already reached the level of a mid-tier First-Order Awakener. The official standard for breaking into First Order was 1,000 calories. He wasn't even ranked yet, and he was already triple that. But he isn't satisfied. Lightning continues to crackle around him as he declares this isn't his limit, drawing on everything. His new physique, his enhanced spirit, his devastating S-rank ability, and the spear skills he's honed for years. He begins to channel all of it into one decisive move. The spear glows, swallowed by searing purple lightning. As he swings in a wide arc, the energy condenses at the spearhead into a blazing sphere of raw destruction. Break! The strike detonates against the target. A massive blast of purple light floods the room, a shockwave tearing through the hall. In the main stadium, students stumble as the ground quakes. One panicked voice shouts, asking if it's an earthquake. On the training floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and their friends are nearly knocked off their feet, struggling to steady themselves as the tremors ripple through the building. The brown-haired boy in the group frowns, his expression turning serious as he senses the lingering pressure in the air. He mutters that the energy feels like something only a true awakener could release. The group begins to wonder aloud. Could a brand new Awaken-level student have just appeared? But all the known ones in the city were supposed to be training at the other hall. Curiosity gets the better of Tang Chi. She insists they go see for themselves. The group follows the trail of residual energy down the corridor. As they round the corner, they nearly collide with Su Jingming, who is just leaving, his spearhead carefully wrapped in cloth. Jingming, Tang Chi calls out, startled to see him. He doesn't break stride, answering calmly that he's heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam. His face shows nothing of the storm he just unleashed. One of the boys waves him off, telling the group not to bother with him. Instead, he points toward the training room Su Jingming just walked out of. That, he says, is where the energy had come from. Driven by curiosity, they push the door open and peer inside, only to freeze in stunned silence. The once sturdy training room is completely destroyed. The advanced alloy target, made of high-grade memory metal, has been obliterated. Even the reinforced wall behind, it is shattered into a gaping crater of rubble. The entire room looks like a battlefield. Xiaoya gasps, her voice trembling with disbelief. She exclaims that even memory metal was torn apart. That level of destructive force should have been impossible in a high school training room. She wonders aloud if any student in Jiangsheng could possibly be that strong. But the brown-haired boy quickly shakes his head, placing a hand against the crater's jagged edge. He says the residual energy is far too violent to belong to a student. His theory is simple. A powerful second-order ability user must have accidentally wandered onto the student floor. Another friend nods in agreement, adding that not even a genius from the provincial capital could cause this much damage, let alone someone from their small city. But Xiaoya refuses to let it go. Her eyes brighten with excitement as she blurts out her own theory that maybe, just maybe, Su Jingming is actually a hidden super genius. Her friends immediately burst into laughter. One teases her for reading too many novels, while another points out coldly that Su Jingming is a known earrank. At best, his strikes would only hit 300, nowhere near this scale of destruction. The boy offers another explanation. Whoever caused the devastation must have left through another corridor. Then he turns to Tang Chi, who has been quiet the whole time, and asks what she thinks. Tang Chi doesn't argue. She only says one word, maybe. Stepping past them, she runs her hand across the ruined wall. Her eyes narrow as she studies the marks embedded deep in the rubble. The grooves are unmistakable. They look exactly like the aftermath of a spear strike. The image of her cousin holding his spear flashes through Tang Chi's mind. A heavy doubt begins to settle in her chest. She silently wonders if Su Jingming taking the martial arts exam is really courage, or just him overestimating himself. The next morning arrives, bright and clear, the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses roll up to a massive fortified testing ground, unloading waves of students, each carrying their chosen weapons. Among them is Su Jingming, walking with a calm, steady confidence, his spear resting casually on his shoulder. Ahead of them, a towering fence separates the students from the exam grounds. Through it, they can see the ruins of a vast, beast-infested town. The air is thick with tension. Some students stare with awe, others with fear. One voice breaks the silence, a nervous student complaining that this year's exam is unfair. The beasts look far stronger than before. Murmurs spread, many agreeing that the difficulty seems to have risen sharply. Then, cutting across the chatter, comes a sharp, arrogant laugh. A tall youth with long hair and a massive sword slung across his back sneers at the group. He mocks their fear, declaring that anyone who can't handle a mere unicorn rhinoceros has no right to be here. His scorn leaves the crowd speechless. Nearby, Su Jingming's best friend, Lu Jie, frowns and leans closer. "Who's that loudmouth?" he asks. Su Jingming checks his ID, reading the name, Zhou Mingyang. Lu Jie's expression shifts. Zhou Mingyang, the genius. He's B rank, already stepped into first order. That's something only a handful of high schoolers have ever managed. Su Jingming's eyes linger on the prodigy. A confident smile touches his lips, a flicker of competitiveness shining within. Quietly, he wonders between them who is stronger. Before the thought can deepen, a booming voice echoes over the venue. "Candidates, attention!" All eyes snap toward a scar-faced man in a military uniform standing atop an armored vehicle. His presence alone silences the crowd. "I am Commander Wang Haiyang," he announces, chief overseer of this year's martial arts exam. "Before we begin, listen carefully to the rules." He gestures to the ruined town sprawling beyond the fence. The exam runs for 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The battleground is divided into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. Points are earned by slaying beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. His voice hardens, his expression grave. The core area is a bonus section. Only the best should dare to step into it. Remember, your lives come first. Do not gamble with them for a higher score. As the commander's warning hangs in the air, Su Jingming closes his eyes briefly, reflecting. Before the system, before his newfound strength, he would have been confined to the outer zone, scraping by on the weakest prey. But now, his body thrums with power, his spirit brims with energy, and his ambition burns hot. When the gates open, he intends not just to survive, but to push deep into the inner circle, and maybe, if fate allows, even challenge the core. An announcement echoes across the grounds, instructing students to collect their exam supplies. Su Jingming and his friend make their way to teacher Chen Fan, who is distributing tactical backpacks. Inside each pack are the essentials: a smartwatch to track points, a few energy bars, a hydration bottle, a medical kit, and most importantly, a safety ball. The sphere can unleash a high-voltage barrier, enough to repel beasts, but activating it will end the exam immediately. As Chen Fan hands the pack to Su Jingming, his voice softens. "Remember, your life matters more than your score. If it comes to it, don't hesitate to use the safety ball." Su Jingming bows his head slightly. "Thank you, teacher." Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see Lin Qingwan running toward him, her expression warm as she invites him to join her team. At her side stands their class president, Lu Qin, a solid C rank who confidently assures Su Jingming that he'll keep him safe in the exam. But before Su Jingming can answer, another student cuts in sharply. He protests that this is a competition, not charity, and claims that dragging along an E rank will only lower their score. Another teammate quickly joins in, glaring at Lu Qin for changing their plan without consent. The two of them make it clear they don't want dead weight holding them back. Lu Jie bristles with anger, ready to defend his friend, but Su Jingming calmly raises a hand to stop him. Smiling faintly, he declines the offer. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be going in alone." Lin Qingwan hesitates, worry written in her eyes, but eventually nods. "Then at least be careful." The complaining student scoffs, muttering that they should just find Huang Tian to team up with instead. He laughs mockingly as the group turns and walks away. Su Jingming watches them leave, his lips curling into a confident smirk. He knows better than anyone. He's more than capable of achieving a high score on his own. Moments later, the loudspeakers blare again. The martial arts exam is officially beginning. Drones rise into the air by the hundreds, their cameras locking on, ready to broadcast every moment to the watching world. With a deafening groan, the massive gates swing open. Like a flood, thousands of students surge forward, shouting their goals and rallying cries as they charge into the ruined city. Tang Shi and her friends push ahead with determination. A girl with a massive sword strides into the fray. At the very front, Zhou Mingyang leaps forward, his wind ability propelling him above the pack. In contrast, Su Jingming doesn't rush. He steps calmly across the threshold, then breaks into a steady run, spear gripped firmly in his hand. His eyes sharpen. The time has finally come. As he moves through the gate, he taps the smartwatch on his wrist. A holographic panel flickers to life, verifying his identity and displaying the real-time rankings. The leaderboard has already taken shape. At the very top sits Zhou Mingyang with 7 points, 2 others trailing just behind him. Standing before the ranking board, Su Jingming takes it all in with quiet confidence. Zhou may have begun his hunt early, but instead of discouraging him, it only sharpens his own determination. While the rest scatter across the outskirts, fighting weaker prey, Su Jingming chooses a different path. He wastes no time, heading directly into the heart of danger, the core area, where the rewards are greatest, but so are the risks. The ruined city grows darker and heavier as he ventures deeper. Suddenly, he halts. Before him lies a chilling sight. A student sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood, a green safety ball untouched at his side. The attack had been so swift, the boy never had a chance to activate it. For the first time, the brutal truth of the exam sinks in. The warnings from his teachers and the commander echo in his mind. Without the S-class ability he had received only yesterday, he could just as easily have been that body on the ground. With a firm breath, he steadies himself. Kneeling down, he retrieves the fallen student's smartwatch, sending out the signal for recovery. Opportunity always comes hand in hand with danger, he reminds himself. But then, movement. A faint sound from the shadows. Out of a crumbling building emerges a massive, clawed paw. A moment later, glowing purple eyes pierce the gloom. A shadow cat steps forward. In an instant, Su Jingming grasps the trap. The beasts left the corpse here as bait. And now, the predator strikes. The cat launches with terrifying speed, claws slicing through the air. But Su Jingming doesn't flinch. His body shifts effortlessly, sidestepping the attack as the beast shoots past him. The shadow cat twists, landing with fluid grace, eyes still locked on him. Known as a killer of the inexperienced, the beast is every bit as dangerous as the stories claim. Its muscles coil, its roar shakes the air, and its sharp fangs glisten with power strong enough to crush bone with a single bite. Su Jingming knows well why such creatures are feared. Their aura alone is a weapon, one that freezes most opponents in place, stripping away their strength and leaving them helpless. Many young awakeners fall victim before even lifting a weapon. He remembers how the children of wealthy families train under protection, shielded by guards as they face this crushing aura from an early age. That privilege was never his. Now, here he stands, facing his first real battle with a fierce beast. His grip tightens around the spear. The shadow cat lunges again. The shadow cat closes in, jaws wide, but Su Jingming doesn't even flinch. He plants his feet firmly, raising his spear. Purple lightning dances across the weapon, sparking wildly as he channels his strength. In a blur, the spear thrusts forward, the crackling tip tearing straight through the beast's head. The shadow cat collapses lifeless at his feet. Looking down at the fallen creature, Su Jingming notes something strange. The beast's suffocating aura, the pressure that should have paralyzed him, hadn't affected him at all. Before he can think further, a blue holographic window appears above his smartwatch. Kill confirmed. Fierce beast eliminated. Target, shadow cat, unranked. Ability points +3. The text scrolls on, reminding him of the system. Fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9. Anything below rank 1 is considered unranked, just like human awakeners without rank. He glances at the map displayed on his watch. 3 points. For all that effort, the reward feels insignificant. Unranked beasts are hardly worth his time. Now that he knows their aura has no effect on him, there's no reason to linger in the outer area. His goal is clear, the dangerous core of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he advances. Along the way, unranked beasts rush him. Shadow cats, iron-furred boars, wolf-like predators. Each one falls effortlessly, his spear cutting them down in a bloody trail. 3 points here, 5 points there. The numbers grow steadily, but something gnaws at him. This power of his, it's too overwhelming. Every strike ends a fight instantly. There's no real struggle, no chance to polish his technique. Worse, the energy drain is immense. He remembers his old E-rank ability, one he could maintain for hours without worry. But this new S-class power? At full strength, he couldn't last even a single hour. And the exam is 12. He clenches the spear tighter, a new plan forming. From here on, he'll fight without relying on that devastating lightning. He'll conserve his strength, and more importantly, gain the battle experience he needs. The spear alone will be his weapon. But before he can put this strategy to the test, the ground trembles. A massive shadow looms ahead. Bursting through the ruins, a towering bipedal unicorn rhinoceros stomps into view. Its roar shakes the air as it lowers its head, hurling a wrecked car aside like a toy. The beast charges. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He braces himself, spear in hand. The horn smashes into him with bone-crushing force, sending him flying back. Yet in midair, he twists his body with impossible agility, turning the momentum into an advantage. He flips, spear raised high, descending like a thunderbolt. The rhino barely has time to react before the blade plunges deep into its skull. With a single precise strike, the massive beast collapses under him. The colossal rhinoceros crashes to the ground, lifeless. Su Jingming exhales lightly, surprised at how effortlessly it had fallen. Even a beast of that size hadn't been much of a challenge. A thought flickers through his mind. Had his spear technique advanced without him noticing? He summons his system panel, and the confirmation appears before him. His spear technique has reached the intermediate stage. His ability points, now totaling 256, gleam on the display. The realization is clear. Relying on his spear mastery is the fastest way to grow stronger. Without hesitation, he invests his points into the technique once more. In an instant, his mind is flooded. Countless advanced movements, intricate footwork, and deadly thrusts surge through him, searing themselves into his muscle memory. The weight of so much knowledge leaves him clutching his head, but when it settles, he feels reborn. With his spear firmly in hand, confidence radiates from him. He straightens, standing tall among the ruins, a predator awaiting his next prey. A grin plays on his lips as he whispers his anticipation. He can't wait to test these new skills against a ranked beast. Meanwhile, in another part of the outer area, Lin Xingluan and her group press through the crumbling streets. Suddenly, she halts, her eyes narrowing. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a familiar figure in the distance. "I think that was Su Jingming," she says quietly. Her teammate immediately waves it off. "You're seeing things. Su Jingming's just E-rank. He wouldn't dare come this far in. It'd be suicide." But the doubt lingers in Lin Xingluan's chest. She can't shake the feeling, and worry for her classmate gnaws at her. Before she can dwell on it further, another teammate calls out urgently. The group rushes over and freezes at the sight before them. A massive unicorn rhinoceros lying dead in the street. Its wounds are still fresh, the blood not yet dry. They study the killing strike. A single, clean wound to the head, delivered with perfect precision. The kind of mark only a long-handled weapon could leave. "That's a spear wound," one of them blurts out. The pieces align in Lin Xingluan's mind. The silhouette she saw, the spear wound, the fresh kill. Her suspicion hardens. "Could it really have been Su Jingming?" she murmurs. Her skeptical teammate scoffs again. "Don't be ridiculous. A unicorn rhinoceros? Only someone at C rank could take down a beast like this alone. Su Jingming doesn't stand chance." To end the debate, one of the students suggests checking the rankings. Lin Xingluan doesn't hesitate. She opens the leaderboard on her smartwatch. The moment the display appears, her breath catches. There, glowing on the screen, 46th place, 256 points. Su Jingming, second high school. Her eyes widen. "It really is him," she blurts out. The others freeze, staring in disbelief. Their faces go pale as the reality sinks in, yet none of them want to accept it. How could the E-rank nobody they always look down on suddenly be standing in the top 50? They grasp for explanations, insisting it must be a coincidence, just someone else with the same name. But their voices falter, doubt clouding their certainty. Far away from the battlefield, in a hall filled with massive viewing screens, officials and VIPs watch the rankings climb in real time. A spectator leans back with a satisfied tone. As expected, First High School is dominating. Look at the top 10. and Zhou Mingyang, rank 1 with 412 points. At this rate, he'll surely be recognized as Jiang Qing's #1 student. Another official chimes in, eyes narrowing. If he keeps this pace, maybe, just maybe, he could even break into the provincial top 100. Our city hasn't had that kind of talent in years. At the center of the group sits Zhang Wenshan, director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau. A smug smile spreads across his face. Zhou Mingyang is indeed the pride of our city. He will reach the provincial top 100, mark my words. He turns with praise toward the principals of First and Third High, complimenting their school's excellence. The two men bow politely, thanking him with practiced humility. But then when Shan's gaze shifts, landing on Principal Zhou of Second High, his smile turns cold, his words sharp. Principal Xiao, your school needs to work harder. Your so-called best student is only 18th. Hardly worth mentioning. Zhou forces a nervous laugh, sweat trickling as he bows deeply. Yes, Director, you are right. We will strive harder. Inside, however, he burns with silent rage. He knows Second High is struggling. Only 8 of their students made it into the top 50. He ticks through their names one by one in his mind. Then he stops. Su Jingming? The name catches him off guard. He doesn't recall ever hearing it. Frowning, he mutters aloud. Who is this student? Why haven't I heard of him before? He turns to the teacher beside him. Chun Fan. Teacher Chun, do you know this Su Jingming? The reaction is instant. Chun Fan's jaw drops, his face stiffening in shock. He wipes the sweat from his brow, stumbling over his words. Su Jingming? That's the weakest E rank in my class. The room falls silent. Chun Fan shakes his head furiously, struggling to process it. Could Su Jingming have been hiding his true power all along? No, impossible. It makes no sense. Frustration boils inside him as he looks at the monitors. Only the top 10 students have cameras trained on them, and Su Jingming's name is far below that threshold, which means for now, nobody has any idea what he's doing or how an E rank is tearing his way up the ranks so fast. Back inside the exam venue, Su Jingming has already broken through the outer area and stepped into the central zone, where danger thickens with every step. The ruined streets are quiet, almost unnervingly so. A glass bottle crunches under his boot as he walks, pausing only to unwrap an energy bar and take a few steady bites. He notes the change immediately. Fewer beasts prowl here. That only means one thing: ranked creatures. Beasts with intelligence, instincts, and territory of their own. The kind of opponents who truly test strength. Suddenly, he freezes. His senses sharpen, locking onto something ahead. His gaze narrows. Finally, my target arrives. A thunderous crash erupts as a striped monster bursts through a heap of wrecked cars. Muscles rippling, blades of bone jutting from its forelimbs. It's a first-rank fierce beast, the armed blade tiger. Su Jingming doesn't back away. Instead, he lifts his spear and chuckles softly. What luck! A first-rank beast already? Perfect. The tiger snarls, unleashing a roar that rattles the ruins before lunging forward, claws slicing through the air. Su Jingming stands unmoved, spear held firm. At the last moment, he twists with elegant precision, spinning his weapon to parry the blow. The shaft meets claw, redirecting the strike and forcing the beast back a step. To Su Jingming, it feels effortless. He tilts his head, almost bored. This is all? So this is the strength of a first-rank beast? If it were Tiger King, perhaps I'd bother to take it seriously. The mockery hits its mark. The arm blade tiger's roar grows harsher, fury blazing in its eyes. Su Jingming narrows his stance, voice calm but decisive. Enough. I'll send you on your way. In a burst of speed, he lunges forward. His spear blurs through the air before sinking deep into the tiger's shoulder. Blood sprays, and the beast bellows in agony. But there's no pause, no room for recovery. Su Jingming's calm grip and relentless momentum keep pressing forward. The wound only drives the beast into madness. Its eyes ignite with a glowing teal light as it rises high on its hind legs, looming over him like a mountain. With a deafening roar, it brings its massive bladed claws crashing down in a strike meant to cleave him apart. But Su Jingming is faster. His body bends, pivots, he catches the nearest lamppost, swinging his weight around it with perfect control. The tiger's claws shred empty air where he once stood. In that same instant, his maneuver positions him perfectly for the counterattack. Landing lightly after his swift maneuver, Su Jingming steadies himself. His eyes fix on the arm blade tiger, bleeding, battered, but still unwilling to back down. Its stubborn fight earns a brief nod of acknowledgement from him. But then his voice cuts through the air, cold and final. Enough. Any further resistance is meaningless. He raises his spear, channeling energy into the weapon. A swirling gale of blue lightning coils around the shaft, humming with raw power. Lightning gale break. His body blurs into motion. With a fierce cry, he spins, the spear slicing through the air again and again. Brilliant arcs of light streak outward, forming a storm of slashing energy. The devastating strike crashes into the beast. The arm-blade tiger roars one last time, a sound of pain and defiance, before its body is shredded by the violent vortex. With a thunderous crash, it collapses to the ground, lifeless. Almost instantly, his smartwatch chimes. Kill confirmed. Target, first rank arm-blade tiger. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming glances at the notification with quiet satisfaction. 14 points, nearly double the reward of an unranked kill. A thought crystallizes in his mind. While this exam is a battlefield of life and death for others, for him, it's a treasure ground, an opportunity to grow stronger at an incredible pace. His grip tightens on the spear. Determination burns within him. He vows to claim as many points as possible, hunting the most powerful beast this arena can throw at him. Far away, in the audience stands, the tension thickens. Every eye is fixed on the leaderboard. Su Jingming's name now glows at 32nd place, 328 points. An official leans forward, turning sharply toward teacher Chun Fan. This student, he's from your class, isn't he? Suddenly, Chun Fan is the center of attention. Colleagues turn to him with admiration. Incredible. Only students from your class have broken into the top 50 from second high. Another nods approvingly. Your teaching methods must be remarkable. Flustered, Chun Fan forces a modest smile, waving off their praise. It's not me. The students worked hard for this. That's all. Before the conversation can continue, a shout erupts from the crowd. Look, the rankings again. Heads snap toward the massive screen. Su Jingming's name leaps upward, now at 25th place. Gasps ripple through the hall. Impossible. His score just jumped by 44 points at once. Director Zhang Wenshan narrows his eyes, quickly running the numbers. A peak unranked beast gives at most 6 points. A low-grade first rank yields 14 to 16. For someone's score to spike that sharply, multiple high-tier kills must have been made almost simultaneously. Principal Zhou continues the calculation aloud, his voice trembling. The rankings refresh every 4 seconds, which means... He stops, face pale. The implication is staggering. An E-rank student from his own school might be mowing down ranked beasts in the central zone with terrifying speed. Director Zhang Wenshan quickly finishes the math. In just 4 seconds, Su Jingming had to have slain either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first ranks. A rare smile tugs at his lips. Such performance, it's been years since we've seen anything like this. He turns toward Principal Zhou, his tone almost curious. Tell me, why have I never heard of this student before? He seems to be quite the prospect. Principal Zhou swallows hard, still reeling. I only just learned of him myself. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher. He snaps his fingers, summoning Chun Fan forward. All eyes turn to the nervous teacher. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he bows before the city's top officials. Su Jingming. He awakened only an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The words hang in the air like a thunderclap. The principal's jaw tightens. Are you certain? Could you be mistaken? Chun Fan shakes his head rapidly. No mistake. I was there. I even warned him not to join this exam. His ability was far too weak. A hush falls over the room. Director Zhang Wenshan leans back, eyes gleaming with intrigue. An E-grade, yet he has climbed this high. That means his strength comes from elsewhere. Interesting. Very interesting. He steeples his fingers, voice steady but firm. We'll soon have our answer. With this momentum, he's bound to break into the top 10. Once he does, the cameras will be on him, and we'll see exactly how he's achieving this. His smile fades into a sharp edge. But if he's cheating, there will be consequences. No sooner do the words leave his mouth than gasps erupt. Principal Zhou and Teacher Chun Fan stare wide-eyed at the leaderboard. Rank 9, Su Jingming. He has done the impossible, forcing his way into the top 10. And sitting just beneath him at number 12, his cousin Tang Chi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Chi, now bearing cat-like ears and a sleek tail, perches atop a freshly slain beast. A faint smile crosses her lips. She no longer has any doubt. The destruction at the martial arts hall that day, Of course, it had been her cousin. High above, another figure notices the shift. Zhou Mingyang, the reigning number 1, glances at the updated leaderboard. With 6 hours still left, a new, unfamiliar name has entered the arena of elites. His brow furrows. Su Jingming? Never heard of him. Moments later, a camera drone buzzes to life, assigned to track the newcomer. The live feed projects across the massive screens for all to see. And there he is, Su Jingming, standing calmly as his spear flashes once more. In a single, precise strike, another first-ranked beast falls at his feet. His smartwatch flashes the result, plus 14 points. Su Jingming glances at the notification and murmurs to himself. The efficiency of hunting beasts in the central zone, far higher than outside. Su Jingming notices the drone hovering overhead. A faint smile tugs at his lips. He must have entered the top 10. Standing over the corpse of his latest kill, he reflects briefly. This exam is more than survival. It's a trial of strength and potential. Those who shine brightest will earn recognition. With that in mind, he sees no reason to conceal his power any longer. Breaking into the top 10, he mutters, eyes sharp. This is only the beginning. Before moving on, he calls up his system panel. His spear technique gleams at the advanced stage. His total points, 312. Yet, disappointment flickers across his face. Despite all this, his rank still reads Awakened. No automatic promotion. He thinks it through quickly. To ascend to a true ability user, he'll need a proper cultivation method, something far beyond reach in this exam. Fine. If he can't advance rank, then he'll sharpen his foundation. He spent his points without hesitation. Physique plus 40, spirit plus 22. A rush of strength surges through his body. Muscles tighten, senses sharpen. He clenches his fist, eager for the battles ahead. Soon, the ruins open into the entrance of the core area, the deadliest zone of all. And there, the sight before him is savage. 9 armored tigers feast on the carcass of a fallen rhinoceros, their metallic hides glinting under the dim light. But it's the one in the center that holds his focus, larger, stronger, radiating a crushing aura. The armored Tiger King. Su Jingming's lips curl into a grin. What a harvest! He's about to step forward when his instincts flare. Someone else is near. Without turning his head, he calls out, "Enough hiding. Come out." Footsteps echo, and from the shadows emerges Zhou Mingyang, the number 1 ranked student. His eyes gleam with interest. Impressive, to sense me so quickly. I didn't expect the mysterious newcomer in the top 10 to be you, Su Jingming. Recognition clicks immediately. Su Jingming narrows his eyes. The top-ranked student. How did you know who I was? Zhou Mingyang chuckles, drawing closer. I've studied every strong candidate qualified to reach the core zone. But you, an unfamiliar name rising this fast? Who else could it be? He nods toward the feasting tiger pack, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. I've been observing them. The armored Tiger King is a mid-grade, first-rank beast. With 9 others at its side, no single person can take them all head-on. Su Jingming grips his spear tightly, suspicion flickering in his tone. What? Do you plan to steal my prey? Zhou Mingyang shakes his head. Not at all. I don't need to. But this pack, no matter how strong you are, facing them alone is reckless. Work with me, and we'll bring them down together. Su Jingming meets Zhou Mingyang's suggestion with 2 cold words. No need. His voice carries a certainty that leaves no room for doubt. I'm more than enough on my own. Without waiting for a reply, he steps boldly into the open. The sound of his boots crunching against the broken pavement immediately draws every armored tiger's gaze. A chorus of growls rumbles from their throats. The Tiger King, looming atop the rhino carcass, throws back its head and roars, its dominance shaking the ruins. Su Jingming's eyes narrow, analyzing the scene. As expected of a pack led by a king, the beasts have formed a crude formation. Stronger ones in the front, the weaker flanking behind. They're not mindless, they're disciplined. The tension snaps as one tiger breaks rank, barreling toward him with murderous speed. From his hidden vantage point, Zhou Mingyang stiffens. He watches with both disbelief and fascination. Is Su Jingming charging to his death? Or is his confidence real? Su Jingming doesn't move. He waits, his spear lowered casually, an aura of calm radiating around him. The charging beast closes the distance, until, in a sudden blur, his weapon comes alive. The spear spins with such velocity that the shaft becomes a whirling circle, energy building in violent waves. Then, boom, he unleashes a devastating sweeping strike. A crescent arc of raw force tears through the air, wide enough to engulf multiple targets. The first tiger never stood a chance, nor did the beast beside it. Flesh and bone split cleanly as the spinning sweep rips through them. Blood erupts across the ruined street as 4 tigers collapse instantly. Notifications flare across his smartwatch. Plus 14, plus 14, plus 14. The pavement runs red as the broken bodies slump to the ground. In an instant, half the pack has been erased. The Tiger King's furious roar splits the sky, the air trembling with rage. Su Jingming glances at the carnage with only mild dissatisfaction. TCH, my body's still not strong enough. Could have ended them all in one strike. The surviving tigers regroup, circling him like predators cornering prey. The king steps forward, its teal eyes burning with fury. Then, it opens its jaws wide. The roar that follows isn't just sound. It's a sonic weapon, vibrating with lethal force. The shockwave shatters every nearby window, sending glass raining down like a storm. The ground itself seems to tremble under the beast's fury. Even from his safe vantage point, Zhou Mingyang winces, clutching his head as pain rings through his skull. That roar alone, it could tear apart most challengers. Yet in the eye of the storm, Su Jingming stands alone, spear in hand, his expression unshaken. Su Jingming stands tall in the storm of broken glass, unfazed by the Tiger King's deafening roar. The sonic blast that could cripple most fighters is nothing to him. His voice cuts through the chaos, steady and defiant. You might terrify others, but you can't scare me. The pack responds with violence. The surviving tigers leap in from every direction, claws flashing, fangs snapping. Su Jingming meets their charge head-on. His spear flows like water, deflecting one strike, then another. With fluid precision, he twists, planting the shaft against the ground and vaulting upward. His feet kick off a tiger's back, sending him soaring above the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King sees its chance and lunges, but Su Jingming is already in position. Still midair, he channels his full strength into a single decisive blow. His spear arcs down like a guillotine, splitting the air with unstoppable force. Crack! The weapon slams into the beast's skull, cleaving it open in one brutal strike. The king crumples where it stands, dead before it even hits the ground. Su Jingming lands lightly, spear in hand, as his smartwatch flashes. Kill confirmed. Upper rank first order arm blade tiger. Plus 20 ability points. From the shadows, Zhou Mingyang can only stare. His body stiffens, sweat sliding down his face. Wide-eyed, he mutters under his breath. Impossible. He wiped out the entire pack by himself? What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming, meanwhile, is exhilarated. His points have surged, the tiger pack slaughter granting him a massive harvest. He grins, thoughts racing. If I keep this pace, how many points can I rack up before the 12 hours are over? The more I gain, the stronger I become. He turns to leave, ready to hunt again. But before he can take another step, Zhou Mingyang bursts from his hiding place. Wait, Zhou demands, his voice sharp. How did you do it? Crushing an entire pack like that, with just a spear? Your ability, is it some kind of reinforcement type? Su Jingming barely glances his way. With a powerful leap, he pushes off into the distance, calling back casually, lightning type. Zhou Mingyang freezes, rage boiling beneath his skin. He clenches his fist, teeth grinding. Lightning type? TCH, does he think I'm a fool? He's mocking me. The thought burns deeper as realization hits him. If Su Jingming is killing this many beasts, his score must be skyrocketing. Hastily, he checks his smartwatch. The sight nearly makes his heart stop. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 1122 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Su Jingming hasn't just caught up. He surpassed him. No. Zhou's roar of frustration echoes across the ruined city. A cry of disbelief and fury as his number 1 position slips away. Back in the stands, the audience erupts into cheers. Officials are on their feet, voices buzzing with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan himself rises, his face glowing with pride. Magnificent! That level of spearmanship, this confirms it. Su Jingming is a true genius. He clasps Principal Zhou's shoulder with both hands, his voice booming across the room. With Su Jingming representing us, Jiangxun will finally break into the provincial top 100. The declaration draws thunderous applause. Zhang Wenshan goes further, promising that Second High will receive special accommodations once the exam is over. Tears well in Zhou's eyes as he bows repeatedly, overwhelmed. At last, Second High has its day to shine, he thinks, his chest swelling with pride. And it's all because of Su Jingming. 3 hours later, deep within the core zone, the mood is very different. Zhou Mingyang trudges through the deserted streets, his brows furrowed in frustration. He mutters under his breath, "Where have all the beasts gone?" A voice answers from behind. "Why don't you ask the number 1 ranked student?" He spins around. His cousin Tang Chi stands there, flanked by other top-ranked fighters, Waha and Mengda. Tang Chi gestures at the empty ruins. "It's simple. Su Jingming already killed them all. We searched everywhere. Nothing left." Zhou Mingyang's jaw tightens. "Impossible. One person couldn't clear out the entire core zone." But Tang Chi's gaze is cool, unwavering. "Cousin, it's obvious you've only recently become a ranked ability user. Otherwise, you'd understand." She lifts her smartwatch and activates the leaderboard. "Look for yourself." Zhou's eyes lock onto the glowing numbers. His face drains of color. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, barely a third of that total. He stammers, unable to find the words. The sheer gap is suffocating. Tang Chi explains calmly, almost coldly. "Do the math. In the central zone, he earned about 700 points. That means here, in the core zone, he collected more than 2,500. Almost 200 fierce beasts slaughtered single-handedly." A bead of sweat slides down Zhou Mingyang's temple as realization dawns. Su Jingming hadn't been protecting his kills. He had planned from the start to monopolize the entire core zone. One steps forward, his tone serious. "That's why we're here. The innermost core zone is all that's left. It's crawling with high-ranked beasts and even a second-order beast king. Charging it alone is suicide." Mengda nods firmly, then turns to Zhou Mingyang. "That's why we've united. Join us, Zhou. Together, we might survive what waits inside." With no other choice, Zhou Mingyang clenches his fists and shouts, "Count me in." The uneasy alliance is sealed. The scene shifts. Under the pale glow of the moon, Su Jingming sits silently atop a mountain of beast corpses. His spear is planted firmly at his side, its blade glinting in the faint light. Around him, the air reeks of blood and steel. His rations are gone, his supplies completely drained, yet his hunt for strength is far from finished. The exam is drawing to its close, but he isn't satisfied. "Not yet. If I want more power, I have to go deeper." The innermost core zone awaits, where second-order beasts roam. The thought brings a faint grin to his face. With deliberate calm, he summons his system panel. The number before him is staggering. 2413 ability points. Time for one last upgrade. The mischievous grin widens as he channels his points. Power floods through his body, coursing through every muscle, every nerve. He exhales sharply, the ground cracking beneath his feet from the pressure alone. Standing over the colossal corpse of a bear-like beast, he finally allows himself a breath of relief. Yes, with this boost, I can face the exam's finale head-on. Meanwhile, the remaining top students dash toward the final battlefield, their footsteps pounding against broken stone. The last sprint of the combat exam has begun, and deep within the innermost zone, something stirs. From the ruins, a nightmare emerges. A massive wolf-like creature, its fur ghostly white under the moonlight, its eyes glowing with a predatory crimson. Red crystalline spines jut from its back, pulsing with a deadly energy. The air around it vibrates with menace. The final trial has appeared, and as the beast's howl shakes the battlefield, Su Jingming arrives, calm, collected, spear in hand. His gaze fixes on the monstrous wolf, unflinching. Confidence radiates from him as he whispers to himself. "So, this is the second-order beast they've prepared. Let's see what you're worth." Just as Su Jingming steps into the final stage, the top-ranked students also make it into the deepest part of the core zone. The moment their eyes lock onto the colossal, crystal-backed monster, they know exactly what it is: a bloodthirsty savage bear. With a single swipe of its massive paw, the beast reduces a wrecked car to scrap metal, showing off its terrifying strength. The sight leaves the group shaken. Zhou Mingyang blurts out that they're in serious danger. Mengda explains that this rare creature's hide is tougher than E-grade alloy, strong enough to shrug off even missiles. Worse yet, a single blow from its paw could wipe them all out instantly. Hearing this, Tang Chi suggests they abandon the mission entirely, knowing the odds are stacked against them. But the nightmare doesn't end there. Guarding the compound isn't just the Bear King. An entire pack of elite first-level beasts surrounds it. One member grimly points out that if they charge in, the horde alone will slaughter them before the bear even moves. The tension breaks when one student suddenly throws in the towel, saying there's no reason to risk dying just to get a higher score. Zhou Mingyang snaps at him, mocking the idea of looking good if he's only going to run headfirst into a death trap. Still, the team spirit is shattered beyond repair. Then Mengda shouts and points toward the compound. Everyone's eyes snap in that direction. A lone figure is walking straight into the danger zone. Tang Chi's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes him. It's Su Jingming, stepping fearlessly into the heart of the beast horde. With a fluid leap, Jingming lands inside the compound. The others watch in disbelief. Zhou Ming curses the difficulty of the test, while another student panics, crying out that Jingming's entrance has enraged the entire pack. The beasts roar in unison and rush him from all directions. Standing tall in the middle of the street, Jingming doesn't flinch. Within moments, the wave of snarling creatures swallows him whole. From the rooftop, the students can only watch in horror. Tang Chi's face tightens with worry for her cousin, but Waha shakes his head, saying Jingming was reckless. Tang Chi insists she has to go help. Ming Di grabs her arm to hold her back, and Waha calls her insane, arguing it would only mean a useless death. But Tang Chi refuses to back down, shouting that Jingming is her cousin. She can't just stand by and watch him die. Before she can act, a massive surge of purple and blue lightning explodes from the center of the beast horde. The raw energy tears through the battlefield. Its brilliance, so blinding the rooftop group, is forced to shield their eyes. Zhou Ming stares wide-eyed, asking if this is the lightning power Su Jingming once spoke of. As the blinding storm fades, the aftermath becomes clear. The battlefield is littered with scorched corpses. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been annihilated. At the center of the destruction stands Su Jingming, untouched, his body still wrapped in crackling purple lightning. He admits that raw strength alone wouldn't have been enough, so he unleashed his hidden trump card, his superpower. Feeling the surge of his S-grade ability, he allows a confident smile to spread across his face. With the lesser threats erased, his eyes turn to the real challenge. The bloodthirsty, savage bear towering above the corpses of its fallen pack. The monstrous beast unleashes a roar that shakes the air, but Jingming stays composed. He studies his foe carefully, noting its massive frame and lack of agility. Against his thunder ability, this could still be manageable. But then he notices the beast isn't standing alone. Several dangerous minions remain at its side. Knowing they'll only interfere, he makes his decision. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he declares he will clear the battlefield first. In a flash, he bursts into motion, lightning coursing through his body. His speed is blinding as he tears through the beasts. A high-rank shadow cat leaps at him, but he cuts it down instantly. His smartwatch chimes, 13 points. Grinning, he marvels at how his thunder power amplifies his body, though he knows he can't maintain this heightened state for long. Still, it's more than enough to wipe out the stragglers. One by one, the lesser creatures fall beneath his spear. With a single sweeping strike, he cuts down a unicorn rhino, earning another 15 points as his watch flashes the confirmation. With the field finally cleared, the real battle begins. The savage bear bellows in rage, slamming its massive paws into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave ripping through the pavement, shaking the earth itself. Then it charges, every step rattling the ground beneath it. Su Jingming, cloaked in his lightning aura, doesn't retreat. He launches forward to meet the beast head-on. At the last moment, he springs upward in a powerful leap, narrowly dodging the beast's crushing advance. His spear whirls in a deadly arc, smashing one of the large red crystals embedded in its back. The fight blurs into a furious clash. Jingming twists and dodges with precision, his counterattacks striking true. One crystal after another shatters beneath his spear, blood spilling as the savage bear's defenses crumble. His smartwatch keeps flashing, updating his points as he relentlessly dismantles the king of beast piece by piece. The savage bear bellows furiously as its underlings fall one after another. Cloaked in lightning, Su Jingming sneers at the beast, asking if it's angry. He promises it'll be next. As he rushes toward the final rhino, the Beast King's sharp eyes gleam with cunning. Just as Su Jingming prepares to strike, the massive bear suddenly lunges with startling speed. With a brutal swing, it smashes its own minion into pieces, intercepting the attack before it can land. Jingming's eyes narrow in shock. The creature actually predicted his move. Then the Bear King slams its paws together. The last minion is sacrificed in an instant, the impact unleashing a thunderous shockwave that rips apart the ground and shatters nearby vehicles. The rhino is shredded by the explosion, reduced to nothing. But the deadly blast doesn't reach its true target. Su Jingming, his body blazing with lightning, flips through the air with effortless grace. He lands smoothly, completely unscathed, the storm still crackling around him. Now, the battlefield lies empty. No beasts remain, only the two rulers facing each other. Jingming's grin sharpens, electricity surging wildly through his veins. With fierce resolve, he declares that with the minions gone, it's time to test whether the savage bear's armored hide can withstand the full might of his thunder. With a fierce strike, Su Jingming drives his lightning-charged spear straight into the head of the savage bear. The clash erupts in a violent surge of purple energy, engulfing the drone that had been trailing him and instantly cutting its feed. On the rooftop, students stumble back, shielding themselves from the wave of power. Inside the stands, officials stare in silence at the flickering static on the screen. Director Zhang Wenshan snaps out of his shock, glaring at Principal Zhou. He shouts, demanding if what they just saw could truly be called an E-class ability, accusing him of making a joke. Another official, equally stunned, mutters that Su Jingming has the strength to kill a high-tier rank 1 beast instantly, and even hold his own against a rank 2 boss, something even most A-class users would struggle with. Principal Zhou, sweat beading on his forehead, can only stammer that perhaps it's a rare mutation ability. Zhang Wenshan bursts into laughter, declaring that after today, Su Jingming's name will shake the entire Xia nation. Back on the battlefield, the results are revealed. The savage bear has a deep cut carved across its head, but it still stands. With a roar, it swings its massive paw, sending Su Jingming crashing through the air. He hits the ground hard, recovering quickly with practiced skill, but his mind reels. His strongest strike only managed a shallow wound. Analyzing rapidly, he realizes the truth. The beast's hide resists blades, and his lightning doesn't conduct through it. With his current power, finishing the monster in a single blow is impossible. The bear, seething with rage, begins pulling dark energy into its body. Su Jingming stares as the aura swells, muttering in disbelief, "What?" The beast's body grows darker, like a living boulder of destruction, tearing through the battlefield as the ground shakes beneath it. Leaping on a broken debris, Su Jingming steadies himself, purple lightning crackling around him once again. He hadn't expected the savage bear to unleash its berserk state so quickly, but it was clear now the beast's hatred for him ran deep. A note explains, berserk is a beast's counter skill, similar to a human's combat techniques. Once enraged, a beast cloaked in dark energy becomes faster, stronger, and more savage. The monster crouches low, its roar splitting the air before it charges forward with terrifying speed. Su Jingming watches, impressed yet wary, admitting the raw power of a berserk beast is truly overwhelming. Still, he knows one thing for certain. Such strength always comes with a price. Once the beast enters its berserk state, its mind is gone, driven only by raw instinct. Su Jingming quickly adapts, realizing brute force won't win. His only option is to stay out of its reach, relying on speed and precision. He darts across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding the monster's crushing strikes, waiting for the one opening he needs. When a beast lunges forward, he seizes the moment. Lightning surges into his spear, and with a swift thrust, he drives a bolt of energy into its side. The impact jolts the savage bear, its massive frame shuddering as the shock forces it to a halt for just a second. That second is all he needs. Su Jingming's eyes blaze with light as he raises his hand, pulling together an immense storm of purple and blue energy. With full force, he calls upon his S-rank ability, shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, Blast!" From above, divine lightning crashes down, engulfing the savage beast in a torrent of destruction. The ground trembles under the impact as thunder roars louder than the beast's cries. When the storm fades, smoke rises from the charred body, lying motionless on the shattered street. Su Jingming stands tall, purple lightning still dancing along his fingertips, a confident smile on his face. He declares that not even the toughest hide could withstand half a minute of his divine lightning. But the fight isn't finished. One of the beast's eyes snaps open, burning crimson. With a deafening roar, it lunges one last time, jaws wide to crush him. Its body convulses from the electricity tearing through it, freezing mid-strike just inches away. Calmly, Su Jingming whispers it's time. His eyes flare once more as he gathers every last shred of power into his spear. The weapon hums with destructive force as he unleashes his ultimate technique. Lightning Gale, break. A blazing sphere of lightning erupts, driving straight into the monster's gaping maw. The explosion detonates inside, tearing the beast apart from within. A vortex of destructive power rips a crater into the street as the massive second-order beast finally collapses, lifeless. The system's voice echoes. Kill confirmed. Ability points plus 124. Kneeling beside the fallen king of beasts, Su Jingming lets out a long breath. The final battle is truly over. He reflects on the fight, noting how upgrading his Lightning Gale technique made victory possible, and quietly acknowledges its devastating power. A victorious smile spreads across Su Jingming's face. Though the fight lasted barely 2 minutes, he admits it was the most thrilling battle of his life. His thoughts quickly shift. If clearing the core area gave him this many points, how many more will he earn by wiping out the rest of the beasts? As night falls, the exam finally comes to an end. In the stands, the giant screen lights up with the final results, and the crowd erupts in cheers. At the top sits Su Jingming with a jaw-dropping 10,835 points. Far behind in second place is Zhou Mingyang with just 1,113, followed by Wu Hao at 945. The officials leap to their feet in excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhou, and Teacher Chun fan cheer loudly, declaring that Su Jingming has shattered not only their city's record, but the entire Jiangnan province record. They call him a prodigy, marveling that last year's champion had scored just over 8,000. With his achievement, they boldly claim this year's provincial title is already his. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Su Jingming glances toward the sky with a confident smirk. He reflects on how he has already cleared the inner circle and core areas, but with time still on the clock, he makes his decision. Instead of resting, he turns back toward the central zone, determined to cut down as many remaining beasts as possible. As he passes the rooftop where the other elite students are gathered, they can hardly believe what they're seeing. Tang Chi is stunned that her cousin managed to slay a Tier 2 Beast King. Zhou Mingyang, on the other hand, is baffled. Why push further when first place is already secured? She narrows her eyes and guesses the truth. Su Jingming is heading to the central area. The realization sends a chill through the group. Could he really be planning to wipe out every last beast? The thought leaves them speechless. Zhou Mingyang suddenly understands the danger. If they don't act fast, Su Jingming might sweep the central area clean, leaving nothing behind for anyone else. Without hesitation, he declares their alliance over and bolts. The others quickly scatter as well, racing to secure whatever points they can in the final hour. An hour later, a voice echoes across the entire venue. The 2037 Chongqing Martial Arts College entrance examination has officially ended. Further beast kills will no longer be counted. All candidates return immediately. All around the battleground, exhausted students pause and react as the long, grueling exam finally comes to a close. Tang Chi wipes the sweat from her forehead and lets out a long breath, relieved that it's finally over. All around, reactions vary. One student curses in despair for being a single beast short of passing, while another cheers in joy at barely scraping through. Among the chaos, Su Jingming stands over his last fallen beast. Instead of satisfaction, a trace of frustration lingers. He mutters to himself, wondering why the exam had to end so soon. He wasn't finished yet. As the candidates file out of the venue, guards wait at the gates, watching over the tired but relieved students. Outside, Tang Chi's friend Xiaoya is still buzzing with disbelief over Su Jingming's power. Clinging to Tang Chi, she asks yet again if Su Jingming is really her cousin. With an exhausted nod, Tang Chi confirms it. Xiaoya's face flushes red. Her crush has returned. Blushing, she suddenly begs for Su Jingming's contact information. Tang Chi reminds her that only yesterday, she claimed she wasn't interested. Xiaoya insists that things are different now that he's the top scorer, pleading even harder. Their chatter is cut short by shouts from the crowd. Su Jingming is coming out. The exit explodes into chaos as students rush forward, eager to catch a glimpse of a new champion. When he finally steps through the gates, spear resting casually on his shoulder, his expression is calm. The crowd erupts in cheers, some congratulating him, others jokingly demanding he share 100 of his points. He smiles and waves, accepting the sudden wave of fame as he makes his way toward the buses. Among the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang watch quietly. Wu Hao mutters that it should have been Zhou Mingyang standing there. But Zhou shakes his head, smiling faintly. He admits he's content with his score. He never imagined the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Su Jingming can board the bus, Principal Zhou intercepts him, offering his congratulations before introducing him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director tells Su Jingming directly that he will personally see him home. One look at the rowdy crowd convinces Su Jingming it's the better choice. Riding the bus now would only mean endless questions. He steps into a sleek black car with the officials, and it speeds away from the venue. Inside, Director Zhang turns to him, asking which superpower university he plans to attend. Su Jingming admits he hasn't thought about it. His focus until now has been only on growing stronger. The director assures him that with his results, he can choose any school he wants. But he gives a word of advice. Half of a nation's most powerful super users graduate from just 3 elite universities. Calmly, he begins to explain the details of the top 3. Director Zhang Wenshan explains the choices. First is Qingjing Superpower University, directly tied to the government. Its graduates enter the national system immediately, serving the country as official superpower users. Next is Modu Superpower University, famed for its unrivaled resources and prestigious elite clubs. Finally, there is Jinxing Superpower University, known for its rich history, formidable faculty, and legacy of training some of the strongest awakeners. He adds that all 3 schools possess cultivation methods of the highest tier, secrets not made public. Su Jingming listens closely, understanding that without such methods, an awakened one cannot become a true superpower user. Curious, he asks what sets a top-tier cultivation method apart. The director answers plainly, with a beginner method, advancing could take 3 to 4 years. With a top-tier method, the same progress could be achieved in only half a year. Smiling, he assures Su Jingming that with his score, even the top 3 universities will open their doors to him with special admission. Later that night, after parting ways with the officials, Su Jingming finally returns to his apartment. Exhausted, he showers the next morning, feeling renewed. Checking his system panel, he notes the 2,534 ability points remaining, more than enough for the path ahead. Drying off, he wonders if beast-killing competitions exist within the universities. If not, he decides he will enter the wilderness himself to keep honing his strength. Just then, his cousin Tang Chi arrives with her mother, Shu Qingwan. Spotting the broken door, Tang Chi grins, taking it as the perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They step inside, and Tang Chi calls out cheerfully. Her timing couldn't be worse. Su Jingming steps out from the bathroom in nothing but a towel, stopping dead at the sight of his aunt and cousin. His aunt is just as startled, blurting out what he thinks he's doing, while Tang Chi freezes, her face flushed red. Then Shu Qingwan notices the ruined state of the apartment and immediately demands to know what happened. A flashback reveals their bond. After Su Jingming's parents passed away, his aunt took him in, offering him the warmth of a home. She carried out her duty as his guardian with care, sometimes even cooking his favorite meals to comfort him. Once the awkwardness settles, they sit down together. Shu Qingwan finally voices her feelings. She was terrified when she learned he was taking the martial arts exam. Seeing him safe now fills her with relief. She insists his score doesn't matter to her. Su Jingming blinks in confusion and asks if Tang Chi hadn't told her the results. Tang Chi gives a playful wink, saying it's better if Su Jingming explains it himself. With a shy smile, he finally tells his aunt that he did well, over 10,000 points. The words hit her so hard that she spits out her drink, coughing as she demands he repeat it. Tang Chi jumps in, confirming with a grin that he scored 11,124 points. For a moment, Shu Qingwan is stunned into silence. Then the tears come. She throws her arms around him, holding him tight as she cries out that the Shu family finally has a true successor, and that his parents in heaven must surely be proud. Meanwhile, far away in a sleek, high-tech conference room, university recruiters pore over the exam data. A woman stands at the front, presenting Su Jingming's file. His age, his supposed E-class ability, and his current status as an unranked awakener. One recruiter slams a hand on the table, insisting they must secure this student if the score is genuine. Another shakes his head, unconvinced. With his rank, there's no way he should have achieved results this high. The room breaks into heated debate. Some argue his ability must actually be A-class, perhaps even S-class. Others scoff, claiming the only explanation is cheating. Before the argument can spiral, a commanding voice cuts through. A senior woman at the table silences them all with a sharp look. Calmly, she makes her decision. Su Jingming will be listed as an S-class special recruit, whether the score is real or not. She declares she will personally travel to Jiangsheng to confirm it herself. The morning after the exam, Su Jingming receives a phone alert. The results for the Jiang Province martial arts exam are out. His eyes widen as he reads the message. He ranked first in the entire province with an unbelievable score of 11,124 points. Overjoyed, he sits down, letting the reality sink in. He is now the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. Word of his achievement spreads like wildfire across the internet, quickly dominating trending searches. Discussions erupt everywhere. How can an unknown figure from Jiangnan suddenly take the top spot? Doubts rise over whether someone labeled as E-class could truly reach such a level. Some call it impossible, while others demand proof, insisting the exam video be released. To address the uproar, an official awards ceremony is arranged. Principal Zhao steps up to face the press. One reporter bluntly asks him to clarify whether Su Jingming's results are genuine. Calm and assured, Zhao responds that the exam video has already been uploaded to the school's website, leaving no room for questions about fairness. As the footage plays, the crowd is stunned. Su Jingming is seen shattering a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull with a single strike, displaying strength even greater than a Tier 1 superhuman. The audience gasps, unable to believe such power could come from someone with only an E-class lightning ability. Principal Zhao proudly confirms the results are authentic. He praises Su Jingming as the first student from Jiangnan to ever claim the title of top scholar. In recognition, Director Xiao Yao steps forward with an enormous check, 1 million yuan, awarded on behalf of the city's education bureau, along with advanced superpower training methods. On top of that, the city government will match the reward and grant him a luxury villa. Reporters rush to capture the moment, their cameras flashing nonstop. Not far away, a sharp-looking woman watches from beside her car, flanked by 2 bodyguards. She scoffs, pointing out that even though the video proves his performance, it doesn't rule out the use of enhancers. She stresses that the key lies in verifying his true superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Director Xiao Yao notices the star of the day hasn't arrived yet. Curious, he asks Teacher Chen Fan where Su Jingming might be. With a smile, the teacher explains that he just spoke to him. Su Jingming is still at the martial arts gym, training as usual. The director bursts into laughter, amazed that the new top scholar is already pushing himself further, even right after the exam. While Su Jingming makes his way over, the scene shifts to a private meeting room. Inside, Principal Zhao is nervously pouring tea for 3 imposing figures he respectfully addresses as teachers. When one of them casually pushes the cup aside, Xiao Yao breaks into a cold sweat. The overwhelming pressure radiating from these high-level superhumans makes his heart pound with unease. These 3 aren't ordinary guests. They're recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities. The atmosphere grows tense, their spiritual energy pressing against each other, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Breaking the silence, a woman with short, gray-purple hair, Zhang Xiaoyue, director of admissions at Modus Superpower University, speaks with a sly tone. She asks her rivals which one of them plans to recruit the rising star. Another recruiter, Su Yun, dressed in a pale blue gown from Qingjing Superpower University, shoots back without hesitation, telling Zhang Xiaoyue to drop the act. With complete confidence, she declares that if Su Jingming's results are real, then he belongs to Qingjing University. Her words draw a scoff from Wu Yuan, a tall man with long black hair representing Jin City Superpower University. He firmly states that Su Jingming will be theirs, dismissing Su Yun's claim outright. Sparks of spiritual energy ripple through the room as the 3 recruiters square off, each unwilling to back down. Watching the exchange, Zhang Xiaoyue notes to herself that these clashes are inevitable. Competing for top scholars always leads to conflict. Just as the tension threatens to explode, the door slides open. Su Jingming steps inside, a spear casually resting on his shoulder. He greets the 3 with calm respect, addressing them as teachers. His sudden appearance catches them off guard. Zhang Xiaoyue studies him closely, noticing his steady presence. Despite facing the crushing aura of 3 elite superhumans, he remains unfazed. Even more, he's still carrying his weapon, proof he hasn't let go of his training for a moment. Principal Zhao quickly makes introductions. Director Zhang Xiaoyue of Modi University, Director Su Yun of Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan of Jin City University. Zhang Xiaoyue is the first to speak. She praises Su Jingming for the breathtaking combat techniques shown in his exam video, but immediately cuts to the core issue. She questions why his ability no longer resembles the weak E-class lightning he was once known for, and asks him to clarify. Prepared for this exact inquiry, Su Jingming delivers his answer calmly. He explains that shortly before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning and ever since then, his power has grown dramatically. Hearing this, both Wu Yuan and Su Yun exchange knowing looks, concluding it must have been a case of superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoyue then adds her perspective, suggesting that Su Jingming himself may not yet know the true extent of his transformed ability. Zhang Xiaoyue takes the lead, pulling out a superpower detection instrument she brought with her. The device glows with a circular pattern as she places it on the table, inviting Su Jingming to test his power. Without hesitation, Su Jingming presses his hand against it and releases his energy. Instantly, a torrent of purple and white lightning bursts out, wild and violent, engulfing the device. The sheer intensity makes Su Yun's eyes widen in disbelief. The scanner hums as it attempts to read his ability, flashing with unstable lights before finally displaying the result. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But as it tries to measure the level, the readings go haywire. The machine beeps erratically, cracks splitting across its surface. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash erupts. The device shatters in an explosion of sparks, sending electric arcs crackling through the room. Principal Zhao jumps back in shock, stammering out a question about what just happened. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look ecstatic. They immediately confirm what the explosion means. Su Jingming's power has far surpassed the device's capacity. To overload it like that, his superpower must be at least S-class. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyue allows herself a smile. Their gamble has paid off. With his S-class potential confirmed, the recruiters waste no time and the bidding war erupts. Wu Yuan moves first, his voice booming as he lays down his offer. Jin City University will provide a 4 million yuan admission bonus, a complete set of C-class equipment, and unrestricted access to all cultivation methods for 4 years. Before he can say more, Su Yun scoffs and counters. Flashing Su Jingming a confident smile, she announces her proposal, 5 million yuan upon entry, plus unlimited access for 4 years to Qingjing University's most advanced S-class techniques and superpower training methods. The generosity of her offer makes Su Jingming pause in surprise. Finally, Zhang Xiaoyue makes her move. She calmly states that Modi University does not offer money or equipment, but they can match the other institutions in training methods. Then she reveals her trump card. Modi will provide him with an S-class cultivation resource every year. Her words leave Wu Yuan and Su Yun speechless. Even Su Jingming blinks in confusion, not recognizing the term. He asks her directly what exactly an S-class resource is. Zhang Xiaoyue explains with a knowing look. She asks if he's familiar with dragon-type fierce beasts, monstrous creatures born with immense innate power, often emerging at tier 4 or 5, far beyond ordinary beasts. Then she delivers the shocking detail. Modu's S-class cultivation resource includes the heart's blood of an adult, tier 8 dragon-type fierce beast. Zhang Xiaoyue explains further. Consuming dragon heart blood would transform one's body, strengthening it to rival the raw power of a dragon-type beast itself. And resources of this level aren't rare exceptions. Every S-class resource provided by Modu carries the same value. Her words leave the room in stunned silence. Even Su Yun can't hide her reaction. With a small laugh, she admits that the offer is so extravagant that she herself is tempted, calling Modu's wealth outrageous. Wu Yuan, however, bristles with frustration. He reminds everyone that S-class resources are usually reserved only for the most outstanding senior students. To place them in the hands of freshmen is practically unheard of. The two quickly realize there's no way to match Modu's conditions. They step back, conceding defeat. At last, all 3 recruiters face Su Jingming, their gazes fixed on him. They tell him it's time to decide. With a steady look and absolute confidence, Su Jingming doesn't hesitate. A determined smile spreads across his face as he declares his choice. He will join Modu Superpower University. After making his decision, Su Jingming explains that his choice wasn't only about Modu's incredible offer. What truly drew him in was their reputation. The best combat training in the entire University Alliance, built on a legacy of many powerful founders who came from Modu. He then bows respectfully to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their offers. Though they hide it behind calm expressions, disappointment flickers in their eyes. Satisfied, Director Zhang Xiaoyue waves her hand, summoning a glowing admission letter. She presents it to Su Jingming with a welcoming smile, officially confirming his place at Modu Superpower University. She informs him that although new students normally enroll on September 1st, as a special recruit, he can register early, and housing will be arranged for him. Excited by the opportunity, Su Jingming immediately asks if he can gain access to the university's library, especially its superpower training methods and combat techniques, before the term begins. Zhang Xiaoyue doesn't hesitate. She tells him the school will not only grant him access, but also provide a private study room. Handing him her contact card, she instructs him to reach out once he arrives in Magic City. Holding the glowing admission letter tightly, Su Jingming grins and says he can't wait to register. Time passes, and soon Su Jingming is at the train station, luggage by his side. His heart races with anticipation as an announcement echoes. Passengers for the G91 train to Magic City, Maine now begin boarding. Nearby, his Aunt Su Ching-wan wipes at her tears, unable to hide her emotions. Her husband, Tang Dean, gently comforts her, saying proudly that Xiaoming has grown up, and once he leaves, he'll soar higher than ever. Their daughter, Tang Yi, listens quietly as her father reminds her that it's time for her to start filling out her own university applications. He suggests that since her cousin is headed to Magic City Superpower University, she should also consider schools there. Shu Qing-wan agrees, adding that it would be good for them to look out for each other. Tang Yi blushes slightly but nods, giving a soft reply. On board the train, with 6 hours left in the journey, Su Jingming wastes no time. He opens his materials and begins studying. His thoughts focus on the most valuable reward from the provincial exam, the Universal C-Class training method. Like superpowers, training methods are also divided into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A chart flashes in his mind, showing that the higher the level of the method, the faster one can cultivate and the stronger the results. Su Jingming immerses himself in the study of the Universal C-Class method, noting that it's classified as intermediate. With his current spiritual power of 180, it takes him half a day to fully memorize it. He recalls his first attempt. By following the method's guidance, he was able to sense the unique energy flowing through the world from the very first day of practice. As Su Jingming continues studying on the train, a new option suddenly appears on his system panel, a plus sign beside his level. It means he can now break through, advancing from awakened to full superpower user. Yet he holds back. The training manual's words echo in his mind. The higher the grade of the method used during the breakthrough, the greater the benefits. With top-tier techniques soon within his reach at Modu, it would be a waste to use only an intermediate one now. He firmly decides to wait. When the train finally pulls into Magic City, Su Jingming is left in awe at the sight of Modu Superpower University. From the car window, the sprawling campus stretches across hundreds of meters, vast beyond imagination. A sleek red sports car pulls up beside him. Director Zhang Xiaoyue has come personally to welcome him. She smiles and tells him to hop in so she can guide him through his admission procedures. As they drive, Su Jingming takes in the breathtaking scenery. Rows of cherry blossom trees lining wide paths, elegant buildings rising in the distance. Zhang Xiaoyue proudly explains that the university's grounds cover a staggering 40,000 mu, so large that even visiting students couldn't explore it all in a single day. Su Jingming nods in admiration, admitting that seeing it in person is far beyond anything he imagined. After completing his quick registration, Zhang Xiaoyue hands him his student ID, a single card that grants him access to the dorms and serves multiple functions across campus. Together, they head toward his new accommodations. On the way, Su Jingming recalls the dorms he's seen in his past life. Everything from shared 4-person rooms to modest 3-bedroom apartments. But when he reaches his new housing, he stops in stunned silence. Before him stands a grand villa, lavish, elegant, and far beyond what he ever expected. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyue explains that every Modu student lives in a villa, but the luxury level is determined by exam scores. As the provincial top scorer, Su Jingming has been awarded the most extravagant model, over 800 square meters in size. The villa is designed for 2 students, with separate upper and lower floors, giving each resident an entire level to themselves. Su Jingming accepts the arrangement calmly, thinking that having a roommate isn't bad. It's better than being alone. Deep down, though, he remembers his past as an orphan, where he grew to appreciate the warmth of shared dorm life, even in cramped quarters. Inside the villa, Director Zhang Xiaoyue sits down with him to explain several key aspects of university life. She highlights 2 of the most important systems: credits and mentors. She begins with the first. At Modu, credits mean everything. Director Zhang Xiaoyue continues her explanation. At Modu, credits are the foundation of everything, used for meals, equipment, resources, even powerful cultivation items. She clarifies the value. 1 credit equals roughly 10,000 Daxia currency. She goes on to explain that there are multiple ways to earn credits. One guaranteed method is the fixed allotment granted each year according to a student's rating. Since Su Jingming has been classified as S-Class, his starting annual credit balance is 100. To demonstrate, she summons a small floating sphere with a command, EVA. The robot hovers in midair and projects a glowing message, confirming his balance of 100 credits. She introduces the device as EVA, the dorm's AI assistant. Every villa is equipped with one, while the main body of EVA serves as the school's central intelligence system. Even these subunits are level 4 AIs, fully capable of supporting students in daily life. Su Jingming can't hide his amazement. The level of AI technology on Blue Star is far more advanced than anything he experienced in his previous life. With credits explained, Director Zhang Xiaoyue moves on to the next system, the mentors. She explains that each student has the chance to seek guidance from a mentor of their choosing. The only condition is that the mentor must accept. Intrigued, Su Jingming asks if this means he can receive personal, one-on-one instruction. She confirms it, adding that every mentor at Modu is a powerful, high-level superhuman in their own right. Many have developed their own exclusive combat techniques and cultivation methods, techniques that are never shared outside of their disciples. Given his talent, she tells him a university has 4 lightning element mentors for him to consider. Her top recommendation is Yang Jinshin, Dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a detailed profile of the Dean. It shows Yang Jinshin is 52 years old, a Tier 7 high-rank, superpowered individual with an A-rank lightning ability. He's renowned for his mastery of weapons, especially the spear, earning him the title Thunder Spear. The profile even records his legendary battle, where he fought an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 full days and nights before slaying it single-handedly. She also provides information on the other 3 lightning mentors, but reminds Su Jingming that the final decision rests with him. After reviewing the profiles, a confident smile forms on his lips. Not only is Dean Yang Jinshin a lightning wielder, but he's also a spear specialist. The perfect match. Su Jingming decides firmly that Yang Jinshin will be his mentor. With his choice made, Su Jingming sets out for the mentor's residential area. The compound is serene and elegant, a collection of traditional-style buildings hidden among lush forests. As he approaches the massive gate of Dean Yang Jinshin's residence, he can't help but marvel at how much grander it is compared to the student villas. Just as he's about to step forward, a young man with brown hair, leaning against a stone lion, speaks up, asking if Su Jingming is also here to seek mentorship. The young man studies Su Jingming carefully, his brows lifting in surprise when he realizes Shu hasn't advanced yet and is still only at the Awakens stage. He guesses aloud that Su Jingming must be one of this year's specially recruited students. Su Jingming confirms it with a nod. The other student remarks that in previous years, special recruits were usually already mid or even high-tier level 1. Introducing himself, the young man says his name is Tanming Yang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming responds politely, introducing himself as a newly enrolled freshman. Tanming Yang seems impressed, pointing out that it's rare for someone so new to immediately seek a mentor. He explains that most freshmen only learn about this opportunity after the freshman competition, which catches Su Jingming's attention. Tan elaborates. The freshman competition is a long-standing university tradition held just days after registration. All the teachers observe, and the students who shine the brightest often catch the eye of academies, or even get chosen directly by mentors. He adds that while it isn't impossible for a special recruit to try early, attempting to become the dean's disciple right after enrollment is about as likely as winning the lottery. Su Jingming thanks him for the explanation and then asks if Tan is also here to seek mentorship under Dean Yang. Tan sighs and admits he is. He reveals that he's been coming back repeatedly for the past 6 months, but every attempt ended with him being turned away. This was supposed to be his last try before giving up. Just as Tan finishes speaking, the massive doors creak open. A middle-aged man steps out, likely a butler. Tan nearly jumps in shock, but the man's stern expression quickly softens. He greets them and informs them that Dean Yang is waiting inside, inviting them both to enter. Tanming Yang freezes, stunned by the unexpected reception. If the dean himself is waiting, does this mean his persistence has finally paid off? The butler leads them through to an inner chamber, where 2 figures are waiting. At once, Su Jingming feels an overwhelming pressure emanating from the older man seated before them. His presence is commanding, his sharp eyes cutting beneath heavy gray brows, and his full beard framing a figure that radiates authority. Su Jingming instantly recognizes him as Yang Jinshin, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Beside him stand a younger man with long hair, silent but watchful. Without hesitation, Dean Yang Jinshin speaks, his gaze locked firmly on Su Jingming. He addresses him directly, saying he must be the student that Director Zhang Xiaoyuan mentioned. Without sparing Tanming Yang a single glance, he turns and tells Su Jingming to follow him to the training grounds. Inside a training hall lined with weapons, Dean Yang Jintian stands before Su Jingming. He mentions that he's already watched the martial arts exam recording, praising Su Jingming's combat technique and his skill with firearms. Still, before making a decision, the dean insists on witnessing his S-rank ability firsthand, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Su Jingming responds calmly, agreeing without hesitation. Under the dean's gaze, arcs of violet lightning begin to coil around his arms. In the next instant, he unleashes a surge of blinding power, purple and white energy exploding outward, filling the entire room with violent force. Yang Jintian's eyes light up as he takes in the display. A grin spreads across his face. He knows instantly this is the mark of an S rank. Inwardly, he compares it to his own A rank ability and admits the truth. The difference between the two ranks is a gulf no one can cross. This student's potential is undeniable. If Su Jingming continues refining his abilities, his future could even surpass his own. Satisfied, the dean declares that with such potential, accepting him as a disciple is no issue. But his tone turns stern. He warns that his life has earned him both powerful allies and dangerous enemies. He cannot promise his enemies won't target his disciples. He asks Su Jingming if he is still willing to accept him as a master despite the risk. Without a trace of fear, Su Jingming falls to his knees, a broad grin on his face. He declares his answer proudly. He is willing. He explains that he deeply respects those who grow strong through bloody battles, and the sheer number of foes his teacher has overcome only proves his unmatched strength. Yang Jintian bursts out laughing, clearly pleased. He formally accepts Su Jingming as his disciple, his 32nd student, and more importantly, his very first S-rank disciple. Telling him to rise, the dean presents his new student with 2 gifts: a top-tier ability cultivation method called Extreme Ability Training Method, and a body-tempering combat technique of his own creation, the Thunder Indestructible Body. Su Jingming is stunned by the magnitude of these treasures. He realizes a technique that can strengthen his very body is far rarer and more valuable than any ordinary method. The dean explains that while the training method is already one of only 3 top-tier methods within the academy, the true masterpiece is the Thunder Indestructible Body, the culmination of his entire life's work. Dean Yang Jintian continues, explaining that the Thunder Indestructible Body has already been certified by 2 major martial art halls and officially rated as S-rank. The revelation leaves Su Jingming stunned. He never expected to hear of an S-rank combat technique. Just like abilities, combat techniques are graded from F all the way to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder they are to master, but their power is unmatched. Su Jingming can't help but reflect. Most level 7 masters are already considered extraordinary if they manage to create even a single A-rank technique. Yet his master has forged an S-rank one. The sheer level of talent behind it is terrifying. Yang Jintian goes on to explain the details. The Thunder Indestructible Body is designed exclusively for lightning element users. It consists of 13 levels, and with each step forward, the user's body will undergo a transformation. But there's a catch. Before starting cultivation, one must advance from an awakened ability user to a true ability user. The dean then sets Su Jingming's first task. He must use the Extreme Ability Training Method to break through that threshold. Once he advances, he is to return, and Yang Jintian will personally help him lay the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Overcome with gratitude, Su Jingming bows deeply. He realizes just how much of a difference it makes to have a mentor's direct guidance. Then, the dean shares something more personal. He admits that he himself has only cultivated the technique to the 10th level. His eyes shine with expectation as he looks at Su Jingming. If he himself cannot reach the realm of Martial Saint, then Su Jingming will carry his hopes forward. He believes that if the technique can ever be mastered to its 13th and final stage, the cultivator's body may reach a state of true eternity, indestructible and everlasting. Later, as Su Jingming leaves his master's residence, he waves to the butler before stepping outside. There, he finds Tan Mingyang slumped on the steps, head buried in despair. Su Jingming walks over and asks what happened. Tan reveals the bitter truth. His attempt to become a disciple has failed. He was tested against one of the dean's senior students, with the condition that he only had to defeat the disciple using 1/10 of their power. Yet, even with such a handicap, Tan was soundly defeated. Now beaten and hopeless, he sits on the steps, looking up at Su Jingming, assuming that he too must have failed. Tan Mingyang forces a wry smile, remarking that becoming Dean Yang's disciple clearly isn't easy. He even offers to share the lessons from his own failures, thinking it might help Su Jingming in the future. But Su Jingming simply shakes his head and answers calmly, there's no need. He has already passed. The words strike Tan Ming like a heavy blow. His bruised face twists in disbelief as he stammers out his shock. Never before has he heard of a dean-level mentor taking in a disciple before the annual freshman competition. Yet here, Su Jingming stands, accepted. As Su Jingming walks away with steady composure, Tan Ming can only stare blankly after him. Utterly bewildered, try to make sense of what just happened. With a new purpose in mind, Su Jingming returns to his dormitory training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate using the Extreme Ability Training Method gifted by his master. Almost immediately, he can feel the difference. This top-tier technique is worlds apart from the intermediate one he used before. The energy flooding into his body is far denser and more abundant. A confident smirk plays at his lips. He has already grasped the principles of cultivation, so there's no need to follow the steps slowly. Instead, he chooses to rely on his cheat-like system. Pulling up the system panel, he commands it to spend his ability points to push his level higher. The result is instantaneous. A violent surge of energy crashes through him, making him groan under the pressure. His hands clutch at his clothes as raw power rips through his veins. Lightning bursts out uncontrollably, filling the room with light and force so intense the walls tremble. Then just as suddenly it fades. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming slowly rises to his feet. A notification confirms his breakthrough. He has advanced to a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. Blue lightning dances steadily in his palm, far more stable and powerful than before. He channels it once more, and a torrent of energy pours out, stronger and sharper than anything he's unleashed before. Clenching his fist, he marvels at the transformation. His strength has multiplied at least 4 to 5 times over. With this newfound power, he's confident that if he faced the second-tier bloodthirsty Tyrant Bear again, his Thunder ability alone would be more than enough to bring it down. Pulling up his system panel, he studies his new stats. The difference is staggering. If he had relied only on the intermediate cultivation method, his vitality and spirit would have risen by perhaps 30 or 40 points. But with this top-tier method, both have jumped by nearly 100 in a single advancement. Now he fully understands why all ability users crave higher-level cultivation techniques. The difference in results is impossible to ignore. Su Jingming notes that the breakthrough only cost him 300 ability points. Choosing to save the rest, he reminds himself that mastering the Thunder Indestructible Body, an S-rank technique, will likely demand a massive amount of points. With his advancement complete, he feels ready for the next stage. A thought crosses his mind. Since he's now at the university, it may be time to explore the school's library. The following day, Su Jingming makes his way back to his master's residence. Dean Yang Jintian is stunned at the sight of him, demanding to know how he could possibly have advanced so quickly. The dean begins pacing, muttering that in 2 decades of teaching, he has seen countless prodigies, yet even the brightest of them needed far more time to make the leap to becoming an ability user. Less than 24 hours have passed since Su Jingming received the manual. With a modest smile, Su Jingming admits that perhaps the only thing he can truly boast about is his extraordinary speed in advancing. But then he confesses that when he attempted to begin cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body, he found even its introductory stage difficult to grasp. The dean listens carefully before explaining the process in detail. Building the foundation requires the blood of a lightning element beast, fused with one's own lightning, to temper the body's muscles and bones. He stresses an important point. The ultimate strength of the technique depends heavily on the grade of beast blood used. Now that Su Jingming has officially advanced, Yang Jintian declares that they will begin forging the foundation that very day. Originally, his plan was to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. But upon learning that Su Jingming is entitled to 1 S-rank resource each year, he made a bold decision. Combining this entitlement and making a personal appeal to the principal, he secured something even rarer, an SS rank resource. From within his robes, he presents a vial containing a glowing crimson liquid, the essence blood of an 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Su Jingming is shaken by the gesture. That his new teacher and even the principal would go so far on his behalf fills him with gratitude. Accepting the vial, he vows to repay this kindness many times over. Satisfied with his response, the dean declares that they should waste no time. Together, they head into a training chamber where Su Jingming kneels bare-chested, ready to begin the ritual. Dean Yang Jintian uncorks the vial and pours the glowing crimson blood across Su Jingming's head and back. The instant it touches him, Su Jingming groans through clenched teeth, the heat and pain searing into his body. The dean calmly warns him to endure. It is natural. For low-level users, the blood is extremely toxic and the pain is unavoidable. He then prepares to assist, telling Su Jingming that he will now use his own A-rank ability, Wind Fire True Thunder, to forge the foundation. How much Su Jingming can absorb, however, will depend entirely on him. With that, the dean releases his power, a violent storm of scarlet lightning, and channels it straight into Su Jingming's body. The energy floods through him, glowing red patterns burning across his chest and back. The agony is unbearable, forcing Su Jingming to throw his head back with a guttural scream as his body is hammered by the violent lightning, each strike forcing his muscles and bones to harden under the strain. Days pass in this brutal tempering. On the 5th day, the senior disciple Lu sits with the butler, Uncle Fu, sipping tea. Lu remarks in awe at his junior's resilience, lasting 5 full days under the process. He recalls that he himself only endured 2 days, and that was with the weaker blood of a 7th-tier beast. Though a tinge of jealousy lingers, he admits that Su Jingming's performance proves he truly deserves to use the essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type beast. With an S-rank lightning ability on top of that, Lu says he can't wait to see what kind of Thunder Indestructible Body his new junior will forge. Suddenly, a deafening crash shakes the residence. coming from the training chamber. Lu immediately leaps up, rushing upstairs. He cautiously pushes the door open and freezes at the sight before him. Inside, Su Jingming stands shirtless, drenched in blood, his eyes glowing a sinister red. A wild, chaotic aura radiates from him, dark energy and blue lightning entwining violently around his body. In that moment, he looks less like a human and more like a beast. Lu's breath catches. An oppressive pressure floods the room, one that feels just like the presence of a top-tier ferocious beast. His body trembles instinctively. Lost to his primal state, Su Jingming locks onto Lu at the doorway. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to attack, his aura surging with bloodlust. But just before he can strike, a thunderous voice cuts through the chaos. Yang Jintian roars, "Jingming, wake up!" The command slams into his mind, shattering the haze of violence. Su Jingming halts, his hand trembling inches from his senior disciple. Soaked in sweat, gasping for breath, he blinks in confusion. "Teacher, what happened? Why did I feel such a powerful urge to destroy everything?" The dean steps forward, his expression grave. He explains that it was the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. That beast is notorious for its violent ferocity, and because Su Jingming's compatibility and absorption rate were so high, its influence temporarily invaded his mind, an unavoidable, yet dangerous side effect. Dean Yang Jintian places a steady hand on Su Jingming's shoulder, reassuring him. As long as he keeps his emotions in check, the side effects will fade with time. The stronger he grows, the less influence the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood will have. Su Jingming exhales in relief, lowering his gaze to his trembling hands. The thought of being controlled by his emotions had shaken him, but his master's words calm his heart. Then Yang Jintian's tone shifts. A broad smile spreads across his face as he tells Su Jingming to lift his spirits. The forging was a complete success. Not just success, but perfection. His absorption rate reached an astonishing 98%. The dean proudly explains that the highest ever recorded among disciples cultivating the Thunder Indestructible body was only 92. Su Jingming has just shattered a long-standing record. Senior disciple Lu steps forward, offering his congratulations with a smile. He tells Su Jingming that with such a foundation, his path in martial arts will be smooth from here on. The dean then makes a formal introduction. This is Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user. If Su Jingming encounters any difficulties in cultivation, he should seek Lu's guidance. Su Jingming greets his senior with respect. Lu chuckles, pulling out his phone. Since he hadn't prepared a gift, he decides to send credits instead. A moment later, Su Jingming's phone vibrates with a notification. 200 credits have just been transferred to him. His eyes widen in shock. That amount equals 2 million great coins. He quickly insists it's far too much, but the dean waves it off. For Lu, 200 credits is nothing, and it is a senior's responsibility to look after his juniors. One day, when Su Jingming has juniors of his own, he too will need to prepare gifts for them. Humbly, Su Jingming accepted this lesson. With the training finished, the dean reminds him that after 5 days without food or water, his body needs rest. He instructs Su Jingming to return the next morning to begin learning fist and spear techniques under Lu's guidance. Grateful, Su Jingming bows deeply, thanking his teacher before leaving. When he returns to his luxurious villa, he finds someone already there. A young man with spiky white hair and striking red eyes lounges on the couch, absorbed in a video game. Sensing he's no longer alone, the young man turns his head and greets Su Jingming casually, guessing he must be his new roommate. With a friendly grin, he introduces himself as Lu Wentao. When Su Jingming introduces himself, Lu Wentao's eyes go wide. He leaps up, pointing in excitement, blurting out that Su Jingming is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. Su Jingming blinks in surprise and asks how he knew. With a grin, Lu Wentao declares his nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. He claims to know nearly everything about the new freshman. Though he didn't go out of his way to look up Su Jingming, the stir he caused was so massive that even he couldn't avoid hearing about it. Wrapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, Lu Wentao laughs in disbelief. Never did he imagine the legendary Dark Horse top scorer would end up as his roommate. Then the floodgates open. He starts peppering Su Jingming with questions. Is he really from Jiangnan? Was he truly still just awakened during the exam? And is his ability really only E rank when it clearly doesn't look like it? Though the endless chatter might overwhelm some, Su Jingming finds himself enjoying it. He reflects quietly. He's always hated loneliness. Memories flash through his mind. Growing up in an orphanage, always feeling like an outsider. School had been better. He'd made friends. His happiest days had been in college, laughing and gaming with his roommates. He even went on to earn his master's and PhD, never expecting that a night of drinking after graduation would end with him waking in another world. Even here, he remained an orphan. But with a talkative, cheerful roommate like Lu Wentao, he feels perhaps he won't be so alone anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao boasts proudly about himself. He's a top student from Sichuan province, with an A rank ability, currently a first-tier, middle-rank ability user. He declares boldly that his dream is to major in military tactics and someday command a region's forces to wipe out the ferocious beasts plaguing Blue Star. Su Jingming lets him finish before casually mentioning that he's planning to head to the martial arts hall. Intrigued, Lu Wentao immediately decides to tag along, admitting he hasn't yet checked out the university's hall. The two make their way to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, one of the branch halls of the Magical University. The site inside is lively and chaotic, with countless students training, sparring, and showing off their abilities. An AI named Eva appears to greet them, explaining that they're in the public training chamber, which can accommodate up to 300 people. The hall itself is reinforced with C-rank alloy and memory metal, durable enough to withstand tremendous damage. She also points out the option of private training rooms, but Su Jingming decides the public space would do just fine. Lu Wentao, swept up by the competitive energy, starts shouting excitedly. He points out one student in particular, an A-rank enhanced werewolf ability user, his eyes shining with admiration. Su Jingming can't help but glance at his noisy roommate and remark dryly that Lu Wentao isn't exactly keeping quiet himself. Curious, Su Jingming turns his attention to the large numbered pillars in the middle of the hall and asks Eve about them. The AI explains that they are punch power challenge boards. Each tier of ability users has its own leaderboard, 5 in total. Anyone who manages to place in the top 3,000 of their respective board earns a 50 credit reward. The moment he hears the word reward, Lu Wentao's eyes light up, and he quickly accepts the challenge. Thinking it sounds easy, he smirks confidently. But Eva clarifies that there are just over 4,000 students currently enrolled, and only the top 75% of them even qualify. Unbothered, Lu Wentao swipes his student ID to begin. Eva announces his attempt aloud, drawing the attention of nearby upperclassmen. They immediately begin to sneer, mocking the fact that he's just a first-tier, middle-rank freshman daring to try the challenge. Feeling the pressure of all eyes on him, Lu Wentao steels himself. He clenches his fist, lets out a shout, and drives a heavy punch straight into the pillar. The numbers flash onto the screen, 476 kilograms. Breathing hard, Lu Wentao grins in relief. Not bad at all. With that, he's sure breaking into the top 3,000 will be no problem. But his confidence shatters in the next instant. Eva coldly declares his ranking, beyond 100,000. The room falls silent before bursting into laughter. Eyes wide, Lu Wentao yells in disbelief. How could that be possible? There aren't even 5,000 students in the whole university. Eva responds without emotion, explaining that the leaderboard isn't limited to current students. It has tracked every challenger since the university's founding over 100 years ago. The realization hits him hard. The crowd hadn't gathered out of curiosity. They were waiting for him to make a fool of himself. And he had delivered. The older students roar with laughter, some nearly doubled over, calling the spectacle priceless. Face flushed with humiliation, Lu Wentao can barely lift his head. At his side, Su Jingming offers a calm word of comfort. He reminds him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch strength isn't supposed to be his specialty. Hearing this, Lu Wentao lifts his chin and manages a faint smile, grateful for the reassurance. Then, try to recover some dignity, he urges Su Jingming to give it a try instead, insisting his roommate is bound to score higher. Su Jingming nods, saying he had wanted to test his strength anyway. He swipes his student ID, and Eva announces a challenge. The crowd's attention shifts, but their reaction is just as dismissive. Seeing that he's only a first-tier, lower-rank ability user, most scoff and guess his punch power won't even reach 400 kilograms. Yet among the whispers, one student frowns. The name Su Jingming sounds strangely familiar to him. Meanwhile, Su Jingming stands calmly before the pillar. His thoughts are steady. He has advanced to a first-tier ability user, endured 5 days and nights of brutal tempering, and successfully forged the foundation of the Thunder indestructible body. With all that, he knows exactly what his body is now capable of. A quick glance at his system panel confirms what he already feels in his bones. His physique has been greatly enhanced, and under his skills now sits the first stage of the Thunder indestructible body. Su Jingming curls his fingers into a tight fist, anticipation building. This was the perfect chance to see just how far his strength had risen. Drawing in a deep breath, he channels his power and drives his fist forward. The impact slams into the pillar with explosive force, sending out a shockwave so strong it ripples through the air, rattling the ground beneath everyone's feet. The crowd that had been mocking moments earlier instantly goes silent, eyes widening as they feel the sheer force of the strike. All attention locks on the screen, waiting to see the number that will decide just how terrifying this freshman's strength truly is. A powerful blast ripples through the air as Su Jingming's punch lands, shaking the entire martial arts hall. The crowd falls silent, eyes fixed on the massive digital screen. Fist power, 45,589 kilograms. Gasps erupt. The number not only dominates the leaderboard, it smashes the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The older students who had mocked him moments ago stare in disbelief. One stammers, "The record? It's broken." Another blurts out, "No way. How can a first-tier rookie hit that hard?" A third mutters darkly, "With a punch like that, I'd be a smear on the wall. There's no way this guy's a freshman." Two female students exchange stunned looks. The top 1,000 on the leaderboard are legends. One says quietly, "Just how strong is this new number one?" Her friend pulls out her device, grinning. "That record's been untouched for over a decade. I'm definitely saving this moment." Before Su Jingming can react, his roommate Lu Winter rushes over, eyes shining. He grabs Su's shoulders and shouts, "Bro, you're my brother for life. I'm sticking with you from now on." Su Jingming chuckles and waves him off. "Don't make it sound so dramatic." He glances at his fist, feeling the lingering surge of power. "So, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence blood really suits me. The boost is beyond what I expected." Nearby, the AI assistant, Eva, hovers into view. "Congratulations, Su Jingming," she announces. "You've set a new record. 400 credits have been deposited into your account." Curious, Su asks, "If I break it again, do I earn more?" Eva shakes her head. "The bonus applies only once. However, you can challenge the other level pillars for new rewards." Su's eyes shift toward the remaining 4 pillars reserved for higher tier users. "Then I'll be breaking those next," he says calmly. Meanwhile, Lu is busy boasting to a small crowd of female students. "That's him, my roommate, the record breaker." In seconds, Su Jingming finds himself surrounded. Some girls eagerly offer to help him learn new training devices, while others invite him to join their clubs. Flustered, Su Jingming barely gets a word out before Lu Winter tugs at his sleeve. "Let's bail before they eat you alive," he whispers, pulling him toward the exit. "We'll hide in the private training room." Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, Dean sits sipping tea. His senior disciple, Lu Ming, steps forward and shows him his phone. "Master," he says with a hint of a smile. "Junior brother Su's all over the campus forums. Everyone's talking about him." Dean leans back, setting down his teacup with a soft clink. A faint smile tugs at his lips as he shakes his head. "That boy, breaking records instead of resting," he muses. "His physical strength is beyond reason." Lu Ming, standing nearby, can't help but compare. Memories surface back when he was a high-rank first-tier user, newly mastering the first layer of the Thunder indestructible body. His best punch barely reached 3,500 kilograms. He sighs quietly. "My junior brother, he's not just a little stronger. He's on an entirely different level." Across the city, in a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket glares at his phone. The moment he sees Su Jingming's name, rage flares within him. He slams his palm against the marble counter, sending a crack through it. The glass beside him explodes as orange flames and blue lightning burst from his hand. "Su Jingming, you again," he snarls, voice trembling with fury. His eyes burn with resentment. "Because of you, I lost my spot as the top scorer of Jiangnan province. They laughed at me, mocked me." His fist tightens, fire and lightning swirling around it. "This time," he growls, "I'll take back everything that was stolen from me." Back at Magic University, Su Jingming sits quietly in the training room, a small knife glinting between his fingers. He's been refining his Thunder indestructible body for 5 relentless days. No food, no rest. Yet his energy remains abundant. He raises the blade and presses it lightly across his palm. A metallic clang rings out. The edge fails to cut through, leaving only a faint white mark. Su Jingming studies it calmly. "My body's defense, it's on par with E-grade alloy. Ordinary weapons can't even scratch me." He nods slightly, worthy of an S-grade body refinement art. The door bursts open. Lu rushes in, phone in hand, shouting, "Jingming, you're trending everywhere." The whole campus forms on fire. Everyone's talking about your record. He scrolls rapidly, wide-eyed. "Look, there are tons of posts, people lining up to challenge you." Instead of irritation, a faint smirk crosses Su Jingming's face. "So this is Magic University," he murmurs. "The martial spirit here runs deep." Seeing the flood of challenges, Lu went to fumes. "These clowns don't know their place. Let me roast them online for you." Su Jingming calmly lowers his roommate's arm. "Don't bother. Let them talk. It's not worth your time." He stands, slipping the knife away. "I've got something more important to do. I'm heading to the Battle Technique Library." Lu Winter blinks. "Then what about?" Head back to the dorm, Su says, already walking out. I'll handle the rest. Su Jingming steps before the towering structure of the Battle Technique Library, its sleek metal walls humming with faint energy. As he raises his hand toward the entrance scanner, a glowing orange formation flares to life, tracing intricate patterns across the air. The security circle ripples and confirms his identity. He lets out a quiet breath, impressed. So the rumors were true. This place really is guarded by the vice principal himself, a 9th-tier superpower user. With protection like that, even the strongest martial saints wouldn't dare steal from here. Swiping his student ID, Su Jingming walks through the gate as the glowing circle scans him one last time before granting entry. The moment he steps inside, he's greeted by a grand hall bathed in soft blue light. 3 librarians stand behind a curve counter. The one in the center smiles warmly. Welcome, S-grade student Su Jingming. How may we assist you today? Startled, Su raises a brow. You already know my name? The librarian nods politely. Students with S-grade clearance are automatically registered in our system. You have access to every battle technique in the library. Behind her professional smile, she's thinking quickly. S-grade authority means his potential is enormous, at least Grandmaster level. I should definitely build a connection with him. I'm looking for lightning element battle techniques, Su Jingming says. Which floor should I go to? B grade and below are on the 2nd and 3rd floors, she explains. The advanced ones are kept in the 4th floor reading room. You can enter by swiping your card. She gestures for him to follow, personally escorting him upstairs. The 4th floor chamber is elegant and quiet, lined with glowing shelves. In the center, a small floating AI device hovers above a crystal table. Welcome, the AI says, its voice soft but precise. Once you choose your desired techniques, the original manuals will be delivered here. Please handle them carefully. When the AI goes silent, Su Jingming gives a simple command. Show all lightning element battle techniques, B grade and above. Instantly, the room fills with light. Dozens of blue holographic screens appear, each displaying a detailed description of a different technique. He scrolls through the list, scanning the names and ranks until 2 stand out. The first, 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, is an SSS grade technique capable of forming a vast thunderstorm domain that traps enemies within its lightning field. But the note below it reads, requires 5th tier or above. The second, Wrath of the Thunder God, is an SS grade technique that channels destructive divine thunder. Requires 4th tier or above. Su Jingming studies the screens, eyes gleaming with quiet admiration. The power behind these techniques, it's beyond imagination. Seeing the dazzling lineup of SS and SSS grade techniques before him, Su Jingming can't help but be awed. The university's collection is incredible. They really have everything. For a moment, he wonders if he can access them freely. But his excitement fades as the reality of their strict tier requirements hits him. With his current rank, he can only practice A-grade battle techniques. Even so, the number of available options is staggering. He scrolls through endless holographic listings, each one tempting in its own way. Without his teacher's direction, choosing would have been almost impossible. Luckily, he's prepared. From his storage bracelet, Su Jingming retrieves a handwritten list from his master, Dean Genshin, a personal recommendation tailored to his thunder element abilities. Using it as a guide, he swipes through the holographic panels and locks in his selections one by one. He finalizes his choices with 4 A-grade techniques. Thunder Spear, a high-impact offensive strike. Chain Thunder Gun, a technique for continuous ranged attacks. Thunder Flash, a rapid movement art. Thunder Prison, a method of trapping enemies with lightning-based control. He mentally maps them out. Thunder Spear for instant offense. Chain Thunder Gun for sustained pressure. Thunder Flash for mobility, and Thunder Prison for control. Combined with his S-rank Thunder indestructible body, his combat setup feels perfectly balanced. Offense, defense, and mobility all covered. The AI Eva analyzes his choices and chimes in. Based on your current data, the average time to reach elementary mastery for each A-grade technique is 6 months. It is advised to mix in lower-tier skills for efficiency. Su Jingming smiles faintly. No need. I'll manage. Not long after, the librarian returns, carrying 4 beautifully bound manuals. Each one radiates a faint golden hue and emits a subtle energy pulse. Su Jingming's gaze lingers on them. Even a C-grade manual costs millions. These A-grade originals are priceless. He carefully opens the first one. A burst of golden light spills from the pages, and a powerful aura fills the room. The weight of the ancient runes, the vivid artistic conception. He instantly understands that this is something no copy could ever replicate. Time slips away as he studies. Hours turn into what feels like moments. Sweat forms on his forehead. His breathing deepens. The deeper he dives, the more complex the diagrams and energy flow patterns become. Frustration creeps in, but he grits his teeth and keeps going, flipping page after page until the last one closes with a soft thud. Exhausted but satisfied, he leans back in his chair. "D blue," he says calmly. "Add points." The response is instant. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Spear, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Chain Thunder Gun, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Flash, learned elementary. 200 superpower points consumed for Thunder Prison, learned elementary. A faint smile crosses his face as 4 golden notifications fade from view. "Show system panel," he commands. Blue holographic light flares once again, his updated stats appearing before him in crisp, glowing text. On the shimmering blue screen before him, Su Jingming's updated status glows clearly. Thunder Spear, Elementary Chain Thunder Gun, A grade. Elementary Thunder Flash, Elementary Thunder Prison, Elementary Thunder Indestructible Body. First layer remaining superpower points, 1,434. He studies the panel for a moment, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. The effort, the study, the focus, all of it had paid off. Closing the interface, Su Jingming rises from his seat. A low hum of thunder ripples through the air as faint arcs of blue light dance across his clenched fist. Power radiates from his body, steady yet untamed. He tilts his head slightly upward, a confident glint in his gaze. "With these techniques, my foundation is finally complete." A slow, almost anticipatory smile curves on his lips. "Now," he murmurs, voice calm yet sharp as lightning. "Let's see who'll be the first to experience it." The air around him crackles softly, like the quiet before a storm. Inside a lavish villa under the night sky, Lu and Tao lounges on the couch, chatting with Su Jingming. He mentions a message from Eva. The freshman assembly is happening tomorrow at Training Ground 1. Lu also talks about a new freshman group chat and suggests Su Jingming join in. Su Jingming agrees with a calm nod. Curious, Lu and Tao asks which combat techniques Su Jingming picked at the library. Without much thought, Su Jingming replies that he selected 4 A-rank combat techniques. The response leaves Lu and Tao completely stunned. He blurts out that mastering even one A-rank technique would usually take a student until sophomore or junior year. Shaking his head in disbelief, he mutters that his roommate clearly isn't walking an ordinary path. As the thought sinks in, Lu and Tao's curiosity deepens. He realizes that to even browse A-rank techniques, one needs special clearance. Su Jingming corrects him, saying his permission level isn't A rank, it's S rank. Lu and Tao jumps up, shouting in shock. He can't believe there's even a permission level above A rank. Then a sudden thought strikes him. Eyes wide, he stammers, asking if that means the rumors about Su Jingming being E rank were fake, and if he actually has an S rank ability. Su Jingming gives a slight smile and replies playfully, telling him he's finally learned something new. Lu and Tao stands frozen for a moment before bursting out in amazement. He admits he always knew Su Jingming was strong, but never imagined he'd be S rank, far beyond the A-rank provincial top scores. With a grin stretching across his face, he gives a thumbs up, feeling proud of himself for becoming a fan early. Later that night, Su Jingming heads to the second-floor training room. Holding a practice spear, he quickly finds it too light for his current strength. With his new combat techniques in hand, he knows it's time to upgrade his equipment. He recalls that his old F-rank obsidian spear is still back home, and far too weak for him now. Deciding to get something more suitable, he calls out to Eva, asking her to open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. In response, holographic screens appear, displaying a lineup of spears ranging from F-rank to D-rank. Su Jingming scans through them, noting that he can adjust their length and weight. Higher ranks mean heavier builds and higher prices. After some thought, he selects an E-rank spear weighing 210 kilograms, along with an E-rank combat suit and boots. Once he confirms the order, Eva displays the total, 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6. As the transaction completes, Su Jingming can't help but sigh softly. His balance has nearly been cut in half in just one purchase. With his new equipment set to arrive the next day, Su Jingming tightens his grip on the practice spear. Though it's only a temporary weapon, it'll have to do for now. With a confident smirk, he declares that tonight, it'll serve its purpose, helping him master all 4 of his newly acquired A-rank combat techniques. The following morning, the freshman assembly at Modu Superpower University is in full swing. As Su Jingming walks in, conversations immediately ripple through the crowd. Students whisper and point, recognizing him as the one who shattered the school's punch power record. Others murmur that he's the top scorer from Jiangnan province, impressed by both his strength and his striking looks. Before he can even find a place to sit, a tall, broad-shouldered student steps into his path. The young man, Lei Zhou, points at Su Jingming and loudly challenges him in front of everyone. Gasps spread through the crowd. They recognize Lei Zhou instantly, the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, boasting a score of over 9,300. Whispers fill the air. Some note that both of Lei Zhou's parents are powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings, giving him an elite background. Others sigh, saying it's no surprise he's so bitter. After all, no one ever remembers who came in second. But Su Jingming remains calm, unbothered by the public challenge. In a composed tone, he simply replies that he's not interested. His response shocks Lu Wentao, who watches in disbelief. Lei Zhou, however, smirks and leans forward, clearly not willing to back down. He brings up a personal matter, Su Jingming's aunt's family, who runs a business dealing in rare plants. His grin turns cold as he mentions that his family is their biggest client and that they also owe his family a large loan. He casually adds that if the payment isn't made on time, things might get difficult for them. The crowd goes silent. The air thickens instantly. Su Jingming's expression darkens, and a deep, chilling aura flares from his body, a fierce, dark blue energy that ripples through the air. His voice drops as he asks quietly, "Are you threatening me?" The pressure from his aura hits like a physical force, making Lei Zhou instinctively step back. Sweat forms on his forehead as his bravado wavers. The overwhelming presence feels less human and more beast-like, suffocating and primal. Stammering, he insists it was just a reminder, not a threat. Su Jingming lets the tension linger for a moment before reigning in his aura. His tone returns to calm as he asks for the time and place of the duel. Gathering himself, Lei Zhou announces that the battle will take place in 7 days, at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Su Jingming nods once, replying that he'll be there, and advises Lei Zhou not to regret his choice. The tension breaks, replaced by a wave of excitement among the watching students. Buzz spreads instantly. The school's top-ranked freshman versus the runner-up, set to fight in 1 week. Moments later, the atmosphere settles as an older official with a gray beard steps onto the stage. With a steady voice, he welcomes the new students to Modu Superpower University and explains that today's assembly is meant to answer questions and introduce them to the university systems. The gray-bearded official clears his throat and continues, saying there's something important he wants to introduce before anything else, the school's combat power ranking system. He explains that every student will use the virtual dive pods, advanced devices for holographic combat simulations. Each student's rank will be determined by how many levels they can clear. The higher they go, the stronger their rank, and the greater their rewards. He encourages everyone to give it their all, emphasizing that the prizes for top performers are extremely generous. After nearly an hour of orientation, the meeting finally ends. Su Jingming stretches and lets out a long yawn. To him, the only interesting part was the mention of the virtual dive pod. He figures he'll give it a try when he has some free time. For now, though, his focus remains on training, his daily sessions with senior Lu Ming and his mentor, Dean Yang Genshin. Over the next 7 days, Su Jingming throws himself into relentless training. Guided by Lu Ming and the Dean, his strength grows rapidly. At the end of the week, Lu Ming looks at him with disbelief. "Junior brother," he says, astonished. "You've already reached mid-level of the first tier? How did you advance that fast?" Su Jingming just smiles lightly and replies, "Guess I got lucky." But deep down, he knows the truth. He had deliberately waited a few days before using his system to level up, which reduced the cost to just 380 superpower points. If he'd advanced any faster, he muses, Lu Ming probably would have been too shocked to handle it. Switching topics, Lu Ming suddenly remembers something. "Right, you've got that duel today, don't you?" At noon. Su Jingming nods. "Yeah." With a confident grin, Lu Ming pats his shoulder. "Then I'll be sure to observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent." He chuckles and decides to tag along to watch the fight. The scene shifts to Broadcast Platform 3, a massive arena buzzing with excitement. A crowd has already gathered to witness the showdown. Lei Zhou arrives first, surrounded by his friends. One of them smirks, saying, "Perfect chance to see how strong the so-called top scorer really is." Another laughs. "That high score of his must have been a fluke. My money's on Lei Zhou." Someone mentions the punch power record, but Lei Zhou scoffs. A record like that means nothing. Strength in this school isn't about fists, it's about superpowers. Then the atmosphere changes. Su Jingming appears at the entrance, walking in with Lu Ming by his side. Dressed in a sleek black coat and holding his newly purchased spear, he draws every eye in the arena. As Su Jingming strides toward the ring, Lu Ming hides a grin. With looks like that, he thinks, "My junior's gonna have half the campus chasing after him once he starts showing his real power." From the ring, Lei Zhou watches closely and notices the subtle shift in Su Jingming's aura. His rank has risen. Still, his confidence doesn't waver. He has his own trump cards prepared. Smirking, Lei Zhou raises his voice for all to hear. "Let's make this interesting. How about we wager everything? All our credits?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingming replies, "Fine. I've got 370 credits." The crowd erupts in excitement. The stage is set, pride, power, and every last credit on the line. Impressed, he declares he'll cover any remaining credits with cash. He suggests both of them transfer their stakes to a neutral third party, old Master Zhou's account. The teacher overseeing the match is Zhou, a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. She's a powerful Tier 6 mid-level healer, well known among the faculty. As Su Jingming completes the transfer, he notes her presence. Knowing that duels between superpowered students can turn deadly, he realizes the school has taken precautions. With that assurance, he agrees to the terms. Excitement ripples through the crowd as the massive wager, 3.7 million in total, is confirmed. Zhou Yun steps forward to officiate, announcing she has received the credits. She tells them to get ready and clearly states the rules. If one fighter concedes or loses consciousness, the other must stop immediately. Both Su Jingming and Lei Zhou give a calm nod of understanding. The arena falls silent as they face each other. Su Jingming gripping his spear, Li Zhou drawing his sword. Determined, Li Zhou activates his A-rank ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. A swirling vortex of orange flames erupts around him as he vows to reclaim the honor Su Jingming once took from him. The display of power stuns the audience. The heat alone is enough to make the air shimmer. With his blade blazing, Li Zhou charges forward, leaping high and slashing down in a flaming arc. But Su Jingming doesn't flinch. He steadies his stance and swings his spear upward in a simple, precise motion. The clash is brief and shocking. The flaming sword strike is completely neutralized. Gasps fill the stands. No one can believe it. A basic move had stopped a high-level special attack. Whispers race through the crowd. Even he stands frozen, teeth clenched, unable to comprehend what just happened. Su Jingming lowers his spear, his gaze cold. Purple lightning flickers across his body as he says flatly, "Nothing is impossible. You just don't have the strength." Before he can react, Su Jingming surges forward in a storm of lightning. The air crackles, and in the blink of an eye, his spear strikes Li Zhou square in the chest. The impact sends him crashing backward, lightning dancing across his body as the crowd erupts in disbelief. Purple lightning surges through his body, tearing a scream from his throat as the strike hits. His sword spins away in a flash of steel, blood spraying through the air. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, smoke curling from his scorched body as he slumps motionless on the arena floor. The audience falls silent. The fight has ended almost before it began. His supporters stare in disbelief. One gasps that Su Jingming won in just 2 moves, while another scoffs bitterly, asking what happened to all that talk about Li Zhou being stronger. Murmurs ripple through the stands. Everyone now sees it clearly. Su Jingming's power stands far above the rest of the freshmen. Off to the side, Lu looks on completely unfazed. To him, the match was dull. His junior brother didn't even need to show a fraction of his real strength. Back in the ring, Teacher Zhou steps forward to declare the winner, but Li Zhou suddenly stirs. He forces himself up, trembling, blood still dripping from his mouth. "I haven't lost. The match isn't over," he shouts, voice hoarse with defiance. Gritting his teeth, he pulls out a small red pill. Zhou's eyes widen in alarm. "Stop. That's a rampaging blood pill," she warns sharply. "This is just a match. Don't throw your life away." Gasps echo through the stands. The spectators recognize the pill too. They whisper among themselves. It's known to multiply one's strength for a brief time, but the aftermath is brutal. leaving the user crippled for weeks, even months. Ignoring the warnings, he clenches the pill in his fist. "The risk is mine to bear," he growls. "I'll accept defeat only if I lose after this." From the stands, Lu and Tao calls out in protest. "Isn't that cheating? You can't use something like that." Teacher Zhou Yun faces the crowd, her tone steady. "This is an unofficial match," she explains. "There are no restrictions. Weapons, combat suits, and pills are all part of a fighter's resources. If Su Jingming had such an item, he'd be free to use it as well." As she finishes, Li Zhou swallows the pill. A surge of energy explodes from his body. Flames burst to life around him, burning hotter than before. His eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow as he roars, the arena trembling under the force of his aura. Teacher Zhou Yun's expression darkens. She can feel it. The pill has pushed Li Zhou's power beyond his limits, elevating him to the lower ranks of the second tier. Teacher Zhou Yun's face hardens as she senses the surge in Li Zhou's aura. The pill's effect is undeniable. His strength has skyrocketed. She exhales quietly, concluding that Su Jingming might finally be in real danger. But instead of fear, the spark in Su Jingming's eyes only burns brighter. Facing his opponent's desperate power-up, his own fighting intent ignites, erupting into a storm of violet lightning that crackles wildly around him. From the edge of the arena, Teacher Zhou Yun watches intently, her worry giving way to approval. She notes how his spirit doesn't waver, even in the face of greater power, the mark of someone born to command on the battlefield. A confident grin spreads across Su Jingming's face as he grips his spear. Finally, he thinks, this fight won't feel like an adult toying with a child anymore. He steps forward, and the floor beneath his boots splinters under the surge of energy. In the next instant, he vanishes from sight, moving with blinding speed. Li Zhou's eyes widen in disbelief. Su Jingming's acceleration is unreal. Before he can react, the two meet head-on in the center of the ring. The collision shakes the air, sparks of fire and lightning scattering in every direction. Li Zhou barely manages to block the first thrust, but the sheer force behind it drives him backward. His knees slam into the cracked floor as he strains to stay upright, flames flickering wildly around him. "How?" He gasps, struggling against the weight of the strike. Even boosted to the second tier, I still can't overpower him? What kind of monster is he? Realizing brute strength won't save him, Li Zhou quickly retreats. Flames surge around his arms as he switches tactics, hurling a storm of blazing fireballs across the ring. Su Jingming doesn't even flinch. With a smooth motion, he swings his spear in a wide arc. A vortex of lightning bursts forth, swallowing every fireball and scattering the flames into harmless sparks. He glances at Li Zhou with a faint smirk. "That's it? Is that all you've got?" Li Zhou grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his temple. His opponent's lightning tears through every attack like it's nothing. "I can't get close, but if I can just hold out, if I can drain his strength before this pill wears off, maybe..." But Su Jingming doesn't plan to give him that chance. He plants his spear into the ground, purple energy roaring to life around him. In an instant, it condenses, forming a massive weapon of pure, crackling lightning. "Thunder Spear," he mutters. With a single motion, he hurls it forward. The spear streaks through the air like a lightning bolt and slams into Li Zhou's shoulder, tearing through his defenses with brutal precision. The impact sends Li Zhou stumbling backward, clutching his wound as pain floods his body. His eyes widen in horror, a chilling realization dawning on him. Li Zhou's eyes widen in horror as realization dawns. Su Jingming isn't just unstoppable up close. He also commands terrifying long-range power. Before Li Zhou can even steady himself, the air above him crackles violently. A massive sphere of lightning takes form, pulsing with deadly energy. In the next instant, torrents of purple electricity rain down from it, engulfing him completely. The shock rips through his body, leaving him trembling and gasping in pain. What kind of technique is this?" he mutters, forcing his head up. Expressionless, Su Jingming raises his hand and points straight at him. His voice rings out cold and sharp. A rank control skill, Thunder Prison. Bolts of lightning whip out in every direction, weaving themselves into a cage of blinding purple energy. The crackling prison closes around Li Zhou, sealing him inside. Li Zhou curses under his breath. A restriction skill, damn it, desperate. He summons every last bit of his remaining power. Flames explode from his body, swirling upward into a blazing vortex. The fiery barrier roars around him, shielding him within a cocoon of heat and light. "If I can't get out," he shouts, voice strained, "then you can't get in. Let's see who lasts longer, Su Jingming." But his challenge only draws a faint smirk from his opponent. Su Jingming looks at the barrier with calm disdain. That flimsy wall. How many hits could he even take? Without hesitation, he bends his knees and launches himself into the air. In a blur, he soars high above the arena, the light from his lightning reflecting off his armor. Hovering above the fiery prison, he calls forth his full power. The sky seems to darken as dozens of enormous lightning spears materialize around him, each one humming with lethal energy. The air trembles. Then, with a wave of his arm, Su Jingming unleashes them all. A storm of glowing purple spears rains down like divine punishment, each one screaming toward the trapped Li Zhou. The sight is overwhelming, a devastating evolution of Su Jingming's chain thundergun. Li Zhou looks up, terror freezing his heart. He knows instantly. If that barrage hits, there will be nothing left of him. His pride crumbles. His voice breaks. "I surrender. I surrender." In that instant, the lead lightning spear halts just inches from his eye. The rest of the spears vanish in a mist, the storm dying as quickly as it appeared. Su Jingming descends, landing softly within the ring. Without a word, he thrusts his physical spear forward one final time, driving it clean through Li Zhou's chest, a single decisive strike that ends all doubt. Li Zhou collapses to his knees, the fight completely drained from him. Su Jingming withdraws his weapon, standing tall over his fallen opponent, calm and unshaken. Teacher Zhou Yun's voice echoes through the arena. "Winner, Su Jingming." The crowd erupts, but their cheers are mixed with awe and disbelief. Gasps and exclamations ripple through the stands. For battle techniques in seconds, one whispers. "He completely dominated from start to finish," another adds. Everyone now understands. This wasn't just a victory. It was total annihilation. In the stands, two students can't stop talking about what they just saw. Those moves, they had to be at least B-grade techniques, right? One says, eyes still wide. His friend shakes his head in disbelief. B-grade? I'd be lucky to master a C-grade. And he just chained all that together like it was nothing. Not far away, Lu Ming overhears their conversation and lets out a quiet sigh, rubbing his temples. They really have no idea, he thinks. My junior brother didn't use B-grade skills. All four were A-grade techniques. And he's already mastered them to combat level. The memory of his own freshman days flashes through his mind. How he'd struggled for months just to control a single A-grade technique. He's beyond gifted. It's honestly terrifying, he admits to himself, feeling both proud and pressured by his prodigious junior. Back in the ring, Li Zhou forces himself up, battered but no longer defiant. Bowing his head slightly, he speaks with sincerity. "Thank you for sparing my life. I lost completely." He pauses, then adds, "The wager is yours. I'll transfer the credits and pay my debt to your aunt's business. You have my word." Teacher Zhou Yun steps forward, nodding in acknowledgement. The match is concluded. Su Jingming's winnings, 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency, have been credited to his student account. Su Jingming glances at the notification on his wristband and smiles faintly. A gambling fight really is a fast way to make money, he muses. The moment the announcement ends, Lu and Tao bursts into the ring, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Ming, you're loaded now. Come on, let's hit the city center tonight and celebrate." Su Jingming starts to decline politely. "I can't. I've got training with my senior." But Lu Ming steps in, a calm smile on his face. "Go," he advises. Even the best warriors need rest. Balance is part of strength. After a moment's thought, Su Jingming nods. "All right then, I'll come." As they head toward the exit, Lu and Tao excitedly points at Lu Ming. "By the way, Brother Ming, that's the Lu Ming, vice president of the Ash Club, the lightning powerhouse himself. I told you he's amazing." Su Jingming gives a small nod, clearly respectful. "I can tell," he says simply. As they leave the arena together, Lu and Tao throws an arm around Su Jingming's shoulder. "Relax, just follow my lead tonight. I've already arranged everything." Su Jingming narrows his eyes slightly, sensing trouble. What kind of arrangement are we talking about? Lu and Tao turns around with a mischievous grin that could only mean chaos. "The one event you can't miss in university life," he declares dramatically, pointing at his friend. "The freshman night extravaganza." Lu and Tao approached Su Jingming, who was quietly seated at the table. His voice was filled with excitement as he shared the news. Su Jingming had become quite the sensation lately. He explained how he'd posted an invite for a small mixer on the campus forum, and to his shock, over 100 people had signed up. Sorting through them had been a real challenge. Su Jingming gave a small smile, amused by his friend's enthusiasm. He asked who made the final cut. Lu and Tao grinned mischievously, saying he'd find out soon enough. It was a surprise. Right then, Lu spotted a pair approaching from a distance. "Ah, here they come," he said, waving them over. Two young women walked up. The first, wearing glasses, introduced herself as Chi Dong-xia, one of the chosen guests. Her companion, a girl with sleek dark hair, introduced herself as Song Chio-yun, Chi Dong-xia's roommate. Lu and Tao proudly made the introductions, emphasizing their impressive talents. Chi Dong-xia, he explained, possessed an A-rank beast-type ability. Song Chio-yun, meanwhile, was a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, also the top scorer in her province. Su Jingming greeted them politely, but as soon as Song Chio-yun heard his name, her demeanor shifted. She looked directly at him and asked if he'd be up for a sparring match, anytime, anywhere. Chi Dong-xia sighed, calling her a battle maniac for challenging someone moments after meeting them. "We're here to socialize, remember?" she reminded her. Song Chio-yun shrugged, admitting that meeting Su Jingming was her real reason for coming, to see if the rumors about his strength were true. Su Jingming chuckled lightly and gestured for them to sit. Lu and Tao quickly stepped in, explaining that the evening was meant for relaxing, some food, a bit of fun, and maybe a little shopping. Later, the group strolled through the lively high commercial street. Bright lights, towering skyscrapers, and crowds filled the night air. Song Chio-yun looked up, clearly impressed by the city's grandeur. Nearby, Chi Dong-xia was drawn to a display of fashionable clothes, while Su Jingming's attention was caught by a store selling high-grade gear for ability users. Everything from A-rank weapons to rare elixirs. He silently noted that this city's equipment selection far outshined anything back in his hometown of Jiangcheng. Their night continued with laughter and snacks from the street stalls. Eventually, they wandered into a boutique. While the girls browsed the racks, Su Jingming offered to hold Song Chio-yun's shopping bag. Their hands brushed briefly as he took it from her. He followed behind as the two women admired a jewelry display, his arms gradually filling with more and more bags. By the time the evening ended, Su Jingming glanced at the pile he was carrying and couldn't help but think. They'd spent several million in just a few short hours. Lu and Tao chuckles that, for someone who dresses plain, Su is loaded. Seeing Su Jingming's interest, he adds in a low voice that her family background is on another level. Chi Dong-xia calls over, asking for help with one last bag, and Song Chio-yun says it's about time to head back. The evening wraps up with Su Jingming and Lu Tao escorting them to a lavish villa. At the gate, Su says the night was fun. The guys wave as the two walk toward the door. Then Su pauses, turns to Su Jingming, and says she meant what she said earlier. She will issue a formal challenge someday. Su Jingming is taken aback for a moment, then answers with a calm, "I'll be waiting." Su nods once and goes inside. Upstairs, Chi Dong-xia can't resist teasing. Since freshman year, she says Song Chu has never shown a positive reaction to any boy, except today. Great call bringing her along. Song Chu explains why she usually keeps her distance. Her rank light ability lets her catch the thoughts of people nearby, so she's constantly picking up the dirty-minded ones. Su Jingming stood out. What she sensed from him was simple appreciation, nothing else. He's different, she concludes. Chi Dong-xia grins and jokes that Miss Song might be smitten. On the walk home, Lu and Tao stretches and says it feels good to unwind. Su Jingming agrees, quietly, but his mind runs back to Song Chu's status and the gap he still needs to close. He sets a goal: keep pushing, get stronger. 15 days later, in his training room, Su Jingming finishes his meditation, gauges his state, and decides it's time. Deep Blue, he says, spend the points. Begin the upgrade. A sudden blast of violet lightning bursts from Su Jingming's body, shaking the training chamber. System alerts flash before him. He's entering a dual advancement. His cultivation surging from mid-level to high first tier, and his thunder indestructible body ascending to level 2. When the energy storm finally settles, he exhales slowly. The difference is clear. His strength, speed, and endurance have all skyrocketed. The second stage of his body technique, he recalls, focuses on refining bones and muscles, making them nearly unbreakable. Opening the training manual, he reads the next section. At level 3, he'll unlock Thunder Extreme State, a temporary form that grants overwhelming speed and power. Satisfied, he checks his system panel. His stats have grown impressively, but his ability points have dropped to just 62. Not enough to advance further. He knows what he must do next. Venture into the wilderness and hunt high-rank beasts to earn more points. Later, Su Jingming visits his master Dean. The old man's eyes widen the instant he senses the new aura around his disciple. "You advanced again?" he asks in disbelief. Su Jingming nods calmly. "Last night, I also reached the second level in body tempering." The dean hides his astonishment. His student speaks of breakthroughs as if they were everyday matters. With an S-rank ability and that relentless drive, he thinks there may truly be no limit to what this boy can achieve. Standing nearby, senior disciple Lu Ming lets out a low whistle. "You really are a monster, junior brother. It took me half a year to reach that stage." Dean Genshin smiles faintly. "Power is important, but so is battle experience. Let's test your progress. Lu Ming, you'll spar with him." Su Jingming's eyes light up. "I accept." Inside the training hall, the air crackles with tension. Lu Ming grips his spear and says, "I'll hold back. Limit my power to a low second tier. You, however, will go all out." They take their positions. 3, 2, 1, begin. Both figures explode into motion, spears clashing with a deafening crack. A surge of purple and green energy floods the room, shaking the walls. The impact forces Lu Ming back a step. He hadn't expected such force. His strength, it's nearly equal to mine, he thinks, astonished. Su Jingming, surrounded by arcs of lightning, feels the rush of battle pulse through his veins. For the first time since obtaining Deep Blue, he's met an opponent who can truly match his strength. Seeing an opening, Su Jingming gathers a crackling sphere of lightning in his palm and hurls it forward. Thunder Prison. The orb bursts through the air, exploding with blinding force and forcing Lu Ming onto the defensive. Before his senior can recover, Su Jingming lunges ahead, following up with a flurry of lightning spears, each one crackling with energy. The attack chain resembles his chain thunder gun technique, executed in perfect rhythm. Lu Ming narrows his eyes and smirks. "So you're using the same combo that took down Li Zhou? Impressive, but I'm no freshman." He thrusts his hand forward, summoning a raging storm of teal lightning. Jade Pivot True Thunder. The two attacks collide with a thunderous roar. Electric arcs lash through the air, the entire training hall trembling under the sheer power of their clash. For 20 relentless minutes, their battle rages. Lightning flashing, energy exploding, every strike pushing both fighters closer to their limits. At last, the storm subsides. Su Jingming, breathing heavily, steadies himself with his spear. "I'm out of divine thunder energy," he says quietly. "You win, senior brother." Lu Ming shakes his head. "Not quite. You didn't lose because of ability, only because your energy reserves ran dry. If we'd been equal in that, the result might have been different." Dean steps forward, eyes gleaming with pride. "That was an incredible display. I expected an easy win for Lu Ming, but the two of you were neck and neck to the end. Truly an extraordinary match." Lu Ming glances at his junior brother and asks, "Do you know what level your combat power reached just now?" Su Jingming looks at him, unsure. Lu Ming's expression turns serious. "You've already reached a strength unmatched in the second tier. No one stands above you there." The words hang in the air. Su Jingming grips his spear tighter, silent for a moment. Then his eyes sharpen with resolve. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. After the grueling battle, Dean finally raises his hand, signaling the end of training. "That's enough for today," he says firmly. "Everyone rest." Moments later, the butler, Uncle Fu, enters carrying a tray filled with glistening spirit fruits. "These are perfect for recovery after an intense session," he explains with a gentle smile. The rich aroma of the fruits fills the air, easing the lingering tension. As the others begin to relax, Su Jingming steps forward. "Master," he says respectfully, "I have a request." Dean looks up from his seat. "Speak." "I plan to take a trip to the wilderness," Su Jingming states. "I'll be leaving the university for a while." The dean's eyes narrow slightly. "How long is a while?" "Over a month," Su Jingming replies. "I intend to return right before the freshman competition." The response makes the dean's expression turn serious. "A month in the wilderness?" he repeats. "That's not the same as the examination zones. Out there, there's no army to protect you. The beasts move unpredictably, and if you run into a high-tier one..." He pauses, his tone sharpening. "Even a single mistake can cost your life." Despite the warning, Su Jingming's gaze remains steady. Dean studies him for a moment longer before exhaling. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Su Jingming nods. Then I won't stop you, the dean says finally. He places a firm hand on his disciple's shoulder. But remember this, if you ever find yourself in danger, you run. Do not hesitate. Power means nothing if you're dead. The path to strength is filled with life and death trials. But since you've chosen this road, you must walk it with clear judgment. Su Jingming bows deeply. Thank you for understanding, Master. The dean softens slightly. Which region will you head to? Taking a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, Su Jingming answers. The wilderness near Yuanu City. That earns a small nod from the dean. Good. That area borders the magic capital. The beasts there only reach up to tier 4 or 5. It's dangerous, but manageable for someone of your level. He turns to Lu Ming. Later, share some of your experience from your time in the wild. It might help him survive longer out there. Lu Ming grins. Of course, Master. Dean Jinshin looks back to Su Jingming, his expression softening once more. Since I can't assist you much once you leave, let me at least send you off properly. The ring on his finger begins to glow with a brilliant teal light. Taking Su Jingming's hand, he channels the energy forward. Accept this, it's my gift to you. A weapon worthy of your next journey. Back in his dorm, Su Jingming sat on his bed, his newly gifted spear leaning against the wall and a travel pack resting beside him. He took a deep breath and called out, Eva, open the university mission system. Holographic panels flickered to life in front of him. Lines of mission data scrolling down the screen. Lu Ming's words echoed in his mind. Before heading out, take a few missions. You'll earn extra credits, and it'll give you direction while you're in the wild. Su Jingming scrolled through the listings. There were dozens of options, collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, tracking bandits, even subduing rogue mutants. Each mission was ranked by difficulty. D and C ranks offered minor rewards, while A and S ranks promised large sums of credits and reputation points. He noticed a clear pattern. The higher the risk, the better the payout. Most top-tier missions required combat. So that's the university's real system, he thought. They push students into danger to make them stronger. He recalled an old saying, the best students aren't found in the classroom, but in the field. After a moment of thought, he selected 1 A rank and 3 B rank missions, enough to test himself and gain good experience. Once the confirmation prompts disappeared, he stood and began to prepare. He changed into his new combat gear, strapped on his utility belt, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. As he opened the door, Eva's calm voice echoed in his ear. Good luck, Su Jingming. He smiled faintly. Thanks. Time to move. His journey took him to Yuanche City Supply Base, a busy outpost nestled in the mountains, the last hub before entering the vast wilderness. The place was alive with energy. Adventurers filled the streets, some advertising open team slots, others haggling over gear or mission intel. Su Jingming paused, surveying the bustling scene with quiet satisfaction. I finally made it this far. He followed the flow of people to a large stone building bearing the sign Adventurers Registration Hall. Inside, the air buzzed with conversation and the metallic scent of weapons. Rows of armed men and women waited their turn at the counters. At one of them stood a poised woman in a red dress, her demeanor professional yet warm. As he approached, she greeted him with a polished smile. Welcome, sir. How may I help you today? I'm here to register as an adventurer, Su Jingming replied, presenting his identification card. The woman glanced at it, her eyes widening slightly when she saw the emblem of Modu Superpower University. A Modu University student? She said, clearly impressed. It's rare for someone of your rank to enter the wilderness this early. Most wait until they reach mid-second tier. Su Jingming said nothing, only giving a calm nod. She processed the application, explaining that registration might take a little while. Please, make yourself comfortable in the hall while we finalize the paperwork. Understood, he replied. While waiting, Su Jingming walked slowly through the room. Around him were hardened adventurers, some laughing over old hunts, others checking their gear in silence. He watched them closely, taking in the atmosphere of those who live by their strength. For the first time, he felt it clearly. He was no longer just a student. He was stepping into the real world. A loud commotion suddenly ripples through the hall. Voices rise near the entrance as several adventurers turn to look. Is that her? One of them whispers. It's Jiang Chu Xian, the goddess from Modi University, another exclaims, eyes wide. Man, she's even more stunning in person. All heads turn toward the doorway, where a striking woman strides in with confident grace. Her long white hair flows behind her, and dark sunglasses hide her eyes. Two muscular bodyguards flank her, while a cameraman follows, recording her every move. The hall erupts in chatter. "She's really here filming again?" someone murmurs. "Her videos always get millions of views." "Millions?" another scoffs. "She passed 15 million followers last month. She's basically a celebrity now." A third man sighs dramatically. "I'd give 10 years of my life just to be her boyfriend." Ignoring the excitement, Jiang Chuxian walks past with calm composure, her confidence radiating with every step. From a distance, Su Jingming watches quietly. He recognizes her uniform badge, another Modi University student. "So she's from the same place as me," he thinks, noting that her beauty rivals even Song Chiu-yun's. He makes a mental note, but keeps to himself. Before he can dwell on it, the receptionist calls his name. "Mr. Su, your registration is complete." He approaches as she hands him a sleek adventurer ID card along with a dark satellite smartwatch. "This device contains wilderness maps," she explains. "It updates in real time with beast activity and danger zones. It'll keep you safe if you stay alert." "Thank you," Su Jingming replies, slipping the watch on his wrist. He turns to leave, but a rough voice stops him. "Hey kid." A man with greasy hair and shifty eyes blocks his path, his grin a little too wide. "First time heading into the wild, huh? Dangerous place out there. You'll need proper elixirs." Su Jingming gives him a neutral glance. "Oh, what kind?" The man grins and pulls open his coat, revealing rows of small bottles and pills. "First-grade healing elixirs, only 20,000 each. Antidote elixirs for 15,000. And if you've got the cash, I can sell you second-grade ones. Strong stuff, but pricey." Su Jingming tilts his head. "Those prices aren't bad." The man laughs, clearly pleased. "Of course. I'm known for giving fair deals. Everything here's top quality. You won't find better in this base." But Su Jingming's eyes narrow slightly. Something's off, he thinks. He knows the market price. First-grade elixirs run for at least 30 to 40,000 credits. The only reason they'd be this cheap is if they're diluted or fake. His tone turns cold. "Tell me, how many of those do you have?" The man blinks, suspicious. "Enough for you, why?" Su Jingming steps closer, voice calm but cutting. "Because I'm curious. How many other newcomers have you scammed today?" The grin vanishes. The man's expression darkens. He takes a threatening step forward, face twisting. "You trying to mess with me, kid? Think you're funny." The tension in the air sharpens instantly. Su Jingming stays composed, meeting the merchant's glare without flinching and asking simply, "What do you want?" The merchant's lips curl into a sharp grin. He boasts that Su Jingming is the first fool daring enough to challenge him inside the supply base. Before the tension can explode, a young woman with short dark hair strides over, her voice cutting through the noise. She yells at the merchant, calling him by name, Zhao Chunlin, and accuses him of ripping off new adventurers again. Zhao Chunlin's expression darkens with irritation. He shoots Su Jingming a cold look and mutters that his luck won't last forever. As he turns to leave, he leans close, his tone low and venomous, warning Su Jingming not to step outside the base for the next few days, or he'll regret it deeply. When Zhao Chunlin storms off, murmurs spread among the nearby adventurers. They whisper that the newcomer has drawn the attention of the wrong person. One of them mentions that Zhao Chunlin is said to be a mid-level, second-tier user, far above Su Jingming's current rank. The woman from earlier approaches Su Jingming again. She tells him bluntly that Zhao Chunlin holds grudges and advises him to stay inside for now. Su Jingming nods and thanks, but wonders aloud why someone known for scamming isn't punished. She sighs and explains that Zhao Chunlin has strong backing, which keeps everyone's hands tied. Before leaving, she urges Su Jingming to stick to official merchants and not to wander outside. As she walks away, Su Jingming watches her go, quietly thinking she's a decent person in a place like this. Shaking off the encounter, he refocuses on his task. He plans his purchases, healing elixirs, antidotes, and essentials for the month ahead. After collecting everything from the official counter and packing them neatly into his backpack, he steps out of the adventurer's hall, ready to head into the wild. But just as he exits, a familiar figure blocks his way. Zhao Chunlin stands there with a few cronies behind him, his face twisted with fury. "So," Zhao Chunlin sneers, "you really think you can just ignore me? Did my warning mean nothing to you?" Su Jingming's eyes remain calm. "What exactly are you after?" he asks evenly. Zhao Chunlin's composure snaps. His face contorts into a sneer as he growls. "You dare disrespect me? Fine. I'll break both your legs and make sure you spend the rest of your life crawling." His tone drips with cruelty claiming it's the only thing that will calm his rage. From a short distance away, the woman who had warned Su Jingming earlier catches sight of the commotion. She clenches her fists in frustration. "I told him not to go out," she mutters, then moves as if to step forward. But her companion grabs her arm, shaking his head. "Don't. Let him learn what it means to cross someone like Xiao Chunlin," he says quietly. Meanwhile, back at the standoff, Xiao Chunlin raises his arm. Dark energy gathers and coils around it like smoke. He smirks, declaring, "You're out of your depth, boy. My C-rank metallic skin makes me invincible. And with this D-rank combat suit, you couldn't leave a scratch on me even if you tried." He lowers his hand, eyes cold. "I'll give you one chance. Pay me 1,000,000 and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never walk again." Before the words even finish echoing, a faint crackle fills the air. Purple lightning flickers across Su Jingming's body, his gaze steady and sharp. "Shameless," he says flatly. The sudden pressure in the air makes Xiao Chunlin's smirk falter. His eyes widen in disbelief as Su Jingming vanishes in a burst of violet light. In the next instant, a thunderous sound splits the air. Su Jingming reappears behind him, and with one devastating strike, sends Xiao Chunlin crashing to the ground. A stunned silence follows. Only one thought hangs in the air. Oh, Su Jingming's strike was so swift and forceful that Xiao Chunlin was launched through the air like a ragdoll, his body torn and bloodied. The impact sent him crashing straight through a stone wall, the structure exploding into fragments. Silence fell over the courtyard. The kind adventurer woman and her teammates stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to comprehend the devastation that had just unfolded before them. In the center of the wreckage, Su Jingming stood motionless, his expression unreadable, the calm in the aftermath of his own storm. The crowd instinctively moved aside, whispering among themselves. None of them had even seen how he attacked. He just disappeared, and bam, Chunlin was down, one onlooker stammered. "I thought the newcomer was the one in danger," another muttered. Turns out, Chunlin picked the wrong target. The kind adventurer woman glanced at her blonde companion, still trying to make sense of what happened. "I didn't catch his movement at all," she admitted. Her friend crouched near the rubble, analyzing the wreck. "Judging from that impact, Chunlin's legs and pelvis are probably beyond repair," she said flatly. "Even if he lives, he's finished." The woman looked back towards Su Jingming. "He's not just powerful, he's merciless. Definitely a student from Modu Superpower University." Her friend raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" "The combat suit," she replied. "It's the university's exclusive model." Impressed, she turned thoughtful. "We're still short an attacker. Maybe we should try recruiting him." Her companion immediately protested. "Did you forget our team rule? No men allowed." The others laughed, nudging her playfully. "Oh, come on, Xiao Qian. Admit it. You just think he's cute." Flustered, Xiao Qian waved them off, her face turning red as the teasing continued. Meanwhile, Su Jingming paid no attention to their chatter. He walked toward the wilderness gate, scanned his adventurer card, and a confirmation tone sounded. Access granted. Without looking back, he stepped through the massive steel doors and into the untamed Yuene wilderness. Moments later, a deep, thunderous roar echoed through the forest, shaking the air around him. Su Jingming paused, listening intently. That sound, it was a beast's territorial cry. Judging by its strength, it was at least tier 4. Despite the distant roars echoing through the forest, Su Jingming stays composed. Those beasts weren't his concern. Not today. His focus was elsewhere. He mentally reviewed the layout of the Yuene wilderness. One section, a ruined city. The other, a dense mountain forest. The city's beasts were weaker, perfect for building strength and collecting ability points efficiently. Activating his smartwatch, he projected a holographic map into the air. His eyes locked on a nearby zone labeled Pingan County. According to the data, it was home to mostly Tier 2 beasts, a few Tier 1 stragglers, and none above that. With an area this large and roughly 500 to 600 creatures, it was the ideal place to start his hunt. Pingan County? Huh, he muttered under his breath. "Let's see what you've got." A faint blue glow enveloped his body as he broke into a sprint, his movements blurring through the wilderness. The forest gave way to crumbling streets and broken buildings, the remnants of Pingan County. No sooner had he stepped onto the cracked pavement than a dark shape leapt from the shadows. A wolf-like creature with glinting eyes and razor-sharp claws lunged straight at him. Su Jingming didn't even flinch. Tier 2 Shadow Cat, he identified calmly. Right on cue. He raised his hand to strike, but suddenly staggered, clutching his chest. A violent surge pulsed through him. Deep inside, the blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus stirred, flooding his mind with chaos and rage. The urge to destroy, to kill, clawed at his sanity. The harder he tried to suppress it, the stronger it grew. A twisted grin curved across his face. "Fine," he hissed. Let's see how far this power goes. Purple lightning erupted from his body, crackling across the ruins. The shadow cat froze mid-leap, its instincts screaming in terror. The air itself trembled under the force of his unleashed bloodlust. 1 month later, a squad of 4 adventurers walked through the same deserted streets, their boots echoing in the eerie silence. "Captain," one of them complained, glancing around nervously. "Why is it so empty? We've been searching all day and haven't seen a single beast." The bald man with the red beard scowled. "Don't ask me. A city this size should have hundreds of beasts crawling around. Even if they migrated, there's no way they'd all vanish like this." Before he could finish, a thunderous growl cut through the still air. A massive tiger-like creature with twin bone blades protruding from its forearms stepped into view, its eyes glinting with primal hunger. The team froze on the spot. The arm-blade tiger had found them first. Seeing the massive arm-blade tiger before them, the captain's eyes lit up with relief. Finally, a target, he barked. "Everyone, take it down together." The team raised their weapons, ready to strike, but before they could take a single step, the sky split open. A colossal spear of pure purple lightning crashed down from above, slamming straight into the beast. The explosion was deafening. A surge of energy ripped through the street, hurling debris in every direction. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained of the tiger but a scorched crater. The adventurers stood frozen, their minds blank with shock. What was that? Some kind of new laser weapon," one whispered. The captain shook his head, his eyes narrowing. "No, a laser moves faster than that. This was a lightning-type combat technique, and a powerful one." The realization hit him like ice water. Someone had claimed this territory. "That blast was a warning," he said grimly. "This whole area belongs to whoever used that attack. We're trespassing." He spun on his men. "Move! Now!" They stumbled into motion, hurrying to escape. "Captain, that lightning spear, it was terrifying," one of them muttered. Another nodded, pale. "Now I get it. That's why there are no beasts left. They've all been wiped out." "Save your breath," the captain snapped. "If that monster notices us, we'll end up the same way." High above the ruins, the monster they feared, Su Jingming, sat calmly on the edge of a half-collapsed high-rise. A soft chime sounded beside him as a system notification appeared. Tier 2 arm blade tiger eliminated. Ability points plus 19. He exhaled slowly, satisfied. His control over the Thunder Spear technique had grown. Its range now exceeded a full kilometer. Pulling up his status interface, Su Jingming scanned through his month's progress. Over 8,000 ability points earned. From a high-tier level 1 user, he had risen to a high-tier level 2. His Thunder Indestructible body had broken through to the 3rd stage. Several A-rank techniques had advanced to the intermediate level, progress few could dream of achieving in such a short time. The city of Pinyin County lay silent beneath him, completely purged of life. His work here was done. "It's time to head back," he murmured, deactivating the display. "I'll rest at the supply base tonight, then move deeper tomorrow." The next morning, at the supply base, a group of adventurers stared in disbelief as Su Jingming approached the checkpoint. His massive backpack was overflowing, stuffed with materials, monster cores, and equipment to the point it looked ready to burst. One man blinked, baffled. "Is it just me? Or does his pack look alive?" Another snorted. "Maybe he dragged back an entire beast corpse." A third laughed nervously. "If that's true, I don't even want to know what kind of monster could fill a bag that big." They all watched as Su Jingming passed by silently, completely ignoring their chatter, his eyes already set on whatever awaited him next in the wilderness. Hidden from everyone's view, Su Jingming quietly thinks to himself that buying the reinforced version of his backpack was a wise move. Without it, there's no way it could have carried the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had gathered. He makes his way to the adventurer's hall and steps up to the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman greets him politely, asking what kind of materials he'd like to sell, then gestures toward a large weighing scale. Su Jingming sets down his pack and opens it up, revealing a massive pile of pristine, high-grade beast parts. The receptionist freezes, wide-eyed, as he calmly tells her he's brought over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to check their worth. Still in disbelief, she begins inspecting the materials: tiger tendons, razor-sharp claws, rhino horns, all perfectly preserved and of top quality. Overwhelmed, she apologizes and explains that the quantity is far too large for her to process alone, requesting a moment to call for assistance. Moments later, a well-dressed man appears, accompanied by 2 attendants in red dresses. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the acquisitions manager of the hall. After a polite exchange of names, Zhao Yi shakes Su Jingming's hand with a smile, impressed that someone so young could bring in such a haul. He offers to have his team handle the inspection and invites Su Jingming to sit with him while they wait. As they talk, the staff begin their appraisal, using hovering scanner drones to catalog and evaluate the mountain of beast parts. Zhao, he can't help but feel increasingly impressed by his young guest's ability. Wanting to build goodwill, he personally presents Su Jingming with a platinum membership card for the supply base, a privilege that grants generous discounts on all purchases, and urges him to accept it as a small token of respect. Su Jingming nods and thanks him courteously. Before long, a female employee approaches with the final report. She announces the totals: 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 materials. The manager is momentarily speechless, privately wondering if this youth had single-handedly cleared out an entire beast lair. Composing himself, he turns back to Su Jingming with the valuation, just over 24.76 million. With a generous smile, he offers to round it up to 25 million. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation, accepting the deal with quiet satisfaction. A few moments later, Su Jingming's phone buzzes with a notification. He checks the screen and sees the deposit confirmation. His account balance now exceeds 29 million. A faint smile crosses his face. Overnight, he's gone from an ordinary adventurer to a wealthy man. As he gets ready to leave, manager Zhao, he hands him a business card with a friendly smile, inviting him to join him for tea sometime. Su Jingming nods politely and accepts before heading out. Zhao, he watches him walk away, quietly thinking that this young man's potential is limitless. Just as Su Jingming disappears from sight, Zhao Yi's phone rings. He picks up, and the voice on the other end is harsh and filled with fury. It's Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, his body covered in bandages and seated in a wheelchair, the enraged merchant shouts that he's seen the person who attacked him return to the base. He demands Zhao Yi's help to get revenge. Maintaining his composure, Zhao Yi calmly asks if Zhao Chunlin is talking about the high-level first-tier adventurer. When Zhao Chunlin confirms, his tone grows even more vicious. He orders Zhao Yi to send out the Tiger Shark squad and makes Su Jingming's life miserable. After a moment's silence, Zhao Yi agrees to lend him the elite unit, but with one clear condition. Once this is over, their cooperation ends for good. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chunlin accepts the deal and swears that after he gets his revenge, he'll leave the city for good. When the call ends, Zhao Yi leans back in his chair, an uneasy feeling creeping in. He shakes it off, convincing himself that there's nothing to worry about. The Tiger Shark squad are seasoned Tier 2 elites. Handling one first-tier adventurer should be no problem. Meanwhile, out on the bustling streets of the supply base, Su Jingming suddenly sneezes loudly. Rubbing his nose, he mutters to himself, wondering if someone, somewhere, is bad-mouthing him. Manager Zhao Yi speaks excitedly into his phone, reporting to his superior about a remarkable newcomer, an ability user named Su Jingming. He explains that the haul of beast materials this young man brought in was worth more than what a dozen entire teams usually manage combined. On the other end of the line, the base's chief manager, Wang Chuang, pauses when he hears the name. Frowning, he quickly pulls up Su Jingming's file. As the details appear on his screen, his expression shifts from curiosity to shock. Moments later, he calls Zhao Yi back, his tone suddenly serious. He instructs him to alert him immediately the next time Su Jingming returns to the base. Zhao Yi agrees without hesitation, puzzled by his superior's reaction. After the call ends, he sits back and thinks that only someone with a powerful background could make Manager Wang react that way. He feels a quiet sense of relief that he had shown Su Jingming proper respect earlier. At the same time, Wang Chuang studies the young man's profile more closely. Recognition flickers in his eyes. Su Jingming is another disciple of the renowned Yang Jintian. Reading further, Wang realizes that this youth's potential even surpasses Lu Ming, another of the dean's famed students. He exhales slowly, concluding that Su Jingming is a true prodigy, someone no one in the base should dare to offend. Elsewhere, Su Jingming strolls down the bustling commercial street of the supply base. His attention catches on a store displaying spatial storage rings. He steps closer and examines the price tags, his mood sinking. Even the smallest ones, barely large enough to fit a suitcase, cost over 10 million. Despite the outrageous prices, the convenience is tempting. He can't help but wonder how much a larger one, big enough to store his spear, would cost. Before he can think further, his phone rings. It's his roommate, Lu Wentao, calling with his usual cheerful tone, asking when Su Jingming plans to return to the university. Su Jingming replies that he'll be back in about half a month, then casually asks if something happened. Unbeknownst to him, from the shadows of a nearby alley, a figure watches closely. Seated in a wheelchair, Zhao Chunlin's bandaged form is surrounded by a group of hardened mercenaries, the Tiger Shark squad. The squad's leader, a muscular man with a blonde buzz cut and one arm in a sling, narrows his eyes as he spots their target. That's him, he mutters coldly. Break his hands and legs, then drag him back to the boss. One of the female members nods with a cruel smile. Got it. Back on the street. Su Jingming continues his call. Lu Wentao begins talking about a cocky new freshman who's been causing trouble on campus. But Su Jingming suddenly stops mid-step. His eyes flicker slightly as he senses multiple hostile gazes on him. Su Jingming, what's wrong? Lu Wentao asks, concerned. Su Jingming's voice remains calm. He glances over his shoulder, eyes steady, and replies quietly, it's nothing. Keep talking. Su Jingming turns down a quiet, deserted alley, his steps steady and unhurried. Hidden in the shadows, the Tiger Shark squad lies in wait. The squad leader raises a hand, signaling that their target has entered the kill zone. Target in position, he says coldly. He analyzed his strength. A burly man beside him snorts. Captain, he's just an upper first rank. You're overthinking this. Ignoring the comment, the captain gestures for He-ji to proceed. The woman closes her eyes, focusing as faint ripples of psychic energy spread through the air. But within seconds, her composure shatters. Her eyes snap open in disbelief. This can't be right, she stammers. The captain frowns. What's wrong? He-ji trembles slightly. You need to see this for yourself. With a wave of her hand, she shares her psychic vision with the rest of the squad. In an instant, their surroundings fade into a world of glowing auras. Their own energies appear as dim, flickering lights. But Su Jingming's presence dominates the view like a massive vortex of deep violet power, swirling with terrifying force. The entire squad freezes. That level of energy, it isn't just higher than a first rank. It's stronger than an upper second rank, by far. The captain's face darkens as the truth sets in. Their intel was completely wrong. That bastard Zhao Chunlin sent us to die, he growls. His expression twists with rage. Abort the mission. We're leaving now. Without another word, the Tiger Shark squad scatters, vanishing from the alley in a blur. Back on the street, Su Jingming pauses mid-step as he senses the sudden disappearance of several energy signatures nearby. He glances around, puzzled by the abrupt retreat, then pieces it together quickly. The only person with a grudge against him here is Zhao Chunlin. He sighs lightly, shaking his head. So that's what this was, he mutters. Some people never learn. His tone is calm, almost indifferent. Next time, I'll make sure he does. Meanwhile, the Tiger Shark squad bursts back into the warehouse where Zhao Chunlin waits in his wheelchair. Before the merchant can speak, the squad leader storms forward and strikes him hard across the face. The blow sends him crashing out of his chair, blood spilling from his lip. W, what are you doing? Zhao Chunlin screams, clutching his cheek. The captain glares down at him, eyes burning with fury. You nearly got us all killed. Your intel was garbage. Zhao Chunlin blinks in confusion. Killed? What do you mean? The captain spits on the floor. That man you told us to cripple. He's not an upper first rank. He's a high-tier second rank, maybe even stronger. You set us up for a suicide run. The merchant's face drains of color. Impossible, he mutters. He was barely stronger than me a month ago. I don't care, the captain snaps. Your revenge isn't worth dying for. The Tiger Shark squad is done with this. Without another word, he turns and walks away, his team following in silence, leaving Zhao Chunlin sprawled on the cold floor, humiliated and trembling. Later, the squad leader arrives at the adventurer's hall and reports to manager Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi raises an eyebrow, surprised to see them back so quickly. The mission's been called off, the captain reports flatly. Zhao Chunlin's information was wrong. Completely wrong. Zhao Yi listens quietly, a faint chill running down his spine. He doesn't press for details, but he can already guess who they'd try to target. The target was supposed to be an upper second rank user, or so they thought. But as the report came in, the leader quickly corrected himself. The truth was worse. The scanner confirmed that the target's combat strength reached at least third rank, forcing them to retreat in panic. Manager Zhao, he slammed his fist on the table, furious. How could Zhao Chunlin mess this up so badly, he snapped. But as the details sank in, an uneasy chill crept up his spine. Something didn't add up. He demanded the target's name. The squad leader hesitated, replying that Zhao Chunlin hadn't given a name, just a description. A tall, muscular man, around 1.90 meters, armed with a long spear. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhao Yi froze. His expression drained of color. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He knew exactly who they had targeted. The scene cut to another office, manager Wang Chuang's. With a furious roar, he slammed both hands on his desk, scattering documents and books across the floor. Zhao Yi bellowed. Who gave you the guts to ambush Su Jingming? Pale and trembling, Zhao Yi stammered. But he's just an upper second rank kid. Isn't this overkill? Wang Chuang glared at him as if looking an idiot. A fool like you doesn't deserve your position, he growled. With a gesture, a hovering drone projected Su Jingming's personal records into the air. As the information scrolled before them, Zhao Yi's body went rigid. The file confirmed the terrifying truth. Su Jingming, age 18. Upper second rank. Top scholar of Jianghan province. A freshman at Modu Superpower University. And worst of all, his mentor, the legendary Yang Jintian. Now you understand? Wang Chuang's tone was ice cold. A man like Yang Jintian could wipe this base off the map, and the state wouldn't dare intervene. The weight of those words crushed Zhao Yi. Spikes burst from his back in a panic as he bowed deeply. I'll take care of it immediately, sir. Moments later, guards dragged in a bloodied and broken Zhao Chunlin. The merchant was thrown to the floor, trembling, his pleas for mercy echoing through the room. Zhao Yi's voice was calm, too calm. A beating won't cut it, he said flatly. The one responsible must die. Zhao Chunlin's eyes widened in horror, but Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. You brought this on yourself, he said coldly, and with one swift motion, he snapped the man's neck. Silence filled the office. Wang Chuang stared down at the corpse, unimpressed. Do you really think that's enough to satisfy Su Jingming? He asked. His tone was low and dangerous. I've ignored your under-the-table dealings for years, Zhao Yi. But this, he leaned forward, eyes sharp as blades. This mistake is unforgivable. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Everyone involved, every last member of the Tiger Shark squad, must be punished. We'll make sure not a single rumor leaves this base. Zhao Yi stood frozen, horror etched across his face as the weight of his superior's words sank in. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Adventurers' Hall, where the atmosphere was tense and formal. The base's top officials stood in a neat line, their uniforms pressed and expressions serious. A large crowd had gathered, among them Shirao Qian and her team, whispering among themselves as they watched. At the front stood manager Wang Chuang, flanked by the heads of every department. The sight alone made the onlookers murmur. Such a lineup only appeared for the most important guests. Then, one of Shirao Qian's teammates nudged her and pointed. Hey, isn't that the guy from Modus Superpower University? All eyes turned toward the entrance. Su Jingming had just returned from running errands, staring in confusion at the assembled management. He clearly had no idea what was going on, or why the base's top brass were waiting for him. A man at the very front stepped forward with a warm smile. Welcome, Student Shu, he said respectfully. I'm Wang Lin, the chief manager of this base. The crowd gasped. Even Shirao Qian and her teammates were speechless. The base's highest authority personally greeting a student? There was clearly far more to Su Jingming than any of them had imagined. Manager Wang Luan's tone was steady and formal. We owe you an apology, he began. For the incident earlier, Zhao Chunlin has already been punished. Every accomplice has been arrested and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. He gave a short nod to his attendants. To show our sincerity, the base has also prepared reparations. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Wang Luan continued, his words precise and respectful. We handle matters swiftly and cleanly. Please, accept this as a token of our apology. An attendant stepped forward, holding a sleek black box. Inside was a gleaming card. The black gold membership card, Wang Luan explained. It grants you free lodging anywhere within base jurisdiction and at least a 20% discount on all purchases. Before Su Jingming could even respond, a second attendant appeared, carrying a smaller case. When it opened, a faint shimmer of spatial energy spilled out, a 1 cubic meter space ring. Even Su Jingming couldn't hide his surprise this time. The value of such a gift was staggering. He looked down at the ring, then back at the chief manager, realizing just how seriously the base was taking this apology. Su Jingming turned the space ring over in his hand, examining it closely. The craftsmanship was flawless, and the energy within it pulsed faintly. He gave a small nod. Something like this would go for at least 50 million on the market, he said calmly, recognizing its immense worth. Accepting the gift, he looked up at manager Wang Chuang. I appreciate your sincerity, manager. Wang Chuang smiled approvingly. As expected from a student of Master Yang Jintian, he said. That confidence suits you. Your senior, Lu Ming, also trained here before. You two share the same fearless spirit. Before Su Jingming could leave, Wang Chuang added with a polite but meaningful tone, if you ever encounter trouble within the city, don't hesitate to contact me. My influence here carries some weight. Su Jingming understood perfectly. All this respect, all this caution, it wasn't because of him, but because of the man behind him. His master's name alone could shake entire institutions. Later, in a lavish room that came with his new black gold membership, Su Jingming finally allowed himself to relax. After a month of non-stop training, the quiet luxury felt like a rare luxury. He took out the space ring again, deciding it was time to bind it. The process required him to leave a spiritual imprint within the artifact, channeling his spiritual power, far stronger than most at his level. He completed the binding effortlessly. With a thought, he tested its functions. Items flowed in and out smoothly, disappearing and reappearing at will. It couldn't store living things, but the convenience was undeniable. Just as he began to unwind, his communicator lit up. His master, Yang Jintian, was calling. Master, Su Jingming greeted. I just returned from the wilderness. There's something important I need to tell you. The moment Yang Jintian heard that mercenaries had targeted his disciple, his voice erupted with fury. They dared send assassins after you? He roared. A mere space ring as compensation? That base should count itself lucky you weren't harmed, or I'd have turned it to dust. Su Jingming waited patiently as his master's anger burned out. After a pause, Yang Jintian's tone shifted. Tell me, why did the mercenaries retreat? They must have realized my strength wasn't what they expected, Su Jingming explained. They probably mistook me for a top-tier second-rank user and decided not to push their luck. For a moment, silence filled the line. Then came a shocked outburst. Already that strong, in just 1 month? Yang Jintian's disbelief quickly melted into a booming laugh. Excellent. You surpassed even my pace back in the day, he said proudly. When are you coming back? We'll celebrate your progress properly. Su Jingming smiled faintly. I'll return before the new semester starts. I still plan to explore a few of the more dangerous regions before then. Be careful out there, his master warned. I will, Su Jingming replied. The call ended, leaving the room quiet once again. Su Jingming set the communicator aside, his eyes glinting with determination. The road ahead was still long, but he was ready for it. After the call ends, Yang Jintian is still glowing with excitement. Uncle Fu, his loyal butler, can't help but comment. It's been ages since I've seen you this happy. The dean chuckles, deeply impressed by Su Jingming's astonishing progress. He thinks to himself that while most people grow stronger after facing life and death experiences, for his disciple, those moments act like an overpowered boost, pushing his development at lightning speed. Following the dean's guidance, Su Jingming heads into the forest mountain range, an advanced and far more dangerous part of the wilderness. The air trembles with the roars of powerful beasts all around him. Compared to the ruined city he had cleared before, this place is overflowing with resources. As he moves forward, a sudden crunch of a twig under his boot echoes through the quiet forest. Instantly, his instincts flare. Without warning, invisible slashes of energy slice through the air toward him. Su Jingming reacts in a flash, twisting out of harm's way as the attacks shred the trees where he stood moments ago. From the shadows emerges his attacker, a massive Gale Dreadwolf. The creature's fur ripples with wind energy, its sharp eyes locked on him. Su Jingming sizes it up calmly, noting that most third-rank beasts possess unique elemental traits. Judging by its aura, this one must be a mid-tier wind element type. He wonders how many ability points defeating it might yield. Just as he steadies himself for battle, movement catches his attention. A group approaches Jiangchu Xian, a well-known streamer, along with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of them points at the Dreadwolf excitedly, suggesting it would make the perfect fight for Miss Jiang's next video. Their leader quickly agrees and orders his men to block the wolf's escape, clearly planning to claim it for themselves. Su Jingming frowns. They're trying to take his kill, something strictly forbidden under the wilderness rules. The first person to encounter a beast has the right to it. Before he can react, Jiang Chu Xian speaks up. She disapproves, saying she doesn't like stealing someone else's prey just for entertainment. Her team leader insists it would look like a heroic rescue on stream, but she shakes her head. No need for fake glory, she says, noting that Su Jingming seems calm and capable enough to handle alone. Though visibly annoyed, the leader eventually gives in and tells the team to look for another beast. As they leave, Su Jingming watches them go, quietly impressed. For someone so famous, Jiang Chu Xian's sense of integrity is surprisingly genuine. Su Jingming glances once more in the direction Jiang Chu Xian's group left, noting how little control their leader seems to have. He shrugs it off, none of his concern, and turns his focus back to the hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, furious that Su Jingming hasn't backed down, launches a savage attack. The ground trembles as it charges, claws tearing through dirt and air alike. Su Jingming sidesteps smoothly, his movements effortless, though the sheer force of the beast's rush throws him slightly off balance. The dread wolf snarls, enraged that its prey dares to treat it so lightly. In the next instant, Su Jingming steadies his stance. Lightning gathers around his weapon, crackling violently. With one swift motion, he brings his spear down like a bolt from the heavens. The electrified tip pierces straight through the beast's skull. The dread wolf lets out a final growl before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashes before him. Kill confirmed. Plus 34 ability points. Su Jingming nods in satisfaction. Over 30 points from a single third-rank beast. Not bad. With a faint grin, he looks ahead. 10 days remain in his expedition, and he intends to make every one of them count. 7 days pass in a blur of battles. Deep within the wilderness, Su Jingming encounters a group of massive ape-like creatures. Just as they notice him, a surge of lightning splits the sky. He summons his signature ranged attack, a colossal spear made of pure thunder energy. It descends from above and crashes into the ground, erupting in a deafening explosion. When the dust settles, a wide crater smokes beneath him. The leader of the ape beasts lies inside, gravely wounded but still alive. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow. So even my thunder spear couldn't finish you in one hit. As expected of a third-rank leader. Crackling purple lightning surges across his body as he grips his weapon tighter. He has no intention of wasting more time. In a single motion, he bursts forward like a storm given form. Lightning arcs around him as he cuts through the remaining beasts one after another, their roars fading beneath the hum of energy. When the last of them falls, the forest grows quiet once again. Su Jingming stands among the defeated creatures, breathing steadily. Pulling up his system panel, he smiles faintly, over 3,000 ability points. That should finally be enough to unlock the S-rank combat techniques he's been aiming for. Just as he's about to move on, his smartwatch emits a sharp tone. A holographic projection flickers to life, a distress signal. The image reveals Jiang Chuxian, darting through the forest in sheer desperation. She leaps from branch to branch, her breath ragged, pursued by a massive armored beast resembling a dragon. Panic flashes across her face as she recalls what happened. Her team scattered after an encounter with a terrifying 4th-rank monster. In the chaos, she had stumbled into yet another danger, a low-tier, 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon. Even in her panic, one thought runs clear. Any creature with dragon blood is deadly. As a mid-level 2nd-rank user, she knows full well that victory is out of reach. Even a power-enhancing pill won't change that. Her only chance lies in someone answering her distress signal before it's too late. The situation worsens as she bursts out of the thick forest and into an open clearing. The realization hits hard. Without the trees to shield her, there's nowhere left to hide. The beast wastes no time, closing the distance with terrifying speed, cutting off every escape route. Just when it's about to strike, the sky cracks open with a blinding flash. A colossal spear of violet lightning crashes down between them, halting the creature's attack in an instant. From that brilliant surge of energy, Su Jingming emerges, lightning still dancing around him. As he steps forward, positioning himself between her and the beast, Jiang Chuxian freezes, eyes wide, recognizing immediately who has come to her rescue. Seeing him stand firm, Jiang Chuxian's heart sinks. She shouts for him to run, desperately warning that the creature is a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon, something far beyond his ability to defeat. But Su Jingming doesn't budge. He drives his spear into the earth, his gaze steady on the advancing beast. Her frustration builds. Why won't he listen? If she were to die alone, that would be one thing. But dragging someone else into this, someone trying to help, was something she couldn't allow. Determined, she darts past him, yelling for him to get away while she holds the creature off. The dragon bellows, shaking the ground, and charges forward. Jiang Chuxian braces herself to fight, but before she can move, an overwhelming surge of power erupts behind her. A colossal spear of pure lightning materializes above Su Jingming's hand. In an instant, he hurls it past her, the air splitting with a deafening crack. The weapon tears through the sky and slams straight into the charging beast's head. A violent explosion of purple lightning and blood follows, and when the flash fades, the dragon lies motionless, its skull obliterated. Jiang Chuxian drops to her knees, speechless. The creature that had driven her to despair was gone, destroyed in a single strike. She can barely form words as she stares at Su Jingming, realizing with disbelief that the thunderous sonic boom she heard earlier must have come from him. How could someone classified as only an upper-tier 2nd-rank user wield such devastating strength? A faint chime sounds, his system notification confirming the kill. 36 ability points gained. Su Jingming allows himself a small, knowing smile. As expected of something with dragon in its name, he muses silently, more generous than the usual prey. Once the dust settles, Su Jingming walks over to Jiang Chuxian, who's still trembling slightly. He asks if she's all right. She manages a weak smile, saying she's fine, just a little unsteady, and thanks him for saving her. He waves it off humbly, replying that anyone in his place would have done the same, then offers her a hand up. Once standing, she looks at him seriously and says she owes him her life. Anything he wants, she'll grant it. Su Jingming chuckles and says he's not looking for repayment, but if she could sign a photo for his roommate, that'd be more than enough. Caught off guard, she blinks, then laughs softly. She doesn't have one with her, but promises to bring it to him once they return to the supply base. Her gaze then shifts to the weapon in his hand. Recognition sparks immediately. That spear, is it the Dark Cloud Gale spear? She asks. You're from Modi University, aren't you? Su Jingming nods slightly. Yeah, he says. My master gave it to me. Jiang Chuxian points out that the weapon he's holding, the Dark Cloud Gale spear, is renowned across the academies. Its sheer weight makes it nearly impossible to use unless one possesses incredible strength. Introducing herself, she says she's a 2nd-year student from the elementary academy. Hearing that, Su Jingming greets her respectfully as a senior. She blinks in mild surprise. The name Su Jingming doesn't ring any bells. For someone that powerful, it's strange she's never heard of him. He must be one of those quiet, low-profile upperclassmen who avoid attention. Su Jingming quickly catches on to her assumption. Since few students ever reach his level of power before their 3rd year, It makes sense she'd think he's older. Deciding it's not worth correcting, he just smiles and lets it be. Still in awe, Jiang Chuxian can't help but bring it up again. How he managed to destroy a high-tier third-rank beast with a single blow. Just as Su Jingming prepares to take his leave, she calls out to him. Her cheeks flush slightly as she hesitates, then asks if she can travel with him for a while. She explains that she was separated from her guards and can't survive alone out here. Su Jingming considers it, then nods. All right, he says. I'll take you as far as the ruined city. You should be safe there. Her relief is instant, and she thanks him warmly. As they walk together, she suggests checking the beast den for anything valuable. That's likely what it had been guarding when it attacked her. Su Jingming agrees. It's a reasonable idea. On the way, she grows curious about him. So, which academy are you from? She asks. The Weaponry Academy, he answers. Her eyes widen. Oh, isn't your Dean Yang Zenshin? I heard he has quite the fearsome nickname. Without changing expression, Su Jingming replies, he's my master. She freezes mid-step, her face turning red. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. He's clearly an incredible person, she stammers. Su Jingming hides a faint smile, thinking to himself that the so-called ice goddess from the forums talks far more than he expected in real life. Eventually, Jiang Chuxian leads him to the creature's lair, a dark cave surrounded by jagged rocks. Su Jingming raises his spear, lightning crackling faintly along the shaft, and warns her to stay behind him. She nods, following closely as they move deeper inside. What they find next stops them both in their tracks. Beyond the gloom lies a hidden oasis. Crystal-clear turquoise water bubbling up from a spring, surrounded by clusters of radiant, fragrant flowers. Su Jingming's eyes narrow as he recognizes several rare herbs among them, each one of immense value. Then realization strikes him, and his voice drops in disbelief. This is an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. Jiang Chuxian nods, confirming it. She explains that the spring's energy nourishes everything around it, transforming ordinary plants into high-grade medicinal herbs. Su Jingming can't help but be impressed. Her explanation is precise and confident, showing deep expertise. When he comments on it, she smiles proudly and admits, I'm actually a certified second-grade pharmacist. That revelation surprises him even more. He knows how demanding that qualification is. It seems this talkative ice goddess hides more talent than her reputation suggests. After examining their discovery, Jiang Chuxian estimates the spring holds enough water to craft at least 5 doses of S-grade healing liquid. Grateful for Su Jingming's help in saving her life, she insists he take the entire treasure. But Su Jingming refuses, suggesting a fair arrangement. He'll take 4 parts of the spring water, and they'll split the herbs evenly. Jiang Chuxian is thrilled by what she sees as generosity and agrees without hesitation. Just as they begin dividing the spoils, her team of bodyguards appears at the cave entrance. One of them scoffs, doubting there's anything of value in such a deserted place. The leader silences him, pointing out the claw marks along the walls. It's the den of a third-rank ground-digging dragon. And if there's a dragon nest, there's treasure. When the group steps inside, they're startled to find Jiang Chuxian and Su Jingming already there. She freezes for a moment, panic flashing through her mind. If these elite third-rank users discover the S-grade spring, things could turn ugly fast. The leader greets her casually, saying they've been searching for her, then gives Su Jingming a curious glance. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chuxian introduces Su Jingming as an upperclassman she happened to run into. She gestures toward the herbs, suggesting they all share since the quality is exceptional. The leader smirks and nods, seemingly agreeable, but one of his men leans in and whispers something that makes his expression change instantly. The spring, it's the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, the man murmurs. The mood in the cave shifts in an instant. Greed burns in their eyes as the realization sinks in. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian both sense the hostility thickening in the air. The leader's pleasant demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cruel grin. You're not being very honest, are you? He sneers. Sensing danger, Jiang Chuxian immediately offers to give up everything. She grabs Su Jingming's arm, trying to pull him away, whispering urgently that the guards are all peak third rank. There's no way they can win. But Su Jingming stands firm. His voice is calm, almost cold. I don't think I'm any weaker than they are, he says. And even if we hand over the treasure, they won't let us walk away. Her heart sinks. She knows he's right. The leader laughs darkly. You've got some nerve, boy, he says. But you're not wrong. In our world, only the ruthless survive. Zhang Chuan is well known. If they let her go, she could post everything online and destroy their reputations. So the leader decides it's safer to kill both of them and leave the secret sealed in the cave forever. Refusing to become a burden, Jiang Chuxian makes a desperate choice. She takes out a crimson blood-burst pill and swallows it without hesitation, ready to stand and fight beside her rescuer. The pill's power ignites instantly. Her A-rank ice ability spirals out of control, flooding the cave with biting cold. Frost spreads rapidly across the ground, freezing the bodyguard's feet in place. The team leader remains calm, giving his orders with chilling precision. He commands one man, Zhou Chong, to take down Su Jingming, mockingly calling him her lover. The rest are told to guard the exit and let no one escape. Then, turning toward Jiang Chuxian, his body begins to shift and expand. His C-rank beast ability activates, morphing him into a towering, saber-toothed tiger. With a savage grin, he growls, "Your life ends here." His men jeer, making vile jokes and suggesting they record the scene before killing her. Their laughter echoes through the cave, revealing just how twisted they truly are. Jiang Chuxian's heart sinks. She's surrounded by monsters wearing human faces. Despair washes over her. She can't accept dying in this place. Her only regret is dragging Su Jingming into her nightmare. She turns to warn him, but what she sees stops her breath. In the blink of an eye, the situation reverses. The tiger-like leader freezes as his instincts scream danger. Before anyone can react, Su Jingming vanishes from sight, then reappears behind Zhou Chong, his spear already piercing straight through the man's chest. Zhou Chong collapses instantly. Su Jingming stands over him, his gaze cold and sharp. "Even a third-rank fighter isn't much of a challenge," he says flatly. The leader's expression hardens. He can't comprehend how one of his strongest men was taken out so effortlessly. Realization dawns. He's gravely underestimated this opponent. With a furious roar, he lunges forward, his massive axe cleaving through the air in a thunderous tiger roar slash. But Su Jingming moves like lightning, literally. His body blurs into streaks of purple energy as he dodges the strike with ease, analyzing his foe in the process. He notes the leader's brute strength surpasses his own in raw power, and that holding back any longer would be suicide. The tiger-formed leader and his men watch in disbelief as the air crackles around Su Jingming. His calm expression hardens. Then, with a low growl, he releases his true strength, Thunder Extreme Mode. A violent surge of purple lightning explodes from his body, ripping his shirt apart and revealing a lean, newly defined physique. The cave trembles from the force. Sparks dance across his skin as the overwhelming energy floods the cavern, marking the true beginning of the battle. Jiang Chuxian can only stare, speechless, her thoughts a storm of awe and fear. The power radiating from Su Jingming shakes the air itself, his presence now far beyond anything human. Even the tiger-like leader falters, his eyes fixed on the dark energy swirling violently around Su Jingming. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming's form has completely changed. His eyes blaze an icy blue, pupils sharp and narrow like a beast's. Two curved, demonic horns emerge from his head, completing a terrifying, otherworldly transformation. Power surges through him in waves, and a faint smile forms on his lips. He's savoring every moment of it. The tiger leader grits his teeth and forces away the fear. A trick, he scoffs. Just another flashy transformation. Convinced it's all for show, he charges forward, ready to crush the boy. But Su Jingming moves first. A feral grin flashes across his face as he launches himself at the tiger head-on. Their clash shakes the cave. The leader braces behind his defensive skill, lying tiger stone, certain his hardened armor can endure any blow from a lower-ranked opponent. He's wrong. Su Jingming's lightning-charged spear meets the tiger's weapon in a brilliant flash of violet light. The cave erupts with thunder as the lightning gale slashes tears through the leader's defense. The supposedly indestructible armor shatters like glass. The Tiger Man is sent flying backward, slamming into the rock wall with a bone-cracking thud, his form flickering back to human before collapsing. Standing tall amid the smoke and sparks, Su Jingming glances down at his opponent. "My body's strength is 3, maybe 4 times greater now," he says quietly. "Your beast hide never stood a chance." But the battle isn't finished. Another bodyguard charges in, his hands blazing with crimson energy. "Flame Claw," he roars, swinging with everything he has. Su Jingming doesn't flinch. His lightning arcs outward, meeting the fire head-on. The flames vanish instantly, snuffed out by raw electricity. The attacker staggers back, disbelief written all over his face. "Impossible, that's a B-rank skill." Su Jingming steps forward, his gaze cold and unrelenting. "Not bad," he says, acknowledging the man's strength. "You're a true peak 3rd tier, but this ends now." The bodyguard's bravado crumbles. He drops to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please, take the Earth Spirit Spring. Take everything I have. Just let me live." Su Jingming's expression doesn't change. His voice is flat, almost emotionless. Too late for that. The cave flashes once more with lightning, and then silence. From the sidelines, Jiang Chuxian can hardly process what she's seeing. The elite squad she had hired, fighters whose captain was said to be unbeatable, had been annihilated in minutes. Who is this man? She wonders, her thoughts spinning. No one at our university, no one I've ever heard of, has power like this. Could he be S rank? As the echoes of the last strike fade, Su Jingming turns his gaze toward the remaining bodyguards. The flicker of purple lightning in his eyes says everything. They're next. In his awakened form, the savage instincts of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood surge through him once again. With a cold, commanding tone, he declares that it's now their turn to face despair. The two men before him are paralyzed in fear, whispering that he's no human, he's a monster. Su Jingming lets out a sharp laugh. Monsters, he says. Compared to you murderers, I'm practically a saint. Realizing escape is impossible, their leader shouts for everyone to take their blood-burst pills. One by one, they obey, their bodies trembling as they prepare for a final, desperate fight. What follows is a storm of violence, quick, merciless, and absolute. When the dust settles, the battlefield is silent. Su Jingming stands among the fallen, his transformation fading, his body returning to normal. His upper body is bare, marked with wounds, his breath uneven. He leans against a rock wall, completely spent. The sheer force of his thunder mode lingers in his veins, but so does its cost. 10 minutes in that state had drained him more than hours of combat ever could. He takes a long breath, acknowledging silently that such power comes with a steep price. Just then, Jiang Chuxian rushes toward him, her voice filled with concern. Su Jingming, are you okay? He manages a faint smile, waving off her worry. I'll live. Let's get what we came for before we rest. By the edge of a crystal-clear spring, Jiang Chuxian looks down and sighs in relief. Thankfully, the battle didn't ruin it. The water's still pure. Together, they carefully collect the glowing Earth Spirit spring water, filling several glass bottles until they have more than expected. Su Jingming hands her 1.5 bottles. Take these. You earned them. Her eyes widen in gratitude. Really? Thank you, Su Jingming. But before she can say more, her expression twists in pain. She stumbles forward, collapsing against him. Her body trembles violently as realization dawns. The blood-burst pill she took earlier is finally taking its toll. The crushing side effects of the blood-burst pill finally overwhelm Jiang Chuxian. A sharp cry escapes her lips as her body gives out, and she collapses against Su Jingming. Startled, he steadies her before she sinks to the ground, trembling and pale. Lying weakly on the grass, she realizes she can't even summon her energy. Her limbs feel heavy, her body powerless. Reaching for her space ring proves useless. She doesn't have the strength to retrieve even a piece of clothing. Her face burns with embarrassment at how helpless she must look, worrying that Su Jingming will think poorly of her. He studies her for a moment, then speaks calmly. The side effects are worse than I thought. You need rest. I'll take you somewhere safe. Before she can protest, he lifts her effortlessly into his arms. The sudden motion catches her off guard, and her heart races uncontrollably. She wonders, flustered, if it's because this is the first time she's ever been held by a man. Su Jingming carries her through the forest until they reach a quiet grassy clearing. Gently, he sets her down and says, "Stay here and rest. I'll gather the rest of the herbs." Before turning to leave, he removes his black shirt and offers it to her. Use this to cover yourself. Jiang Chuxian hesitates, then accepts it gratefully, her thoughts swirling. He's actually very kind. As she recovers, Su Jingming moves among the fallen bodyguards, checking their belongings. From one of them, he retrieves a space ring and inspects its contents. His expression darkens slightly. Just cash, beast materials, herbs, and a C-grade combat technique. Not much for an elite team. Holding both rings, he muses to himself that he should exchange them for a single larger one. Carrying his long spear everywhere is getting inconvenient. From behind him, Jiang Chuxian's faint voice calls out, "Su Jingming, the Earth Spirit spring water might help me recover. Could I have a little?" He walks over and hands her a vial of the spring water. She drinks eagerly, and within moments, the color returns to her face. A soft sigh escapes her lips as her strength begins to return. "I can already feel it working," she says in amazement. "Still, I'll probably need another 3 or 4 hours before I'm back to normal. This spring water really is incredible. The way it counters the pill's side effects, it's like a miracle." Su Jingming nods thoughtfully, glancing at the dimming sky. "By then, it'll be dark. It's safer if we stay in the cave overnight." The words catch her completely off guard. Her mind races at the thought of spending the night alone with him in a cave. Her cheeks turn crimson. When he turns to ask, "What do you think?" she can barely meet his eyes. I'll follow your lead," she says softly, her voice shy and unsteady. The next morning, sunlight filters gently through the trees, casting golden rays across the forest floor. Jiang Chuxian stretches her arms and inhales deeply, feeling completely rejuvenated. "The air here is amazing," she says with a light laugh. "If it weren't for the beasts lurking around, I could stay here for a month." As her gaze drifts to Su Jingming, Memories of the previous night surface. She scolds herself silently for overthinking things. He had behaved with complete composure and respect. He's not that kind of man after all, she thinks, though a faint, inexplicable disappointment lingers in her chest. Before her thoughts can wander further, Su Jingming's voice breaks the quiet. We should get moving. I'll see you safely to the forest's edge. Startled but grateful, she nods. All right, the two set off swiftly through the woods, moving with practiced ease. Su Jingming leads the way, scanning the surroundings for danger. Suddenly, he halts and throws an arm in front of her. A deafening roar echoes above them. Then a massive, flaming beast hurtles through the air, its mane blazing like fire. It lands far ahead with a thunderous crash and continues its frantic escape. Jiang Chuxian's eyes widen in shock. A fifth-tier, blazing tiger. They both duck behind a tree, watching as the tiger disappears into the distance. Su Jingming frowns. It didn't even notice us, he murmurs. Jiang Chuxian studies its movements closely. No, look at it. It's terrified. Something's chasing it. Before he can respond, the ground trembles. A wave of gray, furred creatures floods through the forest. Hundreds, no, thousands of them, each with glinting red eyes and razor-like fangs. Her face drains of color. Iron-toothed rats, she whispers. They're only first-tier beasts, but in swarms like this, even a sixth-tier expert wouldn't stand a chance. Now understanding why the mighty tiger ran, her panic surges. We have to get out of here now. Without hesitation, Su Jingming seizes her hand, and they sprint in the opposite direction, the endless tide of rats surging after them. As they race through the dense forest, he quickly assesses the situation. The swarm's stamina is terrifying. There's no outrunning them for long. With the supply base still 90 kilometers away, the odds are grim. His long spear weighs him down, and he clenches his jaw. I'll have to drop the spear, but Jiang Chuxian shouts over the roar of the chase. No need. My space ring can hold it. She reaches out, and in an instant, the heavy weapon vanishes into her ring's storage. Freed from the burden, Su Jingming moves faster, but not fast enough. Glancing at her, he says firmly, holding hands is slowing us down. I'll carry you on my back. Jiang Chuxian's eyes widen, her steps faltering for a split second. W what? He doesn't elaborate, his tone steady but urgent. It's the only way to outrun them. She's left speechless, her face flushed as the swarm's growls close in behind them. Before she can say a word, he hoists her onto his back and dashes forward, his pace even faster than before. The forest blurs behind them until they burst into the ruins of a once thriving city. But their momentary relief shatters instantly. Ahead, a massive swarm feasts on the carcass of a fallen beast. Su Jingming's face darkens. The unthinkable has happened. The rat tide has consumed everything. With nowhere left to run, he steels himself for battle. In an instant, thunder crackles around him, his body engulfed in violet lightning as dark horns twist from his head. He tells Jiang Chuxian to hold on tight and charges into the sea of rats like a living storm. Every strike sends electricity tearing through the horde, each kill earning him precious ability points as he carves a path through chaos. Elsewhere, inside a military command post, Manager Wang Chuang and his team monitor the spreading disaster. Reports come in. The rat tide numbers over 300,000. Wang Chuang grimly notes it will cripple the ecosystem. A subordinate points to a map showing countless trapped ability users, despairing that most won't make it out alive. Wang Chuang's thoughts turn to Su Jingming. Without his master Yang Jintian's aid, the young man doesn't stand a chance. Then, one of the soldiers shouts, a massive sphere of purple lightning appears on the surveillance feed, moving fast. Wang Chuang instantly orders his unit to prepare for combat. Moments later, sensors register the target's speed, 80 meters per second. The troops open fire, but their bullets bounce harmlessly off the glowing energy field. Through the storm, Su Jingming bursts forth, still cloaked in demonic power. With Jiang Chuxian in his arms, he vaults over the barricade in a single leap and lands within the outpost. The lightning fades, leaving him human again, shirtless, drained, but alive. The soldiers can only stare, speechless. One mutters that he thought the energy signature belonged to a thunder beast, not a man. Another whispers about the sheer pressure of his aura. A third, squinting, swears the girl looks oddly familiar. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming reassures Jiang Chuxian. They've made it to the supply base, and they're safe. She clings to his arm, murmuring her thanks in relief. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang hurries over, recognizing him immediately. Su Jingming, he calls out both shocked and impressed. He asks how he can assist after such an escape. Su Jingming, weary from the 40-minute sprint through the mountains, simply requests a room to rest. Inside, Wang Chuang is reeling. The young man's survival defies every expectation. Wang Chuang silently calculates the distance, over 90 kilometers from the mountains to the base. Even a 4th-tier ability user would struggle to survive that far against such a massive horde. The feat leaves him stunned. Still, he quickly offers to prepare a room for Su Jingming to rest. Before he can act, Jiang Chuan steps forward, insisting she'll take care of him personally. As she helps the exhausted Su Jingming toward the quarters, whispers ripple through the soldiers nearby. Some recognize her instantly, the famed goddess Jiang. Envy fills their voices as they mutter about how lucky the young man must be. A few joke bitterly, saying their goddess has been stolen before their very eyes. 2 days and nights pass. Su Jingming finally stirs awake, lying in a soft, clean bed. Sunlight filters in through the curtains, and by his side sits Jiang Xian, smiling brightly. She greets him warmly, relieved to see him awake, and tells him he's been asleep for quite some time. She adds that she was just about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to speed up his recovery. Still groggy, Su Jingming is startled by how long he's been out. He asks about the situation outside. Jiang Xian replies that the rat tide hasn't retreated yet. The area remains under full lockdown. She explains that once it finally passes, there will be few, if any, beasts left in the wilderness. Realizing there's nothing more for him to do here, Su Jingming decides it's time to return to the university, especially with a new semester approaching. Hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately says she's heading back as well and suggests they travel together. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. As they finalize their plans, Jiang Xian suddenly remembers something. Reaching into her belongings, she retrieves an envelope and hands it to him with a teasing smile. Inside lies the autographed picture she promised. When Su Jingming unfolds it, his eyes widen. Instead of a typical photo, it's her posing boldly in revealing lingerie, far more daring than anything he'd imagined. Caught off guard by the provocative photo, Su Jingming's face instantly flushes red. Stammering, he quickly explains that he only asked for the picture on behalf of a friend, not for himself, and gently suggests that this one might be a bit too much. He asks if she might have a more normal photo instead. Jiang Xian freezes for a moment, her eyes widening as realization hits. She had completely misunderstood his request. Internally, she curses herself for jumping to conclusions, feeling her cheeks burn. Trying to recover, she awkwardly offers to replace the photo and shyly asks for the other one back. But before she can reach for it, Su Jingming glances down at the picture again, hesitating. Then, almost under his breath, he asks if he could maybe keep it for himself. His words catch her completely off guard. For a second, she just stares at him. Then a delighted smile slowly spreads across her face. Of course, she says softly. Desperate to change the subject, Su Jingming clears his throat and says he should probably arrange a train ticket, since he's been asleep for 2 whole days. Jiang Xian waves off the idea with a grin, explaining that she brought her own car and can give him a ride back instead. Later, the two of them speed down the highway in a sleek yellow convertible. The car's engine hums smoothly as the wind rushes past. Su Jingming looks around, impressed, commenting that only a famous influencer like her could own such a limited edition model. He admits it's his first time riding in a self-driving car. Jiang Xian laughs lightly, saying it's actually very easy to control. Before long, they roll back into the campus of Modus Superpower University. Both have changed into casual outfits, and Su Jingming now carries his spear slung casually over his shoulder. Their entrance draws plenty of attention. Students whisper among themselves, admiring Su Jingming's striking looks, though some can't help but sigh at the sight of the gorgeous woman beside him, assuming she must be his girlfriend. As they stroll across the familiar grounds, Su Jingming quietly reflects on how far he's come in a short month and a half since he left. Jiang Xian asks where his dorm is, and he replies that he's in District 3. She smiles, saying she lives in District 2, so they'll part ways there. Before leaving, she turns to him and says warmly, "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Su Jingming nods, grateful. Just as he's about to say goodbye, Jiang Xian suddenly steps forward. Without warning, she leans in and presses a quick kiss to his cheek. Su Jingming freezes, completely taken aback. With a playful smile, she says it's a small thank you for saving her life, then waves and walks away. Standing there, Su Jingming touches his cheek, still stunned, as the realization sinks in. He was just kissed out of nowhere. Later that evening, in her lavish dorm room, Jiang Xian lounges on her bed, lost in thought. Someone as capable as Su Jingming couldn't possibly be an unknown name. There had to be more to him. Determined to find out, she flips open her laptop and starts digging for information. While scrolling, she mutters to herself about how the whole campus has been buzzing lately about the new freshman. Before long, she stumbles upon Su Jingming's student file and freezes. Her eyes widen as she reads every detail carefully. He's a freshman and already an upper-tier, second-rank user. Realizing she's been calling him senior all this time, she lets out an exasperated sigh. That guy's a total fraud, she huffs before smirking to herself. Fine then. Next time we meet, I'll make sure my junior brother gets what's coming. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Su Jingming sits at his desk reviewing his recent spoils. Mission accomplished, 2 space rings secured, and more than 25 million deposited in his account. It had been a productive trip. Still, he can't help but regret that the rat tide ended things prematurely. If it hadn't, he could have earned far more ability points. He opens his system panel and studies the data. Upper second tier user, S-rank ability, 3,712 ability points. A faint sense of satisfaction crosses his mind. That should be more than enough to start mastering high-level S-rank combat techniques. Just then, his roommate, Lu Wintao, bursts through the door. "You're finally back," he shouts. "You could have at least told me. Do you know how worried I was when I heard about the rat tide?" Su Jingming looks up calmly. "Yeah, it happened, but the military's already taken care of it." Before he can say more, Lu Wintao suddenly stiffens, staring at him in disbelief. He can feel it. Su Jingming's aura is completely different. "Wait, you broke through to the second tier?" Su Jingming shakes his head lightly. "Upper second tier," he corrects. Lu Wintao's jaw drops. Shu give a small shrug. "A few close calls out there. Guess I got lucky." His roommate whistles. "You're seriously built different. Maybe I should throw myself into a life-or-death fight, too. Might toughen me up." "Don't even think about it," Su Jingming warns. "My situation was unique. The wilderness isn't forgiving, especially for you." Lu Wintao laughs, awkwardly. Yeah, I'll stay put." Then something seems to click in his memory. "All right, Song Chu came by a few times looking for you. You should probably give her a call." "I will," Shu replies, reaching into his bag. "But first, here's something for you." He hands over a small envelope. Lu Wintao opens it, puzzled, only to find an autographed photo inside. What's this?" he asks, completely confused. Su Jingming just smiles faintly in response. Lu Wintao's puzzled look doesn't last long. The moment he realizes what he's holding, his eyes practically sparkle. "Goddess Zhang," he yells, clutching the photo to his chest like it's a priceless treasure. He jumps around the room in sheer excitement, completely forgetting Su Jingming is even there. Meanwhile, Su Jingming is already back at Madu University, making his way to the Battle Technique Library. As he walks through the Grand Hall, he reflects on his recent missions. 4 completed tasks, earning him 871 credits in total. Not bad for a few days' work. Credits were hard to come by, and this was a quick way to build them up. Settling at a desk, he activates the library's AI system. "Eva, display all S-rank lightning combat techniques," he commands. At once, a series of holographic panels light up around him, listing names and descriptions of high-level techniques. He scans through them. Thundermark, a deadly strike that leaves targets scorched by lightning. Thunder Prison, an electric cage no one could break free from. Each one radiates immense power. But as he scrolls, he can't help but frown. For a top-tier academy like Madu University, the number of S-rank lightning techniques barely exceeds 20. Still, these were the foundation for any future growth. He needed to choose wisely. After careful thought, 2 skills catch his eye. Heavenly Thunder Art, a wide-range ability that calls down natural lightning from the sky, and Thunder Armor, a defensive shield formed entirely of electricity. A perfect combination, offense and defense in balance. He leans back slightly, a confident smirk forming on his face. For most students, mastering even one of these would take months of effort and countless resources. But Su Jingming isn't most students. With his cheat-like system, he doesn't need to pick just one. He can have both. While studying the Heavenly Thunder Art's details, he notices something intriguing. It's a prerequisite for an even greater technique. The Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide, an SSS rank ability known for controlling heavenly lightning itself. That seals the deal. He decides to start with Heavenly Thunder Art. He opens the manual and begins reading. The deeper he goes, the more he realizes how complex it is. The formulae and lightning diagrams are far more intricate than even his Thunder indestructible body technique. His focus sharpens, sweat beginning to form as he deciphers each passage. It feels harder than the advanced research papers he used to study in his past life's doctoral program. 6 grueling hours later, Su Jingming finally leans back, utterly spent. He's gained only a surface-level understanding, but it's enough. He lets out a quiet sigh and closes the manual. "That's enough reading," he mutters. "Time for Deep Blue to handle the rest." He clenches his fist and calls out firmly, "Deep Blue. Invest ability points to master Heavenly Thunder Art." In an instant, the air around him crackles. Bolts of purple lightning erupt from his body, filling the library with blinding flashes. The system floods his mind with knowledge, every nerve igniting with raw energy. When it finally ends, the lightning fades, leaving him breathing heavily in silence. The transfer is complete, but when he checks his system panel, his jaw tightens. One skill at the most basic level has cost him 1,600 ability points. All that effort, he mutters, shaking his head. And it's barely enough for 2 skills. Just then, Eva drifts into view. reminding Su Jingming that it's already 1 in the morning and advising him to spend his time more wisely. It also warns him not to use his abilities inside the library. Embarrassed, Su Jingming nods in agreement. Seeing how late it's gotten, he decides there's no point in starting the next demanding technique tonight and chooses to return another day. Meanwhile, over at Madu University, a young man jogs past a girl running under the moonlight. The girl is Song Chu. As she runs, her mind drifts to her recent training. For more than a month, she's been pushing herself with relentless late-night practice, something she never expected she'd have the resolve to maintain. Her goal is clear. When Su Jingming comes back, she intends to challenge him head-on and prove she's the real top freshman. Her thoughts are cut short when she spots something unusual in the sky, a giant bird gliding against the full moon. Its red eyes gleam as it circles above. She instantly recognizes it as a white-ringed black feather eagle, a dangerous predator known for its speed and stealth within city environments. Judging its aura, she estimates it to be around the 3rd tier, a level far beyond what most students could handle alone. Before she can plan her next move, a sharp crack echoes overhead. She halts, frowning. There are no clouds, yet thunder rumbles through the air. Then, out of nowhere, a massive sphere of violet lightning bursts across the night sky. It slams into the eagle, disintegrating it instantly in a burst of feathers and blood. Stunned, Song Chu stares at the fading light, trying to process what she just witnessed. The sheer force behind that attack was immense, far beyond anything a normal student could unleash. Considering the direction, she realizes the strike originated from within the campus. It must have been a senior student, or perhaps even a university mentor. But the truth lies elsewhere. Deep in a secluded grove, Su Jingming stands alone, surrounded by the last flickers of purple electricity dancing in the air. Lightning coils around him as he observes the aftermath of his power. A faint, confident smile crosses his face. That single strike had been just a test, yet it revealed enough. The strength of his new S-rank combat art, the Heavenly Thunder technique, was nothing short of overwhelming. In the quiet woods of the campus, a digital chime echoes in Su Jingming's mind. His system announces the defeat of a mid-tier, 3rd-rank white-ringed black feather eagle. Reward, 34 ability points. His eyes widen slightly. The raw power of the Heavenly Thunder art exceeds even his expectations. Its destructive reach spans nearly a full kilometer. Satisfied, he turns to leave, unaware that hidden among the trees, a mysterious young man watches him closely, intrigued by the freshman who just displayed such overwhelming strength. The next morning, as dawn breaks over Madu University, Su Jingming gets ready to head out. His roommate, Lu Wentao, groggily looks up from his bed and asks where he's going so early. Su Jingming replies that he's returning to the Battle Technique Library. He wants to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming freshman competition. Wentao watches him go, shaking his head in disbelief. To him, it's almost inhuman to train so hard right after returning from the wilderness. Feeling motivated, he decides to start his own training session after breakfast. As Su Jingming walks across campus, a familiar voice calls out behind him. It's Song Chu. She runs up, visibly relieved to see him back safe from his mission. Wasting no time, she reminds him of his promise to spar. Su Jingming raises an eyebrow and asks if she's sure about this. She places her hands confidently on her hips, telling him not to underestimate her. After all, she was the top scorer in her entire province. He nods, agreeing to spar later, but before he can say more, Song Chu grabs his hand and insists they do it now in his dorm's training room. Amused, he lets her drag him along, silently chuckling at her forceful nature. Typical for someone from Sichuan, he muses. Still, he can't help wondering why she's in such a hurry. Unknown to him, Song Chu is eager to surprise him. She's recently advanced to the 2nd tier and wants to see the look on his face when he realizes it. When they reach the training room, Lu Wentao and Xiong Xia follow behind, curious to watch. Su Jingming readies his spear, standing calmly across from Song Chu as she stretches and prepares. With a confident smirk, she warns him not to lose too badly. Su Jingming simply replies, his tone cool and steady. You can't defeat me without a weapon. Song Chu's smile deepens. Who said I don't have one? She replies. Raising her hand, she summons her weapon from her space ring. A brilliant flash fills the room as a massive, intricately carved halberd materializes in her grasp. She catches it effortlessly, the weapon's edge gleaming. Su Jingming blinks in mild surprise. A Fengyan Huaji? He thinks. That's rare, especially for someone like her. Gripping the halberd firmly, Song Chu declares she'll defeat him today. He nods, composed as ever. From the sidelines, Lu Wentao grins, whispering that his brother Ming has already won. Xiong Xia chuckles, entertained by their confidence. As the match begins, Su Jingming focuses, feeling the energy radiating from her. In that instant, he senses it. She's indeed advanced to the lower 2nd tier. So that's the source of her confidence. A faint smile forms on his lips. Impressive, but not enough to worry him. A surge of deep violet lightning bursts from Xu Jing's body, crackling through the air as he declares that he hasn't been idle either. The shockwave ripples across the arena, leaving Kyanjia wide-eyed. That's impossible. There's no way he's just upper second tier, she gasps. Off to the side, Lu and Tao grins smugly, teasing his companion. Told you your friend couldn't keep up. Song Chuku stiffens, realizing her plan has completely collapsed. How is he advancing so much faster than me? We were equals not long ago. Lightning dances around Xu Jing as he glances her way. Still want to go on? He asks calmly. Flustered, but unwilling to back down, she nods. Fine, but don't overdo it, she mutters. He chuckles, amused by her caution. Relax. I'll let you make the first move. Come when you're ready. Her grip tightens on her halberd. You'll regret that, she shouts, activating her A-rank skill, Light of Dawn. A dazzling brilliance engulfs the field, radiating pure energy. Xu Jing squints at the glow, recognizing it as a natural type ability akin to his lightning. Interesting. Let's see how strong it is. Song Chuku charges forward, her halberd blazing with fiery light. He notes with interest, a weapon-enhancing skill? That's new. Sparks scatter as his spear meets her weapon, the clash igniting a storm of light and thunder. With one smooth motion, he parries her strike, his overwhelming strength breaking through her offense. The impact drives her back several steps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xu Jing lowers his spear slightly. Good form, he says evenly, but not enough force behind it. From the sidelines, Lu and Tao whistles. Now that's beautiful. She used her best move, and he blocked it like nothing. Song Chuku refuses to quit. I'm not done yet, she shouts, unleashing a blinding flurry of strikes, her movements leaving trails of light in every direction. But Xu Jing remains unbothered, deflecting each blow with precise, effortless swings. Too slow, he comments between strikes. Not enough power. You still need work. Her furious assault drains her stamina quickly, and her breathing grows heavy. Finally, she stops, shoulders heaving. He countered my full technique, over 100 strikes, without even using a skill, she murmurs in disbelief. Resting on her halberd, she stares at him. Your spear technique, it's beyond advanced, isn't it? He nods simply. Master level. Her jaw drops. I've trained since I was 8, and I've barely reached advanced. You're a monster. Turning away, she exhales and lowers her weapon. I concede. With your S-rank ability and that kind of talent, there's no way I can surpass you. Xu Jing tilts his head. Not interested in testing my other techniques? She shakes her head. There's no point. Against someone like you, none of my skills would matter. As a gesture of thanks, Song Chu invites Su Jingming to lunch. He accepts without hesitation. Great, she says with a smile. See you at noon. With that, she leaves alongside Qi Danjia, who glances back and comments. Seems like he's the stronger one after all. Once they're gone, Lu and Tao walks up grinning and flashes him a thumbs up. Nicely done. You're definitely the strongest among us. Su Jingming shakes his head. She's not weak. Her progress is actually amazing, he replies modestly. Lu laughs. That's just because your power skews your perspective. Then, leaning in, he adds, you probably don't know this, but Song Chu's not just anyone. She's the great-granddaughter of Song Duan, the S-rank grandmaster from the history archives. The revelation stops Su Jingming cold. Song Duan, the grandmaster from 80 years ago, he mutters, remembering an entire chapter about the man from his studies. Lu nods. Exactly. Her family's based in Sichuan. She's the old master's most beloved descendant. With that kind of lineage, it's no wonder she's advancing so quickly, or that she can afford high-grade gear. Now it all makes sense to Su Jingming. The talent, the confidence, the resources. Feeling a wave of determination, he straightens up. I need to get back to training, he says, already turning to leave. Back in the quiet of the library, he focuses completely on his cultivation. Hours pass until he finally succeeds. His second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor, activates. Purple lightning coats his body, forming a shimmering shield. He tests it and feels the impact resistance, 90% reduction, plus an automatic counterattack. Perfect defense, he murmurs, impressed. For hours later, he checks his system panel. Only around 700 ability points remain after unlocking both S-rank skills. I'll need to hunt in the wilderness soon to restore my points, he notes quietly. With his preparations complete, his focus shifts to the next big goal, the freshman competition. When September 1st arrives, Su Jingming and his group head toward the Grand Arena. As they walk, he eyes his teammates' weapons curiously. Those are some unusual choices, he remarks. Chang Xia raises her large mechanical claws and grins. A unique weapon gives me an edge. I'm aiming for the top 50. Song Chu smirks beside her. I'm going for second place. That's so. Su Jingming asks, intrigued. Giving up on challenging me, then? She nods, smiling faintly. You're too far ahead. No point wasting effort. Lu Wentao chimes in. There's another one to watch out for. Li Chengxi, Qinghai Academy's top scorer. He's already hit second tier too. Song Chu's eyes light up. Now that's someone I want to test myself against. Before they can say more, Qi Donjia points toward the distance. We're here. They look up to see the enormous competition grounds rising before them. In the stands, Zhang Chuchuan sits with Tong Chi. Tong Chi glances over surprised. Didn't expect you to be interested in this event. Zhang Chuchuan smiles faintly. I'm here for someone, she says. Someone worth keeping an eye on. Tang Chi blinks in surprise. A boy? Who is it? Zhang Chuchuan's lips curve into a knowing smile. You'll see, she says softly, pointing toward the entrance below. He's just arrived. Down on the arena floor, Su Jingming and his friends make their entrance. The vast stage stretches endlessly before them, its sheer scale drawing gasps from the group. Lu and Tao whistles. This place is insane. Why would the school build something this huge? Su Jingming glances around calmly. My instructor mentioned the format. It's a 100-person battle royale. A small field wouldn't cut it. Lu's eyes widen. 100 people at once? That's wild. But while the others take in the sight with awe, Su Jingming's reaction is different. The corners of his mouth lift into a sharp, eager grin. His gaze sweeps across the massive battlefield, lightning faintly crackling in his eyes. A large-scale battle. He murmurs, voice low with anticipation. Now, this is going to be interesting. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.